Hello everybody, welcome to day 3 of the King's Cup. And up first we have Element Reality versus Misclick. Would you like to read out their rosters for us, Bill?
Sure. Alright, so on Element Reality we have Forgetful, Moofmart, what is it? Lutex, Ice, Festus, and that's the starting 5, I think, for Reality. On Misclick we have Z Karma, D210, D2210. We have Benj, we have Gale, and we have Daniel Mix. I think that those are the starting rosters, but we have a couple people in spectators, so I assume they're going to be doing some type of rotates.
I believe some of them are coaches, but yeah, I think one of them is a sub. But we are going to be starting out on the lovely Li Zhong Tower. And for bans, we have Element Reality banning the Symmetra, which, I mean, we're kind of used to seeing on a map like this.
Yeah.
Very important. Obviously, TP onto Night Market. I think Symmetra is just great on control maps anyway, right, Bill?
Yeah, no, I agree. But actually, what I think is more interesting is the second ban, more importantly. The second ban was the Diva. Whenever we see, Sim or Mei or those type of beam characters being played, is actually to counter the Diva, because Diva has been getting lots of playtime recently. So I'm wondering why they opt out to kind of ban the Diva as well. I guess maybe it's just like they don't have the tools to deal with it, but maybe they don't also have that Zarya in their back pocket.
If I'm remembering correctly, I think Element Reality were running the Diva in pretty much every match. Ice is definitely a Diva main, I believe. He was kind of dominating on it, so it could be a target ban, like specifically for that team.
Definitely. I mean, I assume that these people went back into the VODs or even looked at other matches from the stream, for instance, and maybe even saw or researched a little bit, because they did have, the 18 hours or 20 hours or so since the last time. So
yeah, around about that. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if they went through the VODs with their coaches and tried to work on it a little bit, and like you said, scouting the other teams. But our teams are ready. Are you ready, Bill?
I am ready to go.
All right, let's get it going then. First match of the day. This is a lower bracket, so the loser will unfortunately be going out of the tournament, but this is a hype matchup to start our final day.
Oh, waiting to start. All right, here we go. Yeah, this is all the marbles. This is 3 days, or about 2.5 days, maybe 2 days worth of work into the first match. They got those first match jitters, those first game kind of nervousness, maybe. So we'll see how each of the teams deal with it individually.
Yeah, I haven't really seen too much from Misclick. I actually don't think I've seen any of their matches, but I'm very familiar with Element Reality and Moofmart on the Lucio as per usual. Absolutely no surprises there. What do you think about these team comps? Which team kind of has the better one coming out of the gate?
I think it's a little. I think the Mizuki versus the Kiri is gonna be the big matchup. The both teams are playing generally pretty standard things. The Emery is gonna be pumping out a lot of damage. Soldier's is gonna be looking for individual picks, but I think the Kiriko versus the Mizuki is gonna be the main look at.
Yep, we are going to be starting out now to Pharah. I don't think we've actually seen a Pharah duel yet. So they're going to be trying to snipe each other out of the sky. It does look like we've got a little bit of a Ram duel as well. Both of them not opting to use their Omnic form just yet. As soon as I say that, though, they are going to whip that stuff out, trying to get a lot of damage off. As Ice is going to be the first one to get a pick onto Benji Persona. That is a very dead Lucio. Karma, though, trades it out for Lux, and Gale managed to find Ice as well. And now Misclick, they have the advantage. Forgetful says no advantage for you, as he manages to find 2, but D2 finds Forgetful out of nowhere. And now it's just up to Feastus. And Solar Fire is not going to be able to keep it alive.
Yeah, no, the team playing the Mizuki, they ran it perfectly. They bundled up and they baited the ram into the core, and it just worked out better. The team running the Kiriko with Ice and Lux need to be able to play these picks harder, and it doesn't seem like they played that very effectively in the first fight.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of relying on Forgetful to try and carry them through. He is going to be switching off the Soldier and onto the Emery instead. D2 getting scarily low though, and Ice is going to capitalize off this. Already doing the form switch to try and get a lot of damage off, and D2 needs to be careful. He's getting scarily low. Freeze is able to pick up that kill. He's also going to be able to take out Benja Persona, and Forgetful finds cover out of nowhere, and that is the quickest cap I think we have seen all tournament, just instantly winning the fight as soon as D2 fell. It was just a slaughter.
There you go. They didn't let the Mizuki build up the healing aura. They went in for the quick damage focus fire, and they got the easy picks with the Vara rockets. The Vara focused down the tank and then turned to burn the DPS. And now we have them coming again in this Mizuki team coming to the right with this type of brawly area. So I think this is a really good fight for them.
Yeah, oh my god, Barrage is not going to be able to find anything, but Forgetful wins the Emery 1v1. It also takes out D2 as well, and now it's the rest are going to fall. Gale managing to get a frag on the way out, but I don't think it's going to matter too much as his team has fallen. And Element Reality stay in control of the point.
Winning that fight for only one ult, and they're about to rotate into more, like their beat here is going to be really important going into this next fight.
Yeah, that's,
I'm excited to see what... Oh, we have Emery ult.
Yeah, I was seeing it beat in response from Movemart. Going to be able to keep them alive from that override protocol just for now. Gale are going to be using his ult in response as well, just to keep his team alive. Not really on point though, but I don't think they mind too much as Ice fell to Daniel, which means that is a dead tank for Element Reality, and this should be quite easy just to pick up the few stragglers left on point, but they did manage to hold it to around 74%, so only really need one, maybe two fights to win this out.
Yeah, but they still, the team still has the beat on point to trade with this Emery ult. But I think what's really going to make the difference is this Ice ult. Ice needs to find something to do with his ult, be able to try make some space or get a pick on the enemy Lucio.
Yeah, and I feel like, yeah, you have to take out Benja before he's able to get that beat. You can see the Annihilation, kind of the perfect one to do that. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of a combo with the Kitsune Rush just for that burst of damage onto Benja, but it's going to be an instant kill onto Karma from Forgetful. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out. Beat in response. Movemart going to be taken out in the midst of it though, but Ice is getting really low. Annihilation is going to be coming out from Ice, as well as D2. Both the remarks are trading, but in the midst of it, Element Reality managed to cap the point. And this means that as the longer this fight goes on, the more point cap they get, and the less that Mr. Get Festa is going to be going for a really aggressive barrage. Is not going to work out in his favor though, as it looks like Misclicks are going to be winning the fight. It's only Ice remaining to try and make anything happen, and now there's only one final fight left in this round.
Yeah, they traded the cap time for actually taking the right corners on the fight, and it actually ended up burning them in the long run. Now they have this aggressive Far ult, and they also have this Emery ult that's about to come online. They have these two really high damage DPS ults, and they have no defensive capabilities. I don't know how Element's gonna really find a way to defend against them.
We are going to be seeing the override protocol coming out from Benchmark, but oh my god, the Karma barrage, nothing, it gets absolutely nothing, and it means that Element Reality are just going to wipe them out in a matter of seconds. The DPS
and I don't think there's a touch. There's no touch.
There is no touch,
There's
no
no touch.
sim in the game, no cheeky TP back to point, and what a round though.
That was a lot of good ult trades. That was a lot of good fights between the two teams. I wonder how many of that were like match jitters, because we just have so many like one Element wins a fight, then Click wins a fight, then Element wins a fight, or two fights, and then one of them wins the next one. It's just a lot of like back and forth. So I'm just wondering if they're still sizing each other up, or is it something along the lines of it's like a really close and even match.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I think that is the closest control map we've actually had so far, going up to 99 to 100, and we are seeing a little bit of a change here. Forgetful switching off the Emery onto the Soldier instead. Never mind, he was just baiting me. my bad, I guess. Benja going to be getting off the Mizuki onto the Kiriko instead, maybe thinking that Lux's Kiriko was getting a little bit more value than they wanted. It is going to be Element Reality on the point first, as misclicks are going to start going in. But look at this, Karma is on the flank. He's trying to get a pick, but Ice is so low, forced to use the Omnic form extremely early, which allows Daniel to just take him out of the fight, and that is a tank down, and they know the misclick have their chance to push in. Movemart gonna find Gale off the map, kind of out of nowhere though, not something that I really expected to happen, but fortunately it's a little bit too little too late.
No, I think that was a really good fight for them. One thing that I like to say is like the Pharahs are still duking each other out. They've almost duked each other out on the flank the entire time. As a DPS player, I love seeing the DPS duels, but we do see Fetus coming out with the swap here, so. Or sorry, not Fetus. Excuse me. But I wonder how that's gonna. The Echo Swap, I think it's a lot more. Like going for assassination kills, like those big bursts of damage with the beams and with the stickies rather than these long poke fights. And so I'm wondering if they're, I wonder if Ice is trying to get these quick fights done as soon as possible.
Oh,
like
wait,
here, they're taking.
Getting the back cap. This is not what you want to see for misclicks. It forces them away from the fight. Now their positioning is all over the place as Lux is going to be going in the Kitsune Rush. They want to end this fight fast. Going to be returned by Benja Persona, but it's Forgetful that picks up the kills. Vesta's going to be falling in the midst of it though, as they're still trying to go for a D2. Does not want this fight to be over yet, as the Annihilation is going to be coming through. It's able to put the remaining members of Element Reality extremely low, but D2, his Annihilation has ended. It is extremely low in that corner. He's going to use the Emerald form just to stay alive for a little bit longer.
Wow.
Now time for his team to get back and clean up the fight.
That is what we call in the community as the block slop. You sit there, you hold the right click on Ramattra, and you hope your team wins.
Yeah,
it's not my fault.
Main, I love it.
No, that was played perfectly. And now coming up in the next fight, they have a beat, they have the Emery ult, they even have a Far ult, probably 1 or 2 rockets away, and Element doesn't really.
Who can we expect Echo to copy? You think in this?
I think the Echo's probably gonna go for either the Emery copy or the tank copy. I think those are just really solid in the same capacity as like the block. Oh, the beat comes out early.
Extremely early from Movemart in response to the Override Protocol. Beat in response from Gale as well, as they're going to be copying the Ramattra, as Ice is going to be using the Annihilation, and soon it's going to be Festus with the Annihilation as well. Double Annihilation, so much damage, but it's not doing enough for them, as Festus is going to take Benja before he gets taken out of that copy form, and now it's just up to him and Ice to clutch out this round, and this is a completely different misclick than what we saw first round. 100-0.
Wow. I would just like I misclick went and knew that the Emery would be isolated early on the fight, and 3 people went on that. And it didn't matter who the Echo copied, because they just got the pick early and they waited through it all to do more damage. So I'm just really interested to see how they handle each other on this brawl point. Control center, you know, very much you have to look at the enemy team. You can't just walk around them. You can't fly around to the other side of the point. You can with the high ground with the Mega, but you know, it's a map known for Junkrat, known for Mei, in these really brawly characters. So I'm interested to see what they do on this last map.
Oh, as you said that, you spoke it into existence, as Festus is going to be switching onto the Mei. And I actually really like this brawl coming out from Element Esports with the Cassidy and the Mei switches. They're going to be wanting to take this first fight in this very close corners, as Karma is just going to be poking from that Mega outside, as the Benja is getting scarily low, has to use TP extremely early. And look at Movemart and Festus on the flank, trying to get a lot of damage off. Movemart is going to be going for the booby, is able to get it onto Daniel Mix, and that's an extremely nice pick early into the fight. And now it's going to be a 4v5, and Ice is going to use the momentum of the fight to get a little bit more damage out. Forgetful is going to be able to find a Benja Persona as Ice wins this Ramattra duel, and now it's just going to be some cleanup kills.
Moof identified very quickly that they stacked too many players onto the high ground and they weren't really taking any other lanes, and so Moof went and punished it really easily. But I do want to say there are some counter swaps going in right here. The Tracer and the Malga trying to out tempo this Ram and Mei with the shout and with the stomp. But I don't think, or maybe it might not be enough, because they're still fighting for this high ground area.
Speak to me a bit about the Malga. What's the plan here?
I think the plan with the Mauga is to press E and shoot the Ram while he's in form. Ram cannot out damage the Mauga, and like
Exactly
right there.
Yep.
Exactly like that. The
Melted
Mauga,
him.
yeah, it's just, and I mean, they went in, they had the counter swaps, and they just went in. But there is one thing that will. Oh, or we're just mirroring the Mauga. Okay,
Oh,
we're
just
mirroring
mirroring
Mauga. But I will say that the most important ult in this probably matchup in the entirety of the match is going to be this May Ice. After the Mauga after the Mauga dashes and uses his stomp, there's not much he can do to get out of this ice. So I'm interested to see what they do with the bell and what they do with the ice.
Yeah, Forgetful getting extremely early pick into Karma. I'm not really too sure what Karma was trying to do there. Maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. Ice going to be charging in instantly. Melted beat is not going to be able to keep him up for much longer. The May Ice was used before the Mauga charged, but Forgetful with the double Deadeye. Oh my god, this pick is absolutely perfect for him. He just sits on the high ground doing whatever he wants. Karma is going to be able to find two though. Finds three. Oh my god, Karma back out of nowhere, clutching up this fight, and now it's just up to Lux, who is not gonna have time to TP back to Ice. Oh my god.
Yeah, Moof and Mark got a really good high noon boop combo, but it didn't really matter much because like we talked about earlier, the Tracer just out tempos the Mei. Like the Tracer can blink and recall and half clip, and the Mei can't really keep up with it. And with coming up with a cage here into a cage into the mirror Kitsune, I don't think. Oh,
cage fight is going to be coming up extremely early. Kitsune rush as well from both teams. Pulse Bomb is going to be cleansed by Lux. What a massive cleanse. Benja Persona is going to be falling as well. And oh my god, that was a perfect fight. They countered the cage fight perfectly. And all
that
they
was
need
impressive.
to do is find Karma to clean up the fight.
Yeah, no, Karma did a really good job of trying to stall that and tangle that, but I'm not really sure what happened there. They had the Kitsune, they had the cage, and now look at this. Now they have their own cage in Kitsune in this coming on the second to last or last fight. This is looking really good for Ice and Co.
Careful though. Oh my god, an amazing May wall as they're going to be coming in with the beat. Gale wants to win this fight as fast as possible, not giving them a chance to use these ults that they have built up. And Daniel Mix is going to just wipe them out with Emery. And I mean, Bill, do they have a touch?
Was it? No, I don't know here. I don't know. I don't know. They took a really too early fight, and they didn't have their ult, and Moof is trying to make their way through a touch, but they're scouting Moof. They know where Moof is coming from. This Moof doesn't get it, and I don't think the Mauga. Oh yeah.
Yep, that is going to be map 1 going to Misclicks. What an amazing last fight.
No,
they
that was
knew
great.
their win con. They knew they had to kill them before they managed to build up those ults, and like you said, I think they just went way too early.
Yeah, they were still roughly like 20% to 15% out for their ults, and they were just trying to take that fight as really early, as fast as possible. But I guess they just didn't account for the beat coming in and just winning the fight for them.
Yeah, I mean, insane aggressive plays from the side of Misclicks. That I'm still in awe of the cleanse to save everyone from that pulse bomb though.
Yeah, that was they just didn't account for the I guess they just didn't account for the cleanse or get it out early. But I'm interested to see where we go now, because it seems like to a certain degree either team can win in most of these type of comps. So I'm wondering if they like try and switch it up a bit and go for a poke mirror on like a poke map per se, or do they want to go for something more brawly again and see if they can step up.
I mean, I feel like if they take us to Runasapi, it's just going to be full ball again, isn't it? Maybe a little bit of poke, but I feel like that map is just way too close ranged.
I could definitely see something along the lines of like the Sojourn maybe being more prevalent, you know, with a little longer range with the picks. But I'm not really sure if the Mauga, for instance, is going to be as viable, or even a Mauga ban per se. Like, do they really want to take the Mauga ban, or do they really want to take a Ram ban, or do they swing into the Diva? Because Diva's pretty good on Runasapi, for instance.
Yeah, I mean, Ice is definitely really good on the Diva, and so he'll try and play for that pick. Do you think we'll be seeing more of like a Diva Tracer Lucio kind of comp? with maybe Emery or Soldrin.
I think the Emery or so. Oh, there we go.
Oh, it is going to be Rune and Sappy. We called it.
We did call it. But now the most important part is the bans. Oh, and we have some swaps.
Oh, we do have a switch. They're going to be taking Avenger out. A little bit of a support switch up here.
It looks like it's some type of support swap. So I'm wondering if they're they're trying to go for that more pokey type of style, trying to slow down these fights and try maybe out mechanic or even out teamwork the other team. Because one thing I did notice is on that night market, when they were taking those flank fights and they were taking those 3-2-1s and those people splitting onto like the hit scan, they were doing quite well and 100-0'd, you know? So I'm kind of interested in to see what they're gonna do next. What are they going to do? What are the bans?
Yeah, we are just waiting for them to do the ban. What bans would you like to see? I know you mentioned the Ramatra, maybe the Malga. What about support or DPS?
Kiriko, Lucio bans are always wonderful. We love mixing it up. Kiriko and Lucio are quite strong, you know, being able to save people, being able to have high mobility, so those are pretty standard. But also with the Malga, for instance, the Juno Brig is also quite strong. You know, the Juno having decent mobility and mobility for the team, and also the Brig being able to zone a lot of the flanking DPS. So I'm wondering to some degree if they've liked, or either team liked that brawly type of final map or final round, if they would want to try and challenge that and go for it. And we did see a support swap, especially with the I believe Moof with the main support being subbed out, so we're going to see how that plays out.
Yep. Yeah, it is going to be a Ram ban from the side of Misclick. You were correct, but that means D.Va is going to be open and available.
Yes, in that, I wonder it's going to be... I don't know if that's going to be scary per se, but I wonder if it's going to be... I don't know if scary. I think it's definitely going to be a change of tempo in the match.
I feel like there are so many counters to D.Va. Like, you've got the Zarya, you've got the Mei, all these, like, Bean characters, the Sim as well. So, I don't know. I feel like if Misclick know that they're going to be running the D.Va over on Element Reality, maybe they just walk out on the Zarya, and then it's going to be a really tough time for the D.Va.
Still waiting for this final ban, but I also kind of want to see some I'm hoping for a support ban in some way. Hoping that Element bans some type of support and they can kind of keep this type of tempo going.
I feel like the thing is, though, the Element really like playing their Lucio Kiri.
Oh, we have a DC.
Oh, no, they are switching out. It is going to be a sub. They are actually switching the support player for Element Reality as well. So, both teams have decided to pull in their sub support player, and I know that CleoCat is actually really good at Juno in particular, is what I've been seeing them on. Yep, and a little bit of Kiri. Obviously, everyone has to be able to play Kiri. And Brig as well. I saw them pull out the Brig when they were running into dive, so
awesome.
Be interesting to see.
Yeah, so I wonder if they're going to try and lead into that type of, what is it? Flex support change. Maybe changing the tempo.
We're talking about meta here, right? What
meta
off-meta picks would you like to see in
off-meta picks
today?
So a season or two ago, you could have played Adventure, Sim. Oh, they banned.
Yeah, but it is going to be a Tracer ban for Element Esports, so that's going to be a Ram and a Tracer out of the game.
Right, a Ram and Tracer out of the game. Okay, but off meta picks wise, I think there are still quite a few good characters that that could be played that just almost meet that threshold, but they just don't quite meet that threshold. I think the top DPS picks right now are definitely Tracer, which is banned, but also Echo, Pharah, Sojourn, Emery. I think those characters are all very, very strong, and with I think a Sin could be good for some good players if they have, like, you know, the ability and the brain to play Sim.
Mhm.
But I think some other characters that could potentially get some play, or maybe even like a Bastion. Bastion was received a couple nerfs in the patch last week for season 2.
It's funny you say that. I've seen a Bastion almost every push map. I
Every
even
push
saw a Jetpack Cat Bastion combo. That was amazing. I think they ran Pharmacy and Jetpack Cat Bastion. They were just flying around.
That's funny.
We are going in. Yep. What kind of team comps are you expecting here?
With the Ram and Tracer ban, I'm expecting some type of Mauga or Mauga or Diva, or even I don't know about Zarya, but I'm expecting those two types of tanks. And for TPS wise, I'm expecting a Sojourn. I think 100% for me, at least one of the teams. This is
You don't
still a
think
very.
the Embry is going to be better than a Sojourn?
I think the Mauga is really bad into the Sojourn, just because he's a giant refrigerator-looking character. He's as big as a house, and it's just really easy to get that charge. Even though the Emery ult is potentially better, and the util is really good, I still think the Sojourn is just so good on this map.
I really hope they walk out on this Jetpack Cat. They probably won't because Lucio Curie is in the game, but I'm just itching to see some Jetpack Cat gameplay.
One thing I want to keep in mind, though, is I want to keep in mind this flank battle. One team has a Genji Lucio, while the other team has a Genji Cat. And oh no, it's the Genji Lucio
versus a Genji Lucio.
So one team is gonna have a lot of damage and a lot of space with the bubbles, while the other team's gonna be very, very good at rotating and being able to sustain with the D.Va. So we'll see how these two teams fight up in this matchup.
It does look like Misclick are going to be taking the high ground here, and I think Ice just really needs to be careful of this. Zarya already getting below half health, as we are seeing Festus and Muthmar on the flank already, trying to get the damage onto this Emery. Forgetful is going to be the first one to fall, though, to Gale. It looks like Misclick are winning the flank fight by just sticking together. D2 going to be able to take down Festus as well. Ice getting a D-Mech. That baby D.Va is not going to be doing it too much, and that is a very quick fight win for Misclick.
Yeah, Moof and Fest had a really, really good flank, and they tried to collapse on it. It didn't quite work out, but we have some swaps here. We have the Pharah and Hazard. I guess they're trying to go for that high poke and high slash damage, trying to go on anything that gives them. I guess they're gonna
the Hazard into the Zarya matchup.
I think it's not the worst matchup in the world. I think it just has to. I think it's a lot of mind games before anything. But I think the more important pick is this Pharah, because the Pharah can kind of really do some damage into the Zarya. But they're taking this fight on the backside towards the middle of the point, and they're just leaving the point and capped alone. Are they gonna let this cap all the way? Gonna let them get the forwards?
I don't know how I feel about that. You got a really nice pick. They are going to stop it just before they get the forward spawn out for Kama King. Looks like D2 is going to be getting scary low. Her fastest going to be taken out by Karma, and D2 manages to get Forgetful. Muthmar going to be able to find the kill onto D2, and now it's just up to Cleocat, Muthmar, and Ice to keep this point alive. Karma just outputting so much damage as Gale is going to be able to find Cleocat, although Ice trades it out for Karma. Gale winning the 1v1 against Muthmar, and now it's just Ice alone. Hazard, the Scotman, not going to be able to take out Misclicks.
Yeah, they tried to get the early value by giving up the cart space, but it didn't really work out in the end. They just kind of got out spammed and out capped, and they assumed the Pharah would help win those like sustained battles, but the Pharah got picked really early on and wasn't able to help clean up the kills. And now, what do? You don't really have much ults. You let them swap, and you got early picked.
Ooh, and they're going to be using a Kitsune Rush from Cleocat, but like you said, it's a 4v5. I'm not really too sure the Kitsune Rush is going to be getting too much value here. Daniel is going to be getting scarily low, but not before he takes out Festus, and oh my god, it's all up to Cleocat yet.
Yeah.
And Misclicks are just showing surgical precision when it comes to these team fights.
All right. In this upcoming fight, we have a beat and we have the DPS ult duo, but I'm not sure how that's gonna do into the grav. Like this one grav alone can counter quite a few of the positional of.
Is an early cleanse out? He's going to be using the grab straight onto Forgetful. The beat is not going to reach him, so he is going to be taken out. But Ice manages to find Karma in the midst of that as Daniel falls as well. No DPS left alive for Misclick, but Cleocat is caught out in the open by themselves. Is going to be able to use that cleanse to get away for safety for now. I'm not too sure about that beat from Gale. I know maybe they can stall for a little bit longer to get their team back into a good position, but I think it was a little bit of a wasted ultimate.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it was a little bit of a mistimed fight where they thought, or cooldown rather, or ult, where they think they could have won the fight. But they swapped over to the soldier here onto the soldier to try and I guess get some tempo or long sustained damage. While they keep trying to do this, Reality is just kind of trying to find their footing.
It seems like they've kind of found a comp that they want to go with. It does seem to be working so far, but I mean, Misclick has so many ults up and available. I know that the downpour from Ice is going to be able to do it, but the Dragon Blade is going to be coming out from Calmforce. Downpour manages to find 2 though, which means that Camo King is going to be taking out. The Barrage is going to be able to help on the fight onto Karma, but now it's just Ice yet again, and he is going to be just taking his Scottish ass back to spawn.
Again, they're using ults they're using ult second. They're not really setting their own tempo, and they're not really setting their own fight, even though they have this aggressive hazard slash and the far spam. It's just not really getting much value early in the fight. They're having to go second.
We are going to be seeing the Overrider protocol from Daniel Mix. They're not going to be able to take him out before he finds a movement, and now Ice is in a really bad position, is going to get taken out as well, and now it's just Festus in the middle of the entirety of Misclicks. That lone Farah squatted like a fly.
We're coming down now to like these last few fights for Elements, and Element Realities, they need to find an answer to some degree. They still don't have the DPS all out. They come in here with the Kitsune Rush, but it looks like Misclick is just running away from it, and it's just not really doing anything.
Yeah,
they're just playing sloppy.
Oh my god, they're going back with the Kitsune Rush. It's now their turn to go in. They know that they have the advantage here with Karma, and D2 are going to be able to take down Movemart and Feaster's Cleocat soon to fall as well. And while this is going on, Gale is just pushing the robot for them. They're getting free space.
Again, they're just pushing this card, and with 4 minutes left on the clock, Misclick have a grab here, and it looks like this might be almost over for them. They have the beat to help. They have the beat to help counter it.
Grab is going to be coming out. Beat not used. It is going to be finally used, but not before Forgetful falls. And now it's a 4v5, and they have to win this fight, or it's all over, and they will be going home away from our tournament. All chances are starting to slip away. So now Ice and Cleocat are left alone yet again. Camo King is going to fall, as they are going to be using the tack visor, but it just doesn't matter, as Gale does a victory beat. And they are going to win the series. What a series, though. Misclick, after that first round, they just locked in.
They really did. I think they went for their... I think they must have gone for their favorite maybe map, or maybe map they thought they were most confident on. But I guess they weren't as strong as they might have been on Lijiang Tower. Lijiang Tower is like one of the more common maps people scrim, and I guess a team that's playing it a lot would be more confident on it, but maybe for other maps they don't practice this particular map as much, per se.
It is my favorite time, and as you are new here, would you like to do the honors of picking the MVP?
MVP? I think MVP has to go to Daniel. I think Daniel next, just because the reason why is Daniel was being set up by the team a lot on the high grounds and on everything, and was also doing a very, very good job of using those resources to get damage done and get those kills. Oftentimes, it was being the defensive bubbles onto Daniel were being set up for him to be the star of the show.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to agree with you there. Daniel was doing so much, really showing the mastery of Emery. I think he played Emery the entire time, am I right?
Yeah, pretty much the entire time. I think there might have been a couple of swaps on Trace or something on Lijiang, but for the most part, Emery was what was the star. or Emery was, you know, the
Mhm.
character to be.
Yeah. Well, it is going to be over. GG's to Misclicks, and an unfortunate loss for Element Reality. I do hope you enjoyed the tournament, and I personally just hope to see you again next time. But we are going to be going on a short 15-minute break while we get the next teams in lobby. So for now, bye-bye!
Bye-bye.
sex. Oh my gosh. We are on to our second match of the day. Agave Artemis versus Dill Dodo's Academy. These are two very good teams. We saw Agave Artemis lose to Florida Gayhem last night, although it was an extremely close matchup, and I do know that Florida Gayhem are rooting for Agave Artemis to go to the grand finals, but first they are going to have to get through Dill Dodos. And up first, we are going to be going to Ilios. Yeah, you got me, Bill, right?
Ilios.
Ilios!
Yeah, we're going to Ilios.
Mhm.
Well, we're going to Ilios, of course, and Ilios is well known for its monkey, for its dive, for its diva, and everything. And accordingly, there were some bans affecting that. The first ban we had coming out of Agave was the Brig ban. I guess banning that Brig, they wanted to play the monkey, kind of playing the ball, and Brig does a very, very good job of zoning those type of characters. But also, in response, Dodos, they banned the diva. And so I guess they banned the strongest outright dive character, or character that holds high grounds very well. And Brig, it also is is like the counter to the diva. So having those two out means we could have some very high octane fast gameplays.
That's very true. What about this map specifically?
Specifically, I think in the last grand finals for, like, you know, Face It and all the big Overwatch stuff, there was a team called Crazy Raccoons who very, very much popularized the Lucio Ana ball, and they would just 3-2-1, they would throw an 8 across the map, and they would just go deep, and they would just basically play super fast, super like deathmatchy 1v1s, 2v1s, 2v2s, and they would just try and do these super high skill ceiling type comps. And so I'm hoping that having these two high teams with from some well-known orgs, that they're going to try and hold themselves to that standard and have some very, very fun games.
Yep, I mean, we are kind of left to the best of the best in this tournament, and it looks like we are ready to go in. Are you ready?
All right, I'm ready to go. Let's go.
I am ready. Let's get it started then.
All right, we're going in. Interested to see what type of comps. Ooh, we're starting on Ruins, and Ruins out of the three is the most brawly, very like shortest, very like it doesn't have the high of a ceiling that you can fly around in. It has a lot of tight corridors, and I think a lot of the time teams in the past have even run like a Reinhardt or some type of sim comp where you could just kind of TP around. I'm not sure if any of these teams are going to follow, or they're just going to keep something standard. But I wouldn't be surprised if you saw like a Sojourn, and some type of Lucio, something I'm going with. Oh.
Just gonna be taking us back to lobby. Some technical difficulties.
I did you have the bans from the last?
I had the bans from the last one.
That's okay. It's okay.
I'm used to Marvel Rivals, where you don't have to go in and change it all yourself. It is just you know, ready. The only thing I forgot was the Tracer.
The Tracer ban?
Yeah. Let me also, while I'm remembering, bring us to Central. There we go. Okay, we are instantly ready, so we are just gonna go.
We're just gonna go straight in.
Back into it. Yeah.
Apologies, but we'll see.
It changed the time of day and the map.
All right, so this is Well. Well is known for the giant well in the middle, and this one is a happy medium between the other two. Yo.
Is it not fixed?
Ram's still been this.
I double checked it. You know what? Someone just ban me. Just ban me. Okay. Yeah. Different time of day again, though.
All right, all right. So we have the sunset. We have well. Again, I think well is a happy medium between the other two, where well's a happy medium between the two, where it takes the brawly and the very short aspect of ruins, but also the kind of high ground esque parts of lighthouse and kind of mixes them.
Mm.
And so I'm very interested to see like what type of plays the teams are going to go for. It's very common for teams to go on the high ground with the big windmill, maybe put a tank up there and kind of posture and be able to see everything. While some teams actually on the other hand like to take the low ground and take control of the right side in a little indoor area called cage traditionally.
Mm-hmm.
But starting here, we have a pharmacy, and then we have a pharmacy, and then we also have a monkey tracer comp with an emery. So I'm kind of interested to see what type of matchups we're gonna have here.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the pharmacy here. I feel like it's kind of a good pick coming out from Agave Artemis, whereas Dodo's, like you said, running that monkey, a very aggressive, more dive-orientated comp. Obviously, the Emery is going to be the one that's kind of the anti-Sky man, trying to take damage onto that Pharah, but looks like they're going to be brawling them in this very small room, and Riptide is already forced to jump away extremely low, is going to be getting healed, but that allows... Oh my god, he got booped in by Camo! Poor Dante Fan falling into the well as Camo gets a burst of blood. Vexy is soon to follow as well, but Nox managed to take out Riptide and a little trade, and the pharmacy of Boop and Minky are just going to run away.
Yeah, I think they were trying to wait for the pharmacy to get a lot of value with Boop and Minky, but it kind of ended up just taking a little too long and they got a little too aggressive.
Oh my god! Sorry, Dova, just an amazing pick onto Boop. Obviously, the Tracer was the one to finish off. His motive is going to be able to find Minky as well, and that is the pharmacy out of the sky extremely early into the fight, and it means that they're just going to start pushing into their spawn. Dodos are going to get a little bit too aggressive, though, as Riptide is going to be falling. Light motive soon to follow, and suddenly it's a 3v4, and now this is the chance for Agave Artemis as Nox dinks Dova. And that is a very dead Kiriko.
Yeah, believe it or not, this is the part of the map and the part of the fights where you know, where Minky and Ram can, you know, set up. Where Dante Fan can set up, where they can take these long poke fights and while owning the point. And the longer these fights take, the more value that they get. While it takes them longer and longer for the Winston to get in. So as you see here, they just rush the barrage, get an early pick, and they got two, and the Winston's still low. Look!
That was a huge play from Minky. Like you said, this is exactly what they want. They now finally get a chance to set up Dante Fan. She's just going to be popping off 3k for her. 2 going to Minky. Only 1 ultimate was used in that fight, and Camo has not really had a chance to build this beat just yet.
Yeah, no, they're taking these long poke fights, playing something a little less conventional, and it's working out so far. I'm wondering if they're gonna make any like late swaps or anything, and they're just getting poked out. They're trying to take all of the space, but the pharmacy and then the Kiriko off angling is just kind of just like Nox gets another kill on the flank.
Oh my god! Nox is popping off right now. We saw this yesterday from Agave Artemis. They are so good at controlling the fight once they finally get their clutches on the point. Dante Fan just knows how to keep her space and do what she wants, and we are just seeing the Nox putting on a masterclass right now. Off of the Lucio onto the Kiriko instead as the Valkyrie is going to be coming out. Kitsune Rush in response, trying to get a lot of damage on as Minky is going to be the first to fall. Is going to get rezzed by Boop though, but the Override Protocol is enough to take down the enemy Emery. And it looks like Dante Fanfan wants to change this fight. They want to go for it. The Annihilation is going to get pretty much instantly ended as Camo is going to be using the B. I'm not too sure how I feel about that as the Rampage was used as well. And they used all 5 ults to take that fight.
They used 5 ults or maybe even 4 ults. That Tracer, I guess that Tracer ult is coming back online quickly, but at what cost does it take to get all that with Agave coming in now with their own Kitsune Kiriko ult and their Annihilation? With the Annihilation and the Pharmacy damage about to come, I wonder if it's going to be too much for this Winston and this Lucio comp to handle.
Yeah, the Override Protocol is trying to get a lot of damage off. Nox is going to be using that Kitsune Rush as well. Camo managing to escape barely with their life, but Leitmotiv and GSM is going to be taken down as Nox and Vexy finish the supports out, and now it's just a lone Monkey Riptide bouncing around trying to get out. Knows that they have to touch to make this overtime happen, but Vexy is going to be able to take them down before they're able to do that, and round 1 is going to be going over to Agave Artemis. Oh my god, it looked a bit sketchy at the start, Bill.
It did. I think it was like I was talking about last game, you know, like the heebie-jeebies, you know, the heebie-jeebies, the nerves. First game of the day or second game of the day, it's a new round, new them. But there are a couple swaps coming out here. Camo's coming out on the Alari. I think the Alari will do a very, very good job. Oh, pause.
No mistakes, no mercy.
What? It looks like Riptide is still stuck at well.
What?
I don't know. I'm a little confused right now as how they got stuck at well, but
Yeah.
we are just gonna keep it paused as just gonna get them out and back in.
Yeah, I think we even joined back.
Who is it? It's Riptide, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if this fixes it. Okay, I do believe they are back at the right
Yeah,
spawn.
We're good.
I didn't even know that was possible.
I didn't know either. I don't think I've seen that before. All right, so going into this next map, Agave keeping the same general idea, but they're switching to this Alari, to this Orisa. I guess they're trying to be a little more bunkery, being able to accept the damage a little more, and trying to deal with it against the Ram and against the Pharah. So I think these are some really good swaps for them.
Yeah, and let's see if it's going to be able to turn into anything. Tracer just getting a little bit of poke damage off. Doesn't have to find anyone just yet. Trying to get that Mercy out of the sky, but Dante Fanfan already on control of this point, and Riptide is getting scarily low. So is Leitmotiv. Need to try and hide as Minky is going to be going onto the aggressive. Isn't able to get it, shoots the wall instead. Vexy is going to win that 1v1 against the Tracer, who was trying to take them out, as Nova is going to fall as well. And I'm not too sure how I feel about the Ana pick here.
I think the auto pick can work, especially when on the defense, but going against, like, walking into the Ram spam, walking into the Fire spam, I'm not really sure either. But we have some swaps coming in. They're swapping the Alari for the Mercy. I guess they're gonna try and take this duel with, like, the hits with the Emery or hit scan, trying to do more.
Yeah, Minky getting some very quick poke damage off. Almost has that barrage already. Instantly going to be able to take down Leitmotiv, and that is a DPS down. Camo is going to be able to get the res up and available, though, as Nox is currently just 1v1ing the Tracer, forced out the recall. Riptide getting extremely low. Minky going to be using that barrage to take out Dub, and that is a dead Honor. That is a support down, and look at this positioning from Emery as Minky is going to get the 3k. Oh my god, Vexy in such a nice position up here. It's so... I just can see everything on the top of the lighthouse.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing this very correct. They're posting up, they're sitting where their spam can do well, and they're just punishing the other team for walking up.
Yep.
having a Valkyrie up and available, but Minky gets taken out extremely early. Boop is going to get that free res as they were behind the cover. Both reses have been used. Still in a 5v5 situation though, but next person to die is not going to be coming back from the grave, as Valkyrie is going to be coming out from Boop just to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer, as Betsy is just getting such nice poke. Camo going to be taken down by Minky. Minky gets light motive as well, and Minky is popping off. This Farah is just doing whatever she wants. She rules the skies as Dove is going to fall as well. And oh my god, Minky, chill out.
Yeah, coming into this last fight, they're gonna have another barrage, and it looks like Minky's trying to spot where these spawners are coming from, and it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah, Barrage is going to be coming out. Victory, Kitsune, Rush, Override, Protocol as well. They're just kind of throwing everything at the wall and hoping it sticks, and stick it will as they win map 1. Oh my god, what a masterclass from Minky.
No, that was very much of, and just let the Pharah go do Pharah things, and let's make sure everyone else plays safe. And they did a very good job.
Yeah, I mean, all of these kills were just perfection. It's so weird seeing Farah being able to move during Barrage.
Yeah, with now adding these types of games these cooldowns into their base kit is now a part of the game. It makes these characters that have been kind of out of meta or not very much played recently to have lots of good playtime. Like Reaper, for instance, getting the right click.
What is that, like a long
Yes.
range shotgun? Like
Kind of. It's his right click now shoots both the shotguns at the same time, and it's on a cooldown.
Was
Yes.
that a perk originally?
It was a perk originally, but they added a new one and then gave that into the base kit. For instance, Soldier can reload now while running. That's a part of his base kit as well.
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Alright.
mean, I've never really known how to feel about perks, in particular. As someone who played a lot of Overwatch 1, I'm not really used to it. How do you feel about them? Are they good for the game?
I think they're good for the game. It's a nice shift, but I think it becomes, in a sense, hard to balance the game when you're adding all these characters that do lots of things. And the best way that you can make these characters that were made in 2018, where like these characters like Junkrat, Torb, maybe even Winston and Reinhardt, that don't do as much as the new characters coming out, and the best thing you got is giving them their perks into their like normal kit, I think is kind of weird. It's not really giving the characters justice.
That's fair. We are going to be taken over to Runa Sappy for our map 2 here. Again, like we saw last time, it's a very brawly, kind of close range map.
I think Runasape is a map, again, that has lots of potential for lots of damage, lots of potential for, long-range picks. You like we saw earlier today with Soldier being picked, the Emre being like set up for great value. So I'm wondering if the Pharah isn't going to be as valuable here. Like the Pharah could probably still do very well, especially with the long distance kills. But there's the Emre ban right there.
Does that mean they're gonna be kind of running into they're gonna playing for the Pharah? Obviously taking a hit scan out.
I mean, it could be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure because there are still lots of other Pharahs and things to be played.
What kind of comps would you like to see on Runasapi?
I hope to see some Diva. I think Diva's gonna. I hope to see the Diva to kind of lay waste to the Spara stuff, because I think the Pharah could be. I think the Pharah stuff could be interesting.
We're just gonna go to a quick BRB real quick.
Yep.
What are we waiting for? 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 What are we waiting for?
Alright, welcome back. We have sorted it out, and Bill, would you like to tell us a little bit about these bans?
Well, I think it's just like these bans are clearly just trying to ban what happened last game. The Emery, the Pharah, the Mercies, they kind of just ran around, kind of did whatever they want, and so I think these bans are an attempt to kind of control the bleeding, kind of keep things maybe towards a more normalish Overwatch rather than these pocketed DPS kind of doing everything. So I think this is gonna be closer to like maybe matches that we've seen before rather than last map. So I'm hoping to see some type of like half diva type of poker, half diva type of brawl, where they kind of go for these big type of kills.
That would definitely be nice to see. And I mean, I don't know how, I still don't know how to feel about this map. Personally, this is like one of my least favorite push maps, but I know it's actually getting quite a lot of popularity within like the esports kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of become a map where there are enough rooms to where the brawly characters like the Reapers, the Junkrats, the Torbs can do lots of like good work in the inside rooms, while also keeping its like hit scan prowess with like setting up these long sight lines and these long damage marks. So I think it's become kind of not like a fan favorite per se, but a kind of like respectable medium ground for everyone.
It does look like we might be seeing the Diva from Crispy, two different variations of the Brawl comp. And do you think well, I mean, we've seen the Pharah work without the Mercy. Is it good with the Wuzhong?
Ooh, pause.
5,
Yeah, we are getting a
Oh.
another pause real quick.
I think it's fine. I think the Wu Yang does a very, very good job of sitting with the kind of letting the Pharah and the poke characters do their thing. So Wu Yang and Pharah kind of do stuff similar. Zen and Wu Yang are kind of similar in the sense where you're able to put this like heal orb or heal ring onto some people, and then they're able to go do their own thing. And I think that's the goal for this team, where they're gonna give Minxie this heal ring instead of a Mercy, and they're gonna go in. But I think they're gonna try and hold this ground to try and do as much damage as they can while coming in, while Crispy, now in instead of Riptide, is going to try and I guess they're going to try and take some space on the flanks and try and collapse on some people that might be alone.
How do you feel about the Wu Yang instead of the Lucio in this kind of comp? I thought that Lucio is kind of very important for broad comps, but I might be wrong.
I think the Lucio is important for the brawl comps, but also I think on the other hand, you could run other stuff to where almost like you set people up in like a nice safe area, and then you go off and do your own thing. I think that that might be what's gonna happen here with Crispy's team, where Crispy's gonna set maybe the Cass up or the Ana up, and then go off on an adventure and try and kill something or do some damage.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I'm still really unsure about how I feel about Soldion's place in the meta, due to like Emery existing, you know.
I think Emery taking Emery out, I think the Sojourn is like the #1 pick, and is going to be the #1 type of like play, because the Sojourn just has that consistent damage and that consistent pick potential.
We are, I'm afraid, gonna have to take it to another BRB because we need to sort something else out with the admins, but we shouldn't be too long, only a couple of minutes.
Of course. All right. See you guys in a minute. Oh,
Yeah,
now
the coach is gone.
Oh my god.
Okay, I can see that they've come online. It's okay, they're on their way. So what do we like to see? Just some classic Overwatch. They are in. Let me just make sure that they are only on red spec.
Taking a swig of my iced tea, one moment.
Nice. Specific flavor or?
It's like lemonade and iced tea.
Ooh.
Indeed. Oops. All right, we're ready. Both teams are ready.
We are just waiting for Dodos to ready up. And then we can get this Runa Soppy match on the way. Looking at these team comps though, which one do you favor?
I like the Pharah comp. I like the idea of just being able to sit back and just let the game play itself. But also on the other hand, I think if the Diva Tracer comp is played properly, it definitely could be done and played right.
It's fair. It's I feel like Diva is really good at this peeling kind of gameplay, but there aren't really many dive characters on the side of Agave that she needs to peel, so I guess you can kind of go more aggressive with the Tracer, like you said. Try and get a little bit more damage off. I'm surprised that there is no Lucio being played for either team, but we are going to be going into it. Minky already putting a lot of damage out, has that Young bubble, like you said, and Crispy is going to be instantly taken out the fight by Dante Fanfan into that baby diva form, and it's already going down. Vexy going to be able to find Gasolina on the off angle as well, as this Tracer is getting scarily low. Crispy is going to fall. He gets a double kill, a collateral with that beam. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, so even though Crispy set up the backline, Crispy took a little too much damage in the engage, and then it was able just to tempo off that. But with a couple of swaps here, we have the Soldier coming out for that consistent damage and the consistent flank pressure. We also have Crispy trying, I guess, again, to match this Ram with the Orisa, trying to just deal with it.
Oh my god. Instantly getting taken out of the fight by Dante Fanfan with the help of Minky. Just putting so much damage in onto them, and they're already going to be able to get this forward spawn, and they are just so far pushed up, they do not care. They're walking past Crispy onto the backline. They are going to be forced out as Crispy has a lot of health, a lot of shield. Using that charge to do as much as they can. Dante Fanfan going to be using that block as they're trying to get a little bit of damage off here on the off angles. Looks like Dove is just going to be trying to set up the soldier, trying to let them get in as Crispy is going to be pushing that cart a little bit further back. Dante Fanfan is in this Omnic form though, can start pushing a lot of damage in. Fortifier being used by Crispy. Gasolina managing to take Minky out of the fight extremely early, and this is one of the biggest damage dealers on the side of Agave out, and this whole time they were just pushing it back further and further away from Agave's advantage. Haven't stopped the forward spawn yet though, so Minky is going to be getting back quite fast. Nox though scarily low. He is going to be able to win the 1v1 against Camo. That is an Alari dead. Soldier is going to be able to take down Nox, but not before Vexy finds the Soldier, and Crispy is going to have to use that Fortify to walk away. That is a very big cooldown. Vexy going to be using the overclock after getting the pick onto Dove, and that is just going to be another dead Crispy.
Wow.
Yeah,
That was just a long. That was a one long fight, and they never cleared. They never cleared Nox from the flank, and they took their off angle with Camo and the Soldier, and they just went off and try and get some early kills for the next fight. But in the return, they never cleared Nox, and Nox is able to come back in and get a trade off to kill. And then the Pharah came back right in the nick of time to help damage the rest, and then they cleaned up the spawns. Now we're coming into the next fight here with some ults on the side of both of them, but there's still lots of good defensive ults from Agave.
Nano Boost is going to be used as Barrage is going to be trying to take out that Nano Boost as Soldier, but it's not going to be enough as Wuyon is going to be using his ult as well. Dante Fanfan going to be using this Annihilation, and not going to be able to win that 1v1. High Noon coming out from Gasolina. Is this Deadeye able to find anything? It does not, but Nox finds two yet again. Alari is going to try and show Boop the power of the sun, but it is still a 3v3. Never mind, Boop. Gasolina gets taken out by Vexy. Now it's just Camo and Crispy versus the world. Agave Artemis are going to be using this to their advantage to start pushing in. Minky just putting so much damage in, but Nox is the true MVP right now, as he is getting pick after pick after pick.
Yeah, last match we had the Minky show, and now we're having the Nox show on the Wuyang. The Wuyang is just doing too much work and too much damage. With an early pick with Gasolina, I think this next fight might be another slow one where Agave just backs up and lets them take space.
Yeah, they're already using this Juno speed boost. I'm not too sure how I feel about that, but Soldier is going to be able to take down the main threat of Agave Artemis Nox, as they are going to be walking all the way back to spawn. I mean, looking at the ults here, I feel like Dodos have a really good advantage here, really something to work with that Terror Surge and that Tag Visor, but Boop does have the Kitsune Rush, which is going to be used extremely early. Terror Surge is going to be used to counter it. It's going to be able to take down Boop, and that is a Kiriko out of the fight, but Nox is still alive, and Nox is as deadly as ever as he takes down the Soldier. This is not looking good. Nox currently 1v2ing on the sideline. Is going to be able to find Gasolina. Dove as well. Oh my god, can anyone shut down Nox? I'm speechless.
No. I think it's just these fights are just going. I think that Agave backing up and taking these fights on their own terms, on their own flanks, when their cooldowns are ready, is probably the key, and is probably the key of why they're winning all these fights. Nox getting another pick. They're taking these fights so slow. They're like just working them down one player at a time, and by the time they're reconvened, they do it again.
Yeah, I didn't think the Rion was this scary. I thought he was more of a healer than a DPS, but I am being proven wrong, as Crispy is going to be contesting the card, doesn't want to allow it to go any further. Nano Boost is going to be going straight onto Crispy. Barrage is going to be thrown onto that Nanoed Rista. Not going to be able to get enough damage out, as Gasolina is going to be able to take down Vexy, and now it's finally Dodo's turn to push it back, but Dante Fanfan is going to be stopping them in their tracks, and Nox is still alive and kicking, still doing whatever he wants. Gonna be getting the Tracer extremely low. Camo gonna be winning the 1v1 against a boost though. And this finally means that Dodos are going to push it back, but whether it means they actually gain any space is a completely different story.
Yeah, I don't know. Vexy again got... Oh! Alright, we're getting some early
Oh.
picks, and Crispy again just putting in the work.
That's a really bad trade though.
Yeah, they had Dove dying a little late with the Ana, but that's okay. I also would like to note that was Danton's first death of the map.
Oh my
We're about
God.
7 minutes in, and I know we've been talking about Nox and Minxie doing a lot of the work of these side fights, but I think Don has done a very, very good job of holding the space and making sure that the flanks are able to be worked well.
Yeah, she almost had the perfect game. Unfortunately, like you said, did finally fall to the hands of Dodos, and this soldier is looking scarily low already as Dante Fanfan is going to be able to take them out. Annihilation is going to be forced out just so they can stay alive for a little bit longer. That block just taking all of the damage, soaking it up, but Gasolina is going to be able to find a pulse bomb on to Vexy. This Terror Surge is going to be blocked by the Taxi. Not going to be able to do anything really as Camo is going to be using his Kitsune Rush. They know that they need to start pushing. They need to start getting some of the space back. They are going to be able to get that forward spawn as Mickey does manage to take out Gasolina, and Crispy is back at full health. I was about to say the low Tag Visor is going to be coming out, able to take it down. Minky overclock going to be used in return, but this is a nanoed Tag Visor. This is so much damage going to be coming out for the side of Dodo's Academy, and they are going to be able to finally start pushing this gap a little bit closer.
One thing I do want to note here is even though that was we're in the last 2 minutes here, Dodos are about to catch up because of the fighting style that Agave took, where they took these long, very perfect fights to win off the space. It was Dodos just took these quick fights and won them quick. They're able to just take these space back, and now we're within 6 meters of each other. But Vexy goes down to Camo. Camo gets Vexy.
Vexy gets an extremely early pick, which is really bad as Dove is extremely low as well. Mickey going to be able to take them out. Crispy is going to fall without the help of their supports to keep them up alive any longer. It's going to be Vexy with the 4K switching on to Kaz, showing that he is not a one-trick pony, and to pull out the other hit scans as well. And that was such a valuable switch, Bill.
That was a valuable switch and a valuable fight. Minky really having the most important ult, sitting in a corner just behind enemy lines right now.
Crispy. Oh my God, Crispy! Walks out a little bit too fast. Barrage isn't going to be able to find anything. Does scare off the members of Dodo's Academy, but that is not good. Your tank got killed so early into the fight, peaking way too soon.
Yeah, and with the late death of Gasolina, we're looking at perhaps a final fight here where they have to win in the overtime and then have to win later, but they just keep getting picked after picks. I'm not really sure what the fight plan is here. They're just dying slowly and repeatedly.
Yeah, they're just kind of funneling in, giving Agave Artemis exactly what they want. Minky here getting a little bit of damage off. Tac Visor is up and available though, as he is going to be able to take down Minky. He's going to instantly be using that Tac Visor as Vexy manages to find Gasolina on the flank, not able to get any value with this Tracer, as they are finally going to start pushing in. Dodo's Academy have to push it for the rest of it. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out, as well as the Terror Surge and the Annihilation from Dante Fanfan, as she is just funneling so much damage. Vexy is going to be found on the off angle though and taken down by the Soldier, as both Kitsune Rushes are finally starting to fade. Nox is going to be able to find the Soldier as well. Minky on the flank though, as Camo gets so low over time, he's clicking down. Crispy needs to touch the car. He's managed to touch it just in time, but does fall for it. Gasolina and Dove are the only ones remaining, and that is going to be series over to Agave Artemis. Oh my God, what a map.
That was close. That was really close. That was really close. Again, at the end there, it came down to the flanks, where early on in the game they were working these flanks really well, but then towards the middle they were able to catch up, take these quick fights, not let them play the game, and then when they were trying to re-push and stop them from it they just took back the flanks, and then at the end it just fell apart.
Yep, it did indeed. I mean, that final little flank from Minky was really what kind of sold it for me in the end. The Nox just put in so much work. This is going to be a tricky MVP to pick, I can't lie.
Would you like me to pick? Because I think I know who I'm gonna pick.
Oh, you know what? I will let you pick. Go on.
I'm gonna go with the tank here. I'm gonna go with Dante Fan. As much as Minky and Nox and Boop did a very, very good job, I think it came down to Dante Fan. Dante Fan only had a handful of these small little errors and small little mistakes. Dante Fan held the angles very well and hold the space very well, and also still played very, very well. So I think the man of the match should go to or the MVP should go to them.
I'll tell you what, Bill. They lost last night against Florida Gayhem, but I still gave Dante Fanfan the MVP because she is just such a scary presence when she is in your face with that ram or the ball that she was playing yesterday. And looks like Agave Artemis aren't going to be moving on to our semi-finals match, which will be coming up next. But we will be going on a little bit of a short break here, a little bit longer than usual as this match was fairly quick. But for now, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
wanna be honest, I'm not good at letting down my guard. I really want it. For you, I was running in the dark. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without, I can't live without you. I want you and only you. I got nothing left to lose. Oh, so I'll keep waiting for you. It's the only thing that I can do to keep my composure. Oh, I need you closer. I want you and only you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without, I can't live without you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to semi-finals. We have got Agave Artemis versus Miss Click. Both teams we have seen put on an absolute performance for us. And map-wise, we're gonna be heading over to Samoa. What about bans, Bill?
Samoa, I think we're still looking at these type of bands. Like I think the classic bands still are coming up, the Diva ban and the Emery ban. I think those two heroes are still very solid and have places in the meta and can take over lobbies. So I'm not surprised by the two bans from each side. But with the Diva ban, I think we're gonna look at some type of Ramatra gameplay, maybe a Mauga or an Orisa to try and counter it like we've seen earlier today. But for backline wise, I think things are generally gonna stay the same with the Kirilu, maybe Brig, Juno.
Yep, that's fair. That is what I'd like to see as well. I mean, we have seen how good this team is at doing the pharmacy with Minky and Boop just sitting on the high grounds, and Dante Fanfan, the unkillable Demon King herself.
Yeah, I think both these teams come in really hot from their matches. I think Misclick had a little bit some PBGBs, and then they came out and dominated on the second map. While Agave or Artemis, rather, whatever you want to call them, they were also pretty dominant on their map. So I'm interested to see how these two teams match up against, especially in the Ram mirror or even the Brawl mirror.
Yep, but I mean, I'm ready to go in. If you're ready, if the teams are ready,
Yeah,
I wanna get
ready.
this going in.
Let's go.
Welcome to Samoa. Initiating match.
So going in here, I'm kind of excited to see what type of tanks we kind of go for. I'm not sure if we're going to see much or any Mauga. I think it's going to be a lot of Ramatra, especially on this point with like the high ground with a lot of sight lines. I think it's very easy for a good Ramatra to just take over the lobby on this particular point. So I'm interested to see what we go with.
Yeah, I mean, I personally really like this point. I feel like there are so many different places to kind of hide from these, from the sight lines, especially like underneath, kind of ways to get the heals back up and going. We are seeing a pharmacy for the side of Agave Artemis, which I'm not too surprised. Like I said earlier, we saw how good they can be on this comp, and I have really been wanting you to see the Dante Fanfan ball, and it looks
I'm
like you're finally
excited.
gonna get it.
All right, I'm excited to see what we get here for the pickouts. We have a Tracer, we have a Pharah. So it looks like one team is going to be more of the poke and the dive, while the other team is going to be a full-on brawlish type with some good poke. And it looks like they're just setting up on this. They're just setting up this low ground, just kind of sitting your point, and just trying to make them do whatever they can. But it doesn't seem like Agave has like an answer quite yet. The shout gets used early, but they're just still kind of giving up all this space.
Yeah, Karma getting scarily low though is going to be able to be taken down by Vexing. Suddenly, it's a 4v5. It does look like Misclicks are going to be the ones to first cap the point, as Nox is going to be taking out Benja. Yotsuba gets Dante Fanfan, and suddenly it's even. It's a 3v3 as Daniel takes down Minky, and this is not looking good for Agave Artemis, as Rez is going to be coming out onto Minky, but it's a little bit too little too late, as he's going to be able to get a frag on the way out, but first fight win is going to be going over to Misclick.
Yeah, no, they tried to go out with this ball here, and then they tried to go with this ball type of comp, and it didn't quite work out in the beginning, so they're making some swaps here, trying to go to more traditional, trying to go something a little more core stronger with this Ramatra, and we're going to see how this matchup generally goes. More often than not, the Mauga can actually do a very, very good job against the Ram, because he has that shout and the Ram can't really do anything about it. So these bars are going to have to try and take over the lobby a little bit with these picks.
Yeah, and it looks like Dante Fanfan is going to be getting scarily low, though. Has to use the block as the form has ran out, and Yotsuba knows it's his time to run in and use the cage fight. Both Nox and Dante Fanfan are trapped in there. Suzu is going to keep them alive, but Barrage finds 2! Oh my god, Boop is going to raise Minky as well, so the one to fall isn't going to matter anymore, as they are going to be using that Kitsune Rush just to clean up the fight. And what a fight indeed.
Wow.
I'm not sure they needed that Kitsune Rush, but the Barrage was perfect.
No, but I
You think
will
it was
have
a
to
good-
mind. I think it was good. They traded the cage. They traded the cage for the fight. They traded the cage to get the 2 ults out, and they all need to win one fight here. So what needs to happen here is they need to try and get a clean barrage onto with Karma needs to get a clean barrage with a kill, but they're just gonna go with the
Oh my god, Daniel Mix taking out Minky with that overclock. Karma's going to be able to find Dante Fanfan as well. The Kitsune Rush is just putting so much damage in. Boop is going to get the res interrupted, and now it's just up to Vexy to stall it for a little bit longer. Nox is going to be able to take out Karma on the way out, though. So they are going to be in a little bit advantage if they go fast into this next fight.
Yeah, it seems like it's just gonna be something along the lines of trying to get the point touch here, but Ben has this beat to try and sustain the team. We're gonna see if Minky can get some type of entry damage here.
Yeah, B is going to be coming out. Minky is going to be able to get a kill onto Yotsuba. The Barrage is going to find nothing from Karma as the obliteration comes out. We're going to be able to get Kama King down, and it looks like they are Garve Optimus are going to be able to clutch the fight up. Minky putting in the work as per usual. Just another day in the office.
Yeah, I think what's been going on with these fights is Daniel's just been kind of doing lots and lots of damage and is trying to put the team on their back. Karma switching off the bar here, going to the Echo. We saw this a game or two ago where Karma went on to the Echo when the Pharah wasn't quite working out. So I'm wondering to see if maybe the Echo could do some better work into the Ram.
Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of burst damage, and Ren Ram does not have that block up. It's going to be taking them out very quickly, but Boop is going to be using this Kitsune Rush. They know that they cannot afford to lose this fight. Kama King is going to fall to Dante Fanfan, and they are back in control. 25% remains. Not very many ults up and available. Only the cage fight, which he's going to commit into this fight. Manages to catch Dante Fanfan by themselves. The team desperately trying to get them back up and out of there, but it's not going to happen. Overclock is going to be coming out from Vexy. Going to be able to get Karma off the off angle, and now Yotsuba is putting so much pressure onto this front line. It means that Nox is going to be taken out extremely early into the fight, and this is not what you'd like to see. Minky using a desperation barrage as Dante Fanfan has come back on this ball just to touch the point, but Nox manages to find Benja pretty much out of nowhere. They're going to be using Daniel Mix's overclock to clean up the fight, and they are going to take round 1.
Yeah, no, I think I think that was a very, very good round where the Malga made the space for the team, and they punished that. I think one thing very specifically was that they they got a little overzealous and didn't respect the ultimates in the cages, of course. And I think Donphan didn't really like respect that at all and got caught in the cage, and then was able for the other team to just roll in.
No nonsense. We do this clean. Copy?
But for swaps wise, I'm not sure if there are going to be many swaps. We see Vexy kind of thinking about swapping over maybe to the Cass, thinking about it, but I'm kind of interested to see how they carry out for the rest of these rounds.
Yeah, I'm going to be sticking on the Sojourn, and like you said, it was such a nice cage fight on to Dante Fanfan, catching her out and really kind of winning the fight for them. This is a much more open map though when it comes to using this Pharah. A lot less cover to hide away from, as Yotsuba is already tasting those Pharah bullets straight to the skull, getting scarily low, has to walk out, use everything to get away, and this means that Agave Artemis are going to have control of the fight. Benja Persona is going to be taken out by Minky, already an early pick, and they are going to be able to cap the point, and the longer the misclick stay here, the more 3 points that Agave Artemis gets, so they are happy to take this extended fight, especially with Benja being taken out. Looks like they are finally going to be retreating and regrouping with their Lucio, as Yotsuba is going to be charging in yet again, trying to get a lot of damage off. A lot of the cooldowns have been used by Karma already. Those are the forced hours. Minky gets another pick onto Daniel Mix. He is starting to feel himself. He's starting to get in the groove of this match, starting to pump so much damage out with this pharmacy combo. Karma is going to fall to Vexy as well, and they are playing this perfectly, splitting up the members of Misclick as Yotsuba is going to be charging away.
Yeah, I think they took one really long fight here, and they're already at 40-something%. They're about to get on 45%, and they have Yusuba's shout got used early, and so I'm not really sure what's gonna happen here. Do they really have something to go off of?
Oh my god, the cleanse almost saved Yotsuba, but that was a barrage straight onto Mauga with Yotsuba's name on it. Daniel Mix is going to be able to trade up Minky. Obviously, Boop just going to get a free res onto that as they are using a Kitsune Rush. Maybe out of desperation here. I'm not really too sure what the point of that was. They were already down 2 members, and Kitsune Rush is going to be used in response from Nox. This is such a messy fight for Misclick. This is not the Misclick that we're used to seeing. Cage Fight going to be coming out. It does trap both Nox and Daniel Fan, but Dante Fan does not care. She says, you're trapped in here with me, and punches the daylights out of Yotsuba.
I think I'm kind of confused what's going on here. I think Misclick
a lot of panic ults.
A lot of panic ults, a lot of heebie-jeebies per se. They just won that round, and now they're going to this round doing all this. There is a touch and play, but there is a Sojourn all in a Ramel just running down the other team, and I don't think they really have an answer for it at all.
No, Annihilation Overclock is going to be putting so much damage out. They are going to be using the copy though to switch to the Kiriko, maybe try and get a Kitsune Rush out. Kama King is going to be taken out, though the Kitsune Rush does come out from Karma, though not before she is wiped off the map, and now it's all up to Yotsuba. This is solo tank trying to do whatever he can. Benja does manage to get back to help Daniel Mix with the overclock and the beat. Daniel Mix is going to be getting scarily low, though Dante Fan is putting so much damage out onto this DPS, not before managing to take out Minky. Obviously, Boop, though, just gets another free res, and that is going to be round 200 to 0 for Agave Artemis.
Yeah, I think this next map coming up is the most different out of all of them. Maybe better for the Mauga if they play the corners and all the sides correctly. But I'm gonna be looking at this flank battle again. I think Minky is gonna have to play not necessarily wrong, but not necessarily right, but have to play at the pace that'll allow them to hit the rockets that they need to. But there is maybe some swaps coming on.
Yeah, I feel like they do need to switch up their comp a little bit for Misclick, as they did get a little bit steamrolled on that matchup. Going to be going on to the Hazard and the Tracer instead of the Mauga and Echo. Let's see if this is actually going to be able to do anything for them, as we are starting to get the close range battle happening all of a sudden very fast. This is a more dive-orientated comp, as Yotsuba is going to be going in, trying to get a lot of poke off, but in the end, he's just going to be trading his life for it. Does manage to escape with the help of his supports, as Daniel Mix is going to be able to get the first. Fragger is behind cover yet again, so Minky's going to be able to get res by a Boop, but Dante Fan falls while the Mercy was distracted, and these DPS at the back are so low, but there's just not enough follow-up to make anything happen. Nox is going to be falling as Yotsuba gets a double kill, but Vexy and Boop out of nowhere did manage to take 2 out, but
I want to talk about Yotsuba right there. Yotsuba did a really good job of separating the backline from the front line. When Hazard puts his wall down, it's very hard for the backline and the heals to make it to the front line. And because of that, Dante Fan just kept holding W and was able to get the pick, and leaving a tank, especially a Ram, or leaving a kill. Oh.
Early pick onto Benja Persona. Karma is going to trade it out though for Boop, which arguably is the better pick, because the Lucio is going to get back very fast. Dante Fanfan manages to find Kamen King. There is no support left for Misclick, but Yatsuba and Karma on the flank, just wiping out the remaining members of Agave Artemis. And the fight that was looking really good with such an early pick ends in the favor of Misclick once again.
Yeah, I think they're leaning into these pick heroes like the Hazard, like the Tracer, and it's punishing this Pharmacy a lot. The Pharmacy wants to take these long fights and hit these big damage rockets, but this Hazard is one-shotting characters before things can happen.
Barrage is going to be able to take out Daniel Mixler with the help of Dante Fanfan. They're going to be using a Kitsune Rush to keep this fight alive. They know that if they win this fight, it's pretty much over for Agave Artemis, but Yotsuba is finally going to die. The damage from the damage-boosted Minky is just way too much, but we're seeing a kind of repeat of the first round here.
Yeah, they got 75% here, so they're within a fight or two range of winning this fight. I'm going to be looking at this Sojourn ult from Daniel. Daniel has been kind of the playmaker for the team so far this map, especially in that first round. So I'm going to be looking for them to be doing some good fight. There's the Hazard ult comes out and
downpour straight onto Dante Fanfan, forces out the annihilation of just to keep himself alive. Vexy is somehow surviving in that corner. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out as well. Daniel Mix using that overclock, but to no avail as Dante Fanfan takes them out. And it looks like Agave Artemis are going to be able to win another fight, but they had to commit 4 ults to be able to win it.
Yeah, Vexy there had to slide away from the Hazard ult, but then away from the Hazard, and then was defended by the Dante Fan shield. So again, we're gonna have to see another big ult rotation from Benj here, trying to enable the Hazard to try and get some kills. There it is. That's the beat. The Hazard's all the way in.
Yep, Hazard gonna be able to get a lot of value here as Minky using a Desperation Barrage is gonna be shot out of the sky, and it looks like they're just gonna have to give them the free cap as Yatsuba is gonna stop the res from Boop, and the remaining members of Agave Artemis are forced back to spawn. They need to get back to the point quickly, though, as time is ticking down.
Yeah, with only about 10% left on the clock, the closest ult they have is the Kitsune. I don't know if they're going to get the Kitsune in time. The Pulse Bomb is missed by Karma kind of early, and with the Hazard ult so close, they have so many ults coming, maybe they can just play the ults and play the points. Let's see what they're going to do.
Yep, Dante Fanfan is able to touch though, but Yatsuba is on the backline and wipes Minky out. Downfall gonna be going straight onto Dante Fanfan once again, happily just using that block though to stay alive for as long as possible. And now it's just up to the 4 remaining members. Vexy is gonna be taken out. Kitsune Rush is used from Camera King, and it looks like the hope for Agave Artemis is all over. A Kitsune Rush to try and win it out, to try and clutch the round, but it's not gonna be enough as Minky is the last remaining hope for Agave Artemis, finally going to fall as Misclicks take map 1.
Wow.
Oh my god, from a 99 to 100 to 100 to 0 to a 99 to 30, I am gobsmacked.
I think it's going to be really interesting going into this next map. We've been seeing a lot of push, like especially on Runasape. But would you really want to, after seeing them just go on a comp that might be really good on Runasape, do you really want to pick Runasape? Why? You could pick maybe a slightly brawlier map to maybe even counter the pick or the Hazard pick.
I think if I was them, I would want to probably take us to Colosseo. If I had to
I think
any of them.
I think the Colosseo would work really well for Minxie, especially with the with playing the hard corners and playing all that stuff.
Well, we'll have to see where they take us. As a reminder, it's between Runasape, Colosseo, and Esperanza. We haven't actually really been seeing any Esperanzas today. It's mostly just been Runasape.
Yeah, at least on this side of the broadcast, we haven't seen anything else besides just Runa. But
it looks
Runa
like
again.
we're going back there again. Really getting familiar with this map, aren't we, Bill?
Yeah, it's a pretty map, you know. It's nice.
It is, yeah. Very bright.
There's a on one of the, I think it's on the middle. I think it's on the middle side on the defense or offense. There's these pair of cows that sit at the top of the map, and they're actually quite cute. If you put it on the sunset or the sunrise part of the map, and then you can actually like make it look like a funny little sunshine kind of thing. So it's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm. It does look like we're going to be seeing a switch. Gale is going to be coming in for Avenger. A little bit of a support swap up here. We know that Gale is really good on this Lucio, so we'll see if this support switch up is going to work in their favor.
Yeah, I'm not surprised necessarily by the support swap. I think Runasape is even more of a needed Lucio map, or even it's a map that punishes you more for not being decisive about what you want. I think it's very much you have to play to what you want to be able to, if you don't commit to a thing, it will be harsher in the long run instead of playing something else.
Yep, it does look like we're going to be seeing a Tracer ban for the side of Agave. I feel like kind of needed with how much Karma was doing, and it also prevents the Farah ban.
Yeah, I think the Farah ban is not happened yet. I think from any team so far, from what you've seen, I'm kind of confused by that, because at least currently at a high lobbies, at least statistically, Farah currently has a very high ban rate. But you could also say the same thing about Lucio and Kiriko and such, but they aren't getting banned. So it might just be a playstyle differential where they believe they could deal with the Farah more easily than a Tracer.
Mm-hmm. On the other side of the bracket, the match that we missed, that was between Misclick and Brazo Sport College. Brazo Sport tend to do a Kiri first ban and then play an Honor and a Junker Queen.
Honor Junker. Oh, and they play for the antis.
Yeah,
that's kind of interesting. And I'm wondering what would happen against like a team that would want to do the Zarias, or even a super pokey Ramatra team like Artemis over here, because I would assume that might be a little difficult to deal with at times.
Yeah, the main thing that we were seeing is that they would just instantly get a Junker Queen ban back in their face. But we are going to be seeing a Ram ban in return from a Misclick. They don't really want to play into this Ram. I mean, we saw how much Dante Fanfan was doing on the Ram the last time we were at Murasaki.
If Danten Fan isn't on the Ram here, what does Danten Fan play? Is the big question.
That's true.
I mean, I'm not really sure. Maybe a Ryan. I mean, I'm not gonna say like a Reinhardt or something like out of the world, but what does Danten Fan play here? Because I don't think we've seen anything else really be played.
In their match, their semi-finals match against Florida Gayhem, we did see them opt to play on the ball instead, which was actually putting in a lot of work, but that was on Esperanza instead. So I don't really know how good the ball is going to be on this map in particular. I mean, they seem to dismantle that ball pretty much instantly.
Yes.
Last on Samoa.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see like what the logic is going to be here, but we'll see. All right, we're going in.
So we are heading into Runasapi. This is all for nothing. Agave Artemis have to win this map to stay in the series, to stay in the tournament, to potentially move on to lower finals. But we'll see. We'll see if they've got it in them. I mean, with the way that they've been performing, they definitely have the potential. They seem to keep having a slow start when it comes to these matches, and I really don't think you can afford that. When against an opponent as good as this.
Especially on these like maps like Runasape, where if you take a little bit of time to warm up into the map, it could snowball really easily. Runasape is well known for being fully capped quite quickly, but on the other hand, it's also the type of map where you could definitely slow play it out over time. But I think these first few fights, probably the first 2 or 3 fights, is probably going to decide who's going to win this map. Depending on who wins the first fight, gets the most ult charge, and then you have the most cart space, and it's going to keep going. But I'm interested to see how this Zarya versus D.Va matchup goes here.
Yeah, both teams are opting to go for more of a brawly comp, as well as Minky and Boop sticking on that pharmacy. We'll see if that's going to work in their favor. I mean, against a Zarya and Genji, I feel like it's a pretty good pick. You just really need to be careful of Daniel Mix on this Emery, who's going to be doing a lot of damage. Instantly going to be trading onto this high ground. Minky just spamming rockets into the backline of Misclickers. This Karma's getting really aggressive here. He's going to instantly demeg Dante Fanfan. Yotsuba showing the Zarya counter onto the Diva is just a way too powerful. Karma going to be trying to assassinate Booth, and Minky here is going to be successful in his endeavor.
Yeah, I think when you get to these final fights, you have so much resources onto this Pharah to try and win something out that you kind of just forget that Yotsuba can just hold W into the Diva, and the Diva can't really do anything about the beam. So we're gonna need to see something from Nox and Minky here to try and even out the playing field with damage.
Yeah, I know that Kiryu is such a good pick, but I would really like to see some more of that Nox Wu Yang. It was just so good the last time we were on Rune and Sappy getting pick after pick, and especially into the Zarya, it'd be really nice, but going to be getting a forward spawn already for the side of Misclick as they are pushing in. This is a almost full charge Yatsuba. It's going to be very scary to the Diva. Looks like some switches are going to be made. We're going to be going onto the Vendetta instead. Still going to be sticking onto the Mercy though. Emery from Vexy as well. Going to be matching this as we are going to be switching on to the Lucio, Kiri, and the Zarya match. Going to be instantly going in. The Vendetta trying to get a little bit of damage off onto the front line. If they can just pick one of these characters early, it'd be so nice for the team. It's kind of just Karma versus Vendetta, but Dante Fanfan melts Karma at the same time though. Kama King takes out Minky. That's both of the flankers are down, and now it's just a core 4v4. Daniel Mix going to be going into the sky with this override protocol. Looks like Dante Fanfan is going to be trying to kite away from it, but did not kite far enough as it's going to be able to find Nox as well.
Yeah, I think this fundamental shift of how this team is playing is kind of not necessarily backfiring, but seems just kind of like pulled out of the scope. The Vendetta is used to be bubbled in and take space, but it seems like the team's like playing a little scared, not really sure what they're doing quite yet.
Yep, Continue Rush is going to be coming in as well as that grab. Override Protocol in response, trying to put as much damage out as possible, trying to stop the push. The onslaught from Misclick or Karma is going to shut that down. And Misclick already approaching the end goal. This could already be over. We are seeing that the stall switches already happening. Dragon Blade is going to be able to take down Mux, Dante, Fanfan, and Vixie. Are going to be able to get the touch here as Minky is going to fall to the Dragon Blade as well. Dante Fanfan trying to get a pick, but has to get off the point to do so, and Karma gets a 4K. Sound barrier going to be coming out from Gale as well, and it's already over. You were right. It really did come down to whoever won the first couple of fights.
Yeah, Runasape, known for being either a long slugfest or a quick type of map, and it shows that last map was a long slugfest and this one was a short one. But I think maybe there has to be some type of ideas going back to the drawing board, because like the pharmacy wasn't working out, and it seemed like the whole team was just kind of lost and not knowing where to go.
Yeah, it does really feel like once they get off this like core pharmacy that they rely so much on, they start to really struggle trying to find their place in the match. Obviously trying to match the comp, it almost worked, but Karma was just getting so many picks, so much value with that Dragon Blade that in the end they just snowballed into victory. Who's your MVP, Bill? This is your last cast of the day, so
my last to pick. I think I'm gonna go for. I think I have to go for Karma. Karma displayed very consistently on the flex DPS, showing winning the flank battles, matching the pharmacy, able to adapt back to normal team play without the pharmacy, and then going back to being able to mark the flank very effectively with it, and being able to trade out the backline. So I think
I'll definitely have to agree. I am very surprised that Karma was able to get the picks onto the pharmacy as a Genji, but I guess anything can happen, right?
Yeah,
well, thank you so much, Bill. It has been a pleasure to cast with you. I'm sure the stream has enjoyed it. but unfortunately we are going to be ending here. But do stick around as we have the winners finals coming up next. This will decide who moves on to the grand finals and claims their spot, but that will be coming up in about 23 minutes. So for now, bye-bye.
Thank you.
What are we waiting for?
What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for?
got nothing left to lose. Oh, so I'll keep waiting for you. It's the only thing that I can do to keep my composure. Oh, I need you closer. I want you and only you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Try to be honest, I'm not good at letting down my guard. I really want it. For you, I was running in the dark. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without, I can't live without you. I want you and only you. I got nothing left to lose. Oh, so I'll keep waiting for you. It's the only thing that I can do to keep my composure. Oh, I need you closer. I want you and only you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
and welcome back. We are in winners of finals. They are fighting for a place, for a spot in that grand finals where they can sit comfortably and wait for their opponent to get up to them. But we've had a little bit of a caster change up, and I am joined by the lovely Stella Bell.
Hello, everybody. I'm super excited to be here and cast this game with Luna.
Yep, she is our Overwatch director. She's the one that made this whole tournament come together. So if you are having a good time playing or watching, she is the one to thank.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
But would you like to say a little bit about the map that we're going to?
All right. So we're heading to Ilios. It is my knowledge that we have seen Ilios a lot this series. A lot of dive has been played on this map. I believe we've seen Wrecking Ball, we've seen Monkey, just a whole variety of tanks here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a D.Va come out from either side. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Wrecking Ball. What are our bans going into this map?
It is going to be a Cassidy for the side of Florida Gayhem and a Lucio for the side of OK State.
It seems like with the Cassidy, we're kind of shutting down any kind of flyer defense system, so I expect to see maybe some Pharah here. Without the Lucio, though, it's really going to slow down the tempo for both of these teams, so we might be looking at maybe more of a poke dive kind of comp from either side. So this will be interesting to see.
Or they just prove you wrong and run Juno.
True, they could run a Juno, though I believe that's less consistent speed. So I wouldn't expect any hard hits or anything. I do expect a lot of poke here, especially if we do end up seeing a Pharah.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I prefer to see a Pharah or an Echo here. We haven't really seen much Echo being played, actually.
I think maybe Vanity. If I'm remembering correctly, Vanity is the DPS player. I believe they play a lot of Echo.
Oh, so we might be seeing it then. I know
We may be seeing an Echo.
I haven't really seen too much of OK State, whereas Florida Gayhem, on the other hand, I have seen a lot. Actually, no, I have seen OK State. I don't know what I'm talking about. Tail has been on this Bastion pretty much every single map. Every time that it hasn't been banned, he's just insta-locking the Bastion and rolling them down.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, he has really got the mastery of this character down. We are going to be heading over to Lighthouse here, and do you like these comps that we're looking at?
I do. So on the side of, oh my gosh, who's on the right side?
Florida Gayhem's on the right.
We got Florida Gayhem on the Echo and Monkey, so we are going to be seeing that Juno, like you said, and we've got the Echo. So they're gonna be a lot more pokey, for sure.
Yep, and we've got the
other
class.
side, we've got that Bastion jetpack cat. I believe this will be the second time we've seen it in
On
this
this
entire
map
tournament.
as well. This exact map.
Yes.
Yeah, we saw Hamster running it last time. Let's see if Florida Gayhem are able to do the same. It does look like we're going to be seeing a D.Va into a Monkey here. I do kind of like this matchup. Obviously not going to be able to eat much of those Monkey bullets, but pump a lot of damage into his face, and no one is really on the point right now. It looks like Florida Gayhem are the ones to first contest it, as Vibes is going to instantly wipe out Virtue, but Vanity managed to get a trade onto Joking Lizard. Tail is going to find Semi-Confused, and Tail's going to find Vanity. Tail is doing what Tail does best, just wiping them off the map, and I'm a little bit surprised that we aren't seeing a cap just yet. Looks like Watt's going to clean up the kills as Vibes caps the point.
The classic forget the objective game. You just play for picks. Objective does not exist. I'm not surprised to see this D.Va comp coming up on top. They've got a strong counter against that Echo. Their Tracer just swapped into Emery. It looks like they weren't able to find an angle at all under their team. So hopefully he's going to be able to get something done with a little bit more range on this D.Va.
I feel like it's really hard to play dive into D.Va, as she's just so good at peeling for her backline. Obviously, Walk extremely good on it, and Jetpack Cat Joking Lizard's just gonna wipe Virtue off the map pretty much instantly. As soon as that Echo peaked, Joking Lizard was going straight for their head. It looks like Walk is gonna be sitting in there taking out Mini Carter. The Juno being wiped out as Semi-Confused is getting hacked. Is gonna be able to get out of it for now as Harplooper manages to trade Vibes, and this is a really good trade as now now the most like powerful DPS that they have. This vibe on the Sombra is gonna have to walk all the way back from spawn. It does look like they still have control of the fight right now. It's like Half Luther is trying to get the Jetpack Cat off the high ground, but almost jokingly and boot them off, as we're going to be seeing Tail using this artillery cannon to try and pump some damage in. They are going to be able to escape for it for now, as Vanity is getting really aggressive onto Tail, but almost pays the price of it as Virtue finds the fight once again. Jokingly does manage to trade out, semi-confused. The Kitsune Rush is going to be coming in, trying to win the fight as Warp is taking names, kill after kill after kill, as Tail is going to finish it out with the Emery. Sticky little back cap from Virtue, but it's not going to last too long.
Well, we laugh about this cat pick, but it's stalling point, it's going for those dives, it's able to heal up the back line and the front line all at the same time. It's wearing so many hats all at once, and so that's what I think is really the big success here. Oh my,
Wait! Oh! Wait, is he gonna live with the rampage? Oh my god, he does! And he takes Joking Lizard out as well! It looks like self-destruct is gonna be coming out, slams down onto Virtuous. Hopefully is gonna be able to get vibes out of the fight as well. This is currently a winning fight from Florida Gayhem. Vanity is going to be using this override protocol. They need to make something happen and need to make it happen now. Joker Lizard already back into the fight, going to be taking out Vanity, the master cat of the skies, as Locke finds Mini Carter once again, and now it's just up to Harp, Luther, and Virtue, but it's not going to be enough as a victory. EMP and Amplifier is going to come out. I'm personally a Jetpack Cat fan. I think everyone should be playing it.
I'm actually kind of speechless. We were talking about that Jetpack Cat being so, you know, just productive, and then it kind of kills itself off the edge of the map.
Yeah,
So, that was such a scrappy last fight. Harp Luther had to pop that primal just to survive, and then I don't know, just OK State was just able to survive, able to stay in that fight. They weren't able to prevent the point flipping, but it didn't matter. They were just able to survive and come back and get the picks that they needed to flip it back.
Yeah, it does feel like Florida Gayhem are really struggling to find their footing in this match. 100-7 on the first point. We do know that they are one of the teams that has quite a slow start, so we'll see if this Orisa and Break switch and Tracer switch is going to be able to win them the round.
This is very interesting. They're opting to play a little bit slower with that Orisa and that Brig, but they still have Tracer and Echo and Kiri, which all want to play very angled and very pokey. So I'm interested to see how they're playing this.
Yeah, it feels like they're playing sort of a hybrid comp with this bunker as well as the dive. I mean, I kind of like it, split off the enemy team, but I don't think OK State are really going to fall for it. Hopefully they're getting scarily low, though, as Florida Gayhem are the ones that are going to start capping the point first, and it looks like OK State are just going to let them have it. They are still a little bit split. Joking Lizard just kind of causing a little bit of chaos in the backline. Looks like Tail is going to be using this form switch, try and get a little bit of damage off Virtue, going to be trying to take them out. They are going to cap the point as Half Luther does not touch it in time, but no kills have happened yet. This is such a slow fight, Stella. I'm a bit perplexed. I'm used to these fights being over in about 2 seconds.
And yet both teams both have 10% on the point. So we see OK State just taking this up. I think a longer fight really benefits them, especially if they're just going to be given map or the control pick.
Oh, that is a Echo jumping off the map. Not something that I thought was even possible. It was Joking Lizard, the Jetpack Cat, to get the first pick in that fight.
And it looks like both teams are coming up with pretty much all ultimates. We see OK State coming back on the Bastion. They've seen a lot of success with it. They're right back on it. But it looks like Echo's got her ult first.
Oh my god.
But Joking Lizard, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is the anti-air cat, not allowing Virtue to get any space, any pressure. He's looking for more. He wants to get Mini Carter as well. Not going to be able to find the pick in time, though. His Tail is going to find Vanity on the backline, and they are just pushed so far up, just doing whatever they want. Mini Carter is semi-confused, and Harp Luther are just trying to make something happen. Virtue needs to watch the skies as the Jetpack Cat is instantly back onto them again. Joking Lizard is going to find it yet again, as Vibes is going to use that EMP. Vanity is
going to be able to take them out as Rally is going to be coming out. Catnap isn't going to find any success though, as JLo is going to find a Vanity, and it looks like they need to make this fight happen. They want to commit to it. They do have a pick, but it is a 3v4 going into this. And this Jetpack Cat is just causing so much chaos. They just can't really do anything. Vanity is already back as the Terror Surge isn't going to be able to find anything. Amplifier going to be pumping a lot of damage, especially with Tail on the Bastion. Looks like we're going to be seeing a copy onto the back here. Try and get that Amplifier out, but I don't think it really matters that much, as finally Florida Gayhem are going to win a fight.
This was a very expensive fight for Florida Gayhem. They used up 4 ultimates just for the point flip. And all they've got left is this Kitsune Rush into a Bastion ult, which immediately shuts that down. They've got Diva Bomb, which can just basically act as a second life. I don't know how they're gonna hold this.
I don't know either. Like you said, they just committed so much to that fight. The desperation really getting the better of them. JLo is going to be able to find Vanti, and it's the supports that are always getting the entry. Frag Series Fail is going to be able to find Semi-Confused. The Continue Rush is not going to be rushing them to safety as Vibes finds Mini Carter. Now it's all up to Harp Lufa yet again, who does find the Bastion, but it's a little bit of a lost Orisa as they're nowhere near point. Looks like the self-destruct is going to be coming out to try and take down that Orisa as Vanity trying to do whatever they can to keep this alive, but I think OK Stay have got this map in the bag. Virtue is still trying to stall it, trying to make anything happen, trying to wait, buy time for their team to get back. Catnap is going to be coming out, doesn't find anything yet again, but it doesn't matter as OK Stay win map 1. Oh my god, Stella, what a dominant map.
Yeah, that was really fun to see. That cat getting so much value, just able to dive other characters, able to survive dives, help the other team live. This, of course, the cat falling off of the edge of the map, iconic. But also a little underrated is JLo surviving that dive by the Tracer. You know, getting that pick on the Tracer in that last fight, that I believe was the perfect opening for OK State to come back and take this point back from Florida Gayhem.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think that was just a Jetpack Cat masterclass right there. I was joking, Lizard just showing off a little bit. Yeah, and you have to think about it this way. The only reason he was on that Jetpack Cat was because Lucio got banned. So
yeah,
maybe
I
Lucio
wouldn't
ban
be
was a bit
surprised
of a
if they
mistake.
opt for that Jetpack Cat again. It was honestly perfect.
It was indeed. Claws were truly out. Sorry, I can make cat jokes all day.
Oh, that's wonderful. Let's keep doing it. Keep them up. Keep them up.
Keep them up. Keep them up.
All these funds, we need them.
Yeah, it looks like Florida Gayhem are in a hairy situation now.
Ah,
Map down.
you know that map totally colossum.
Kitty definitely has a claws. Florida. We are going to be going on to a Florida Gayhem map pick, and I'm just hoping it's anything other than Runasapi. Because that is all we've seen today.
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping for an Esperanza. I think that would look really good for OK State, and I believe that's what they prefer, especially with that Bastion pick. We saw them roll out on a cat a couple series ago. Ooh, it looks like we're getting Esperanza and a cat ban. Wow, they...
No more.
I think they completely expected OK State to just full send that cat onto Esperanza.
Yeah,
but
they really have thrown
interestingly
a
enough,
hairball into their plan. Sorry, I'm
No. We don't have to stop. I just gotta think of the next one, you know. But very interesting. They're keeping that Bastion open for OK State, which honestly I think is more scary than the cat.
Yeah, I think leaving Tail his Bastion is a big mistake, especially on a map like Esperanza, where he can just kind of do whatever he wants.
And we did see it, I believe it was a couple series ago, maybe yesterday, we saw that cat Bastion. They really do favor the Bastion here. So I think this is looking pretty good for OK State, but I'm interested to see their ban. I'm wondering if they're gonna go for maybe a monkey ban, maybe a diva.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a really bad, wasted ban, maybe, to get rid of that guy. I know that he was getting a lot of value, but Joking Lizard is primarily on the Lucio in these team comps.
Mhm.
We are going to be seeing a Tracer ban in response from Florida Gayhem. Sorry, from OK State. Don't really want to see Virtue on that Tracer at all. How'd you feel about the Tracer ban coming into this?
I think it's very smart. I wouldn't say that the Tracer was really being a pest. All I think it took was JLo turning around for a couple seconds to get rid of that Tracer in that backline. But I think it does open up a lot of doors for JLo and that Bastion to not have to turn around so often. So I do think that will be very helpful for them going into this map.
Yeah, what kind of comp would you like to see to counter this Bastion?
To counter the Bastion, I mean, this is primarily a dive map. Honestly, I just want them to see them. I just want them to bait out the Bastion form, his turret form, and then go in. I think they're trying to play this entirely too fast and allowing that Bastion to get just tons and tons of damage and value on their team. I think they need to slow it down and play it more in cycles.
If you get out that form, it is definitely going to be your turn to start pushing in. You have to just respect their turn of the fight when he's using that form, as it's kind of something that can't really be countered. There's not really any counter play. It's just way too much damage, way too much pressure. Just kite away from it and then take the fight once it's done.
Exactly. The problem that we're seeing is that they're peeking. The Bastion uses that form, and then he gets a lot of damage, which forces out a lot of cooldowns from the other side. And then what do? They'd have to wait for the cooldowns. But if you wait too long, Bastion gets his form back. So I want to see them play slower so that they're not forcing those cooldowns as fast.
Yep, that's probably the best idea, and they kind of have the comp to do it when you think about it. That Monkey going to be able to jump in and out as much as he can, and Mini Carter just using the Lucio to just speed his team around, get a little bit of value in and out, especially when that Bastion uses the form. You can kind of just speed your entire team away, and that is just a free. I'm not sure if it's worth that cooldown, but I mean, we'll see.
I'm kind of intrigued to see the Sojourn versus Emery here. Sojourn has been very, very strong in the past, but Emery is kind of the up and coming, you know? So I'm interested to see who wins in this matchup.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more Emery than Sojourn in this tournament in general. It seems like he is the more meta pick. I think it's mainly due to his ultimate being a lot better than hers, as the overclock can kind of, like, it's hard to get value on that. Harp Luther getting scarily low, already has to jump away. He's getting chased down by Wok, who's actually going to get demexed, maybe getting a little bit aggressive for that pick onto Harp Luther, and now that is a baby Diva just waddling around and trying to do whatever she can. Vibes is going to be able to take down Semi-Confused, and Tail finds Vanity. Virtue manages to get the trade onto Tail, so it is 3v4 right now, but that baby Diva needs to die before she gets her mech back, which she's getting scarily close to. Almost a couple percent away. Is definitely going to be able to get it back before they take her out. As Harp Luther's going to be able to find Joking Lizard though, and it looks like Wok is already extremely low. They're going to have to use that Suzu to keep him alive, but they do manage to find Virtue in the brawl, in the whole little fight just going in everywhere. Wok still just dancing around this cart. Vanity and Harp Luther trying to make anything happen here, trying to push them back. Fortunately for Florida Gayhem, OK State wasn't really able to push it very far. Still quite a lot remaining as Harp Luther is going to be jumping in yet again. The whole team is back, and it's exactly back to where we started. Wok going to be diving into Harp Luther, trying to get a lot of damage off. Hack is going to be going on to Harp Luther, forcing that Monkey out as he jumps back in instantly. They really want this Diva, but looks like Mini Carter is going to be dying for it. But that is a trade of Lucios, as both Lucios are going to fall, but Vibes managed to get the flank on to Vanity, and that is a losing fight yet again. Vibes is just doing so much for OK State, as now it's kind of just up to Harp Luther and Vanity. I think they're just gonna back off.
Yeah, this is very interesting to see, and this is something that we've seen a lot from OK State. They're getting picked off early, but they're just more disciplined than Florida Gayhem. Florida Gayhem just pushing their luck, always going in. they're not really waiting. They're not playing slow. When they have that advantage, they just keep pushing, and it's killing them here.
Yep. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out from a J-Lo, maybe a little bit early, not really able to get any value. Virtue is going to be using that copy to copy the Diva, trying to get that self-destruct up as the EMP finds 3, but Vanity instantly takes out Vibes as Emery, the tail, needs to use this override protocol to get more value, but he's not going to be able to get it as Mini Carter survives on 1 health, and now the cart is being pushed back for the side of Florida Gayhem as the Suzu is not able to save or walk and actually going to end in J-Lo's death. Vibes trying to get a cheeky little frag on the way out, but it's actually going to get him staggered even further.
Yeah, I think Florida Gayhem just need to play it a little bit slower. They're getting picks with their Soj, but then they just push out of the Soj's LOS, you know, out of her line of sight. And so she's not able to follow up on the second half of the fight, and that's where it really matters.
Really bad early pick for Vibes. Manages to find Virtue, getting a little bit too aggressive here as they're going to have to use the Sound Barrier to keep them alive for the time being. Heart is still in their possession as it is slowly going to be pushed back as Primal is being used by Harp Roofer to no avail though. Not going to be able to find anything. Tail though getting very low, being chased down by Harp Roofer and Mini Carter. They're able to get that pick before OK State gets a pick back onto them. As it looks like Semi-Confused is just kind of chilling in the backline here. Walk is going to be able to spot that Kiriko out of position, but Harp Lufa finds J-Lo before they're able to really do anything about it. And the bot, meanwhile, this entire time has just been pushing the opposite direction, finally back in Florida Gayhem's control.
Yeah, OK State is really good at playing this point. Like, imagine if they weren't playing the point and it was still up. Florida Gayhem would just be ahead of them right now.
Yep, yet again. It looks like OK State is going to get the first pick of the fight as Mini Carter is going to be taken out. Walk manages to find Vanity as well, but Choking Lizard is out. That means there is no sound barrier up and available for OK State. I don't think they really mind too much that Lucio is going to be back in the fight very soon. Walk getting scarily low though is going to take Virtue out yet again. Baby Diva is going to be forced, although they use the self-destruct just to get that health bar back up to full, so it isn't actually really going to matter.
Yeah, they are just perfect on this aggression. Perfect with when to go in and when to back out.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush is going to be used by Semi-Confused, but the entirety of OK State just kites it perfectly. As they're going to be using the sound barrier from Joking Lizard to try and get this push back in. Emery is going to be copied by Virtue. This means that they can get a really valuable ult out if they are able to get it before they get taken out. Overclock being used by Vanity instantly manages to take out J-Lo. Tail is soon to follow, and oh my god, Vanity is just wiping them out. They're going to be able to use the Echo Ultimate, although it does end before he's able to get any value with it as Walk finds Semi-Confused, and this fight was looking so good for Florida Gayhem, but all of a sudden it's turned on its head as Vibes manages to find Virtue as well. Now it's just Harp Lufa by himself, the lone monkey. They are going to push the car a little bit, stagger it as Vibes manages to find Vanity, and Mini Carter is just going to be trying to taxi Harp Lufa back to safety. It looks like Harp Lufa is going to pop that Primal just to keep the point capped for a little bit longer. They don't really want, he wants to buy as much time as he can for his team to get back. Mini Carter needs to be careful though as Walk is on the aggressive. Walk is almost taking him out, but Harp Lufa is able to get out just in time though. Mini Carter going to be speeding Semi-Confused out, but not fast enough. Joking Lizard was faster. Vanity though, scarily low. Virtue on this high ground, trying to get a little bit of a pick off. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out from J-Lo, and I think the Florida Gayhem are just going to use this to kite, but I think that works in the favor of OK State as they cap the forward spawn.
If we look, 4 ultimates were used on the side of Florida Gayhem here. And if we look, OK State still has 4 of them up their sleeve. It's looking really good for them. This discipline is working out in their favor. They're able to counter this monkey. It's not looking great for Florida Gayhem.
Going to be coming out from Mini Carter. They want to take this fight really early. They want to win it. Override Protocol is going to be coming out as well from Tail. Not really able to find any picks right now. Vibes is going to say, nope, I'm the Sombra player. You cannot match me. I will win this duel every single day of the week as he takes out Vanity. And now it's just Mini Carter and Heart Reaper left alive, trying to make anything happen. Although, while this all is happening, the cart has not been pushed as Walk finally gets on it.
Ooh, the Sombra getting scouted early. Looks like they're gonna go for an EMP here. I really want to see them EMP as the monkey is going in and just burn him down. They've got a lot of tools at their disposal here. If the Sombra doesn't die early.
Sombra is definitely not going to die. It's actually going to get the pick onto Semi-Confused, although Virtue manages to find them out. No EMP for OK State, but looks like Tail and Walk got a little bit of revenge there as Vanity is now on the aggressive, trying to take out Walk out of the fight early, but Walk is actually going to be able to find Mini Carter. It's not him that's being pushed, he's pushing them. And the Fox forces Florida Gayhem back to spawn once again.
They're getting really close to Florida Gayhem spawn here, and Florida actually has some ultimates up their sleeve.
That was an EMP onto Joking Lizard, and Joking Lizard won the 1v1. You solo ult, you gotta win that 1v1, as Vibe is gonna show you what an EMP should look like as they wipe the floor with Florida Gayhem. Is just up to Harp Lufa once again as Virtue gets a remake kill onto Tail. I did not think I would be seeing that today, but looks like Vibe is gonna be trying to get J-Lo very low. Mini Carter gonna be hacked, he's gonna be forced to walk and run away yet again, getting scarily low there, and they find still on the offensive. We're gonna be seeing a semi-confused Kitsune rush here. Walk escaping barely with his life. The mech is still active and available, getting healed up from J-Lo, and Joking Lizard has this sound barrier ready, gonna be using it. Unfortunately though, it doesn't get tailed, which means that Tail is going to be very low. Kind of a wasted sound barrier when you think about it, although Watt is going to be able to take out Semi-Confused. Not really too sure what Semi-Confused was doing there. A little bit far. I think they thought they were on OK State's team for a little bit, but Virtue is going to be taken out, and Joking Lizard finds a 2K, and we are seeing why this Jetpack Cat ban might not have been necessary, as he is so good on this Lucio. He is happy to play whichever support you allow through, and up to Vanity and Harp Lufa. Unfortunately not going to be enough as they'll force back to spawn once again.
Wow, so many ults used on both sides, and yet OK State still coming in just ahead, and they're just able to snowball and turn this into their favor.
Yep, it looks like they're going to be using that override protocol to try and get a kill, but Vanity is able to use the virus to take them out mid-air. Mini Carter going to be able to take down Vibes as well. There is no DPS left alive, but OK State, they need to clean this up. They can't afford to get picked here. There is Vanity getting scarily low. Virtue able to get out just in the nick of time, and now we are on to overtime. Florida Gayhem have so far to push it, but we are used to seeing them in this clutch position. We are used to them winning when it does really matter, but they can't afford a single fight loss.
I mean, I've seen a push all the way from here before, so it's definitely possible. They just need to play extremely disciplined. They're coming in here with ultimate advantage, so I really want to see them play smart with their ultimates and stagger them out. Use this EMP to win a fight. If they can win a fight just with EMP, they've got a real good shot of winning this.
Yeah, they need to shut down Vibes before he gets his EMP, and Watt takes out Semi-Confused. Vanity is going to fall as well. They're going to use that sound barrier. EMP comes out just to wipe the shields off of their faces, and it looks like it's already over. Overtime is clicking down. Walk is pushing the card. Kitsune Rush is just rushing them towards victory. And Stella, I believe you just cast a custom.
Wow, wow. OK State just played that perfectly. They just held control onto the tempo the entire time. They never looked like they were out of control, even when they were down picks, even when their supports, you know, were getting picked off first by that Sojourn. It just didn't matter. Walk was able to just play his life with his DPS, and they were able to turn it back around every single time.
Yeah, Vibes getting the entry frag almost every single fight. I mean, Vibes was just doing so much. We've seen how good a Sombra is. Honestly, I think a Sombra ban could have been the way to go here, is he just kind of does whatever he wants. But it is that time. Which player gets your MVP, Stella?
Ooh, I honestly think it's gotta be Joking Lizard. I think it's gotta be Joking Lizard. With that cat play, with the Lucio play, I think he's just always there, you know? I think he's always solid. No matter what we see him on, I think he's just always at the top of his game.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to completely agree with you. Not only because I'm a support player, but because, like you said, he got so much value on both the Lucio and the Jetpack Cat. Virtue was just not able to play the game on that first map. The Joking Lizard was just running towards them, claws out, taking that Echo out of the sky. But unfortunately, that is going to spell the end of our winners finals. A very quick match indeed. I expected it to go on a little bit longer, maybe the first map 3 that I have seen, but it will not be happening. But we'll be going on a short 25-minute break. And up next, we do have losers of finals. It's going to be Florida Gayhem versus Misclick, fighting for a chance to go against OK State in that grand finals and take home the $200. But for now, bye-bye!
Try to be honest, I'm not good at letting down my guard. I really want it. Before you, I was running in the dark. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without, I can't live without you. I want you and only you. I got nothing left to lose. Oh, so I'll keep waiting for you. It's the only thing that I can do to keep my composure. Oh, I need you closer. I want you and only you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Try to be honest, I'm not good at letting down my guard. I really want it. Before you, I was running in the dark. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without, I can't live without you. I want you and only you. I got nothing left to lose. Oh, so I'll keep waiting for you. It's the only thing that I can do to keep my composure. Oh, I need you closer. I want you and only you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without, I can't live without you.
everybody, welcome back. We are in lower finals. Florida Gayhem versus Misclick, fighting for a chance to go into grand finals and face OK State for the chance to win those $200. And up first, we'll be heading over to Lee Jean Tower.
Yeah, this is looking like a really exciting series. I mean, last series, or I guess last match, we saw Florida Gayhem kind of losing against OK State, but I think Misclick will be a really good matchup for them. It looks like we've got a Ram ban on the side of Misclick and an Emery ban on the side of Florida Gayhem, so it looks like they're wanting to kind of speed the game up. We've got no Ram on the board. Emery, kind of that OP, DPS that we've been seeing these past few maps, just out of the game. So I think this will be a very close-up kind of fight for both teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, with the Emery being out, that makes Sojourn a lot more viable. Same with the Farah and the Echo. We saw that Karma really likes to run these flyers, Echo and Farah especially. Obviously, this is just waiting for players. They're not actually going to pick those characters, guys. It's a little bit of a bait. Yeah, I'd be surprised if we see a Mizuki. Honestly, we saw him a lot more than I thought.
I actually wasn't expecting to see Mizuki at all.
Same. I didn't do any research into what he does. But I learned my lesson. I did some research last night, so I'm caught up a little bit.
Good.
Okay. I didn't even know his name on
still learn Overwatch 2 characters.
Hey, I stopped playing when who was it? I think it was Wu Young was released. That's when I stopped playing.
That was in Overwatch 2.
Yeah, I told you I played a little bit of Overwatch 2.
Oh, a little bit. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I played OWCS in season 2, 3, I think.
Oh wow. Very impressive.
Whenever Runasapi was added.
Yeah. Alright, looks like we've got a Sim TP on both sides, and we've got that Sojourn. I'm interested to see the matchup between the D.Va and the Orisa. I think the Orisa might win this out, simply because she can just outlive the D.Va.
We are seeing Karma switch onto that classic Farah going against Virtue's Echo. Stella, who usually wins the flyer battle between these two?
It's definitely got to be Echo. Echo can get right up close into you, and Farah has to deal with those large, bulky, slow projectiles, whereas Echo has got those really fast, tiny projectiles. So I think she's definitely favored here.
Yeah, Hot Lufa already forced to use that Fortify, already out of the fight pretty much very early. Daniel Mix, our MVP from last time, going to be putting a lot of damage in. Gale is going to be winning that Lucio 1v1 against Mini Carter, though, to get the first pick of the round. And now, down that Lucio, down that speed and that healing is going to be really, really problematic for Florida Gayhem, as Gale gets a double boop off the map. Oh my god, Gale! What a Lucio play.
Wow, very impressive coming from Gale, and I'm surprised to see this Farah getting as much value as she's getting, already at 40% ult charge. This Echo at 60, I mean, I think we're seeing the difference in flyers here.
We are indeed, but Virtue just really hasn't been able to get the value that he wants from this, and Hammer King being so much closer to that Kitsune brush is going to be a little bit scary for them to deal with. But Karma fights Hot Lufa off the map. Oh my god, guys, be careful near the edges, because they Misclick are happy to take you off.
Yeah, getting the Orisa out of the fight that early, that's just curtains for them. And we see Harp Luther immediately swapping off the Orisa. It's not going to work. I'm interested to see how they're running this monkey into the D.Va, though. Probably just wanting to get on top of that Sojourn. Sojourn seems to be causing a ton of problems.
Kitsune Rush going to be using from Kama King as D.Va gets pushed off the map, is able to save for now, and that is a very dead Vanity getting scarily low, but Semi-Confused is able to take down Karma. Yotsuba gets the trade back onto Semi-Confused, and oh my god, Hot Lufa finds Daniel. This is suddenly an even fight as they're going to be using the copy onto the D.Va. That is a very big alpha. Kama King going to be taken out by Virtue, and it looks like Hamalufa, Virtue, and Mini Carter able to clutch up this fight for Florida Gayhem, although it is still going on. That is still a very alive Yotsuba, and Karma takes out Mini Carter out of nowhere. Daniel Biggs coming back to the fight, fights Virtue, and Gale fight Semi-Confused. What was looking like a winning fight, but Florida Gayhem has just been turned on its head. Oh my god.
Wow, I really think Misclick played that really, really well. They were holding out to use their ultimates. I mean, we saw the Echo copy come out really early, and there was no response from Misclick immediately. They were able to just hold on to their ults and play slow.
It does force out the beat though in response. Vanity going to be able to get a pick onto Karma. This might be their chance to win it. There's a 5v4, but we've seen the Misclick do not care. Semi-Confused going to be using that Kitsune Rush to try and get anything done. They are going to be able to cap the point off it as Tsuba and the rest of his team backed away. That is going to be a baby Diva though. Kama King going to be taken out by Harp Lufa, but Karma is just spamming these rockets into their face, and they need to be careful because all it takes is one pick and Misclick will win the fight.
Yeah, it's looking like both teams are on pretty equal footing at the moment. Not a lot of ultimates on either side. Of course, we've got the baby Diva out of mech right now, but I really think Misclick are favored here. All they need to do is get one solid pick, and they're back in the winning in one fight.
Yep, indeed, it is on the 99%, 50% currently for Misclick as they are trying to get a sneaky little back cap by Karma. Gale needs to be careful as he is trying to boop them off the map. Karma getting fairly low though, getting poked out by Vanity, but Yotsuba is actually going to be the one to get the first pick, and Mini Carter falls off the map. That is a dead Lucio, and that's just going to be round one. Oh my god.
Yeah, Florida Gayhem really needed to kill that baby Diva to stall out the clock. I mean, there's just nothing they can do once that Diva's back in mech. I mean, all she needs is one more pick, and then they win. That's it. So
That's exactly what they did.
They really needed to play fast there. They really needed to punish Misclick for being out of mech.
I didn't see what happened, but Mini Carter definitely didn't mean to jump off the map.
Very unlucky. It looked like maybe he got stuck off one of the ledges and was just forced to jump off.
With no places to be booped off, it does look like Harp Lufa is going to be going back onto that Orisa. I'm going to be trying to do what he couldn't do in the first round. I mean, we saw how aggressive Harp Lufa is on this Orisa, how much he can get done. We're going to be seeing the fight into the white room pretty much instantly. Both of the tanks dueling for position of this high ground as it looks like Yotsuba's getting scary low. He's going to be able to get out for now, and Karma switch onto the Tracer off the Fire. Obviously, Flyer's not as good on this map. Mini Carter needs to be careful though. He's getting really low as the other two, Daniel and Gale, are just sitting on this high ground doing whatever they want, and we're gonna see what the value they get from that as Vanity instantly falls to Daniel. Looks like Yotsuba's gonna be able to find a Semi-Confused who was trying to go on a flank. I think he's a little bit confused which side was his spawn as he is gonna be taken out, but Mini Carter and Virtue managed to find Karma and Kama King, and all of a sudden it's a 3v3. This is very doable as Mini Carter finds Yotsuba as well, and oh my god, they are actually going to just cap the point back. I thought they lost.
Yeah, I mean, Misclick was just able to get the point control very, very early, and they're looking really good on their ultimates, but at the end of the day, Florida Gayhem just won the long fight, and that's exactly what they're trying to do with this Cassidy here, this Cassidy and Orisa swap. It's looking really good for them in the long fights.
Yeah, Virtue already really close to this full swap. If he can just get a stick onto someone and make sure that Yotsuba doesn't eat that, it's just a free kill. Probably going to be going quite early, but before they can do anything, Kama King is going to take out Vanity with the help of Gale. Daniel Mix getting a little bit low here as they just got control of the high ground. Yotsuba going to be finding Semi-Confused once again, and suddenly we're back into the exact same situation. Mini Carter, Virtue, and Harp Lufa trying to do what they can on the backline, trying to get the picks, but it looks like they're just completely split. Mini Carter is just on the other side from Harp Lufa, who is going to be taken out by Kama King and Vanity. Getting a little bit too close for comfort. Being able to get out for now though, as the self-destruct is just going to give them a nice little remake.
I mean, honestly, it's just looking really good for Misclick here. They're just balancing the point really, really well against Florida Gayhem. Florida Gayhem allowing that flip was just really detrimental to them. Misclick coming in with a lot of ults up on Florida Gayhem, so it's honestly favorable.
Yep, they're going to be using that Semi-Confused with the Kitsune Rush. Is going to be instantly pulse spawned by Karma. Kitsune Rush is used in response as well from Kama King. Mini Carter does manage to find Daniel, but it doesn't matter as Yotsuba and Gale are just on the offensive, using the longer Kitsune Rush to just deal tons of damage. And Harp Lufa and Virtue, they need to just die. They need to get back to spawn. The more they stall it, the less chance Florida Gayhem have of winning.
Wow, it's really unlucky that Florida Game couldn't get the flip there. I mean, anything they can do to stall this clock is really going to help them out, but it's just not looking good. Both support ults are down on their side, whereas Misclick is coming in with Sojol and B. So they're going to be able to stall this out at least to 99 if they're not able to win the fight outright.
Yeah, we do have this Terror Surge up and available. We haven't really seen much value from the Terror Surges so far. They're going to be connecting straight onto Kama King's Space. Karma getting fairly low though, still has recall under their belt. I don't think they're too worried about it though, as Overclock is going to be coming out from Daniel Mix. They know that this is the final fight. They know that if they win here, this is all going to be over, as Karma is going to be able to find Mini Carter. It looks like Terror Surge is going to be coming out, but it's not enough as Gale finds another boop off the map. Gonna be Vanity taken out, and Yotsuba just cleans up the fight, and a victory followed by a self-destruct to just add salt to the wound. Fireworks going off as Misclick win map.
Oh,
one.
Virtue needed to hit that pulse bomb onto the ulting Sojourn. It just all went downhill. They weren't able to get that pick first. I mean, at the end of the day, I think Florida Mayhem just played a little too slow. They needed to realize when they were up, when they were on advantage, and they just couldn't. And Misclick was able to just, you know, play at their own pace.
Overwatch? Hello? What was that? What was that play of the game right there? The D.Va did nothing. the Gale got a
classic
double
Overwatch play of the game.
Yeah, that's what you like to see, right?
Well, you see, the D.Va hit the spray afterwards, and that's why.
You know what? You're so right. That she did. We are going to be moving on to Florida Mayhem map pick, and I feel like they're really struggling today. This isn't the Florida Mayhem that we're used to.
Yeah, I mean, they're not playing to tempo. You know, I really want to see them speed up and, you know, press on these advantages that they've made. I mean, even last match against OK State, we saw them being really, really aggressive, almost too much so, and now this is just them playing just unaggressive.
Yeah,
just
we
not
know
even playing to that strength that they had last match.
Florida State really like to play with their aggression. Harp Luther usually just holds W, runs it down. It's the support's worst nightmare, but like you said, it seems that they've reined it in a little bit after that match against OK State, and it really is not working out for them.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just nerves getting in their head, or maybe they were told after last match to slow it down, but I really think they need to find a happy medium between what they did last match against OK State and what we just saw against Misclick. I mean, they really need to press the offensive at some times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do. I'm so used to Florida Mayhem just kind of doing whatever they want, just letting Harp Luther and Vanity just run down their backline, but I don't know. It must be the nerves, right? It's losers at finals. This is your last chance to make it back up into grand finals, and yeah, hopefully we see a little bit of a game change, a little bit of a change in style, as we are going to be seeing a D.Va ban for the side of Florida Mayhem. They don't want to see Yotsubu doing what he does best. I mean, he was walking all over them last map, to be fair.
He was playing very, very aggressive, even against an Orisa, you know. I mean, I feel like you can't see a D.Va just walk straight in past an Orisa and annihilate the other team, but that's exactly what they were allowing that D.Va to do. So I think it's a wise ban, but I think Misclick has more up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Yotsuba's hero pool. He really does have a mastery of almost every tank, it feels. He was switching onto the Orisa, onto the Hazard, just all these different picks, onto the Zarya as well. We saw him a couple maps ago, so I don't think he's gonna be too phased from this pick, but it's kind of all for nothing. Florida Mayhem need to win this map, need to take us to the first map 3 of the tournament that I've seen, but I don't know, Misclick is such a strong team, so consistent with their plays.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem has just been a little inconsistent, but I really think they can bring it back on Esperanza. They just need to play a little bit faster. That's all they need. So I'm hoping this D.Va ban can give them the momentum they need to bring it back.
Yeah, we aren't going to be seeing a Surge ban from the side of Misclicks. How'd you feel about that one?
Very interesting, but it does open up that Emery. I mean, we did see the Soj last map. It was very detrimental to them, but I mean, I think Emery is just going to be as strong of a threat to them, if not more so. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Emery, even throughout the entire weekend. We've just seen how oppressive he can be. So I think they're gonna have to find something that can answer it, especially if they don't have that D.Va open to them. They're gonna have to answer the Emery.
How about an Emery? Does that answer the Emery?
I believe an Emery does answer for the Emery.
I mean, yeah, Daniel Mix has been showing off on the Emery, it feels. I think he's a lot more confident on the Emery than he is in the Sojourn. Maybe that's why they decided to ban the Sojourn. I don't know, I feel like Sojourn is just so out of place in the meta with Emery being available that maybe it was a wasted ban. You could have maybe targeted one of the supports or the tank. Obviously, sorry, not the tank, or one of the other DPS, maybe get the Tracer out of there. But, I mean, we'll see how it unfolds.
I wonder if Misclick is just more comfortable with that Emery, but they're not so comfortable going against the Soj. I wonder if that's what they're thinking here. Is that if they don't have to play Emery into Soj, then they can just do the Emery versus Emery and win out the 1v1.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we'll see what happens here. I do kind of like the starting one. I would love to see a Jetpack Cat.
Jetpack Reinhardt versus a Mauga. A
Mauga
Torbjorn.
Torb.
Initiating match.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see. I mean, Florida Mayhem, they need to mix it up a little bit here. They are making Florida Mayhem look bad. I actually don't know how Florida Mayhem have been doing in the WCS recently, but
Florida Mayhem?
yeah. Do they not exist anymore?
I don't think they exist anymore, actually.
Oh. Oh yeah, they do like actual org teams now. It's not the
Yeah.
the old WD. See, I'm still stuck in Overwatch 1. Shanghai Dragons.
I think the only Overwatch League team left is Dallas Fuel, but I could be wrong on that. I could be very wrong.
That's kind of crazy.
Yes, burn blue.
Shanghai
Big
Dragons,
Dallas
my
fan
goat.
myself.
Who do you support in the OWCS?
Dallas Fuel.
Dallas Fuel? Fair enough.
Yep.
I'm a bit of a Nightmare fan myself.
Actually,
or Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, Crazy Raccoons? Yeah.
Yeah.
I like them. They play ball, so I like them.
After they left the Ignite scene, I've just been kind of following them on Overwatch, but we are seeing the Mauga being played from Yotsuba, getting scared low already. Hardblufer is on this monkey, trying to cause a little bit of chaos in the backline. It's going to be forced out very early. The Solari turret is kind of healing up. No one's really taking it out yet, and it does look like Misclick are going to get first control of the point. The team is very split right now, though, which allows Hardblufer just to jump on to Daniel Mix. Maybe using that electricity to try and do a little bit of damage, but I think right now he's just tickling him a little bit. Not really too much as Mauga get a very aggressive charge in as Karma manages to take out Mini Kanta. That's Larry out of the fight. Virtue, though, finds Daniel Mix. That is the DPS that Misclick rely on to carry. Now it's just up to Karma to try and make something happen. Yotsuba, though, on the backline. This is a Mauga that is diving in. That is something that you should be terrified of.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Hardblufer just turn around and swap upon seeing that Mauga. I mean, I don't find a way that Monkey is able to get in behind the Mauga and kill the backline. I mean, even now, there's just so much pressure on that Monkey. He's just not able to get anything done.
Oh my god, Vanity early pick though on to Gale as we are seeing Mini Kanta switch onto the Wuyong. We've seen Wuyong do so much. Nox really good on this pick in particular. Hardblufer going to be able to find Hammer King as well. That is no supports left alive. They are going to be able to get the forward spawn, and Yotsuba's just sneakily sitting in the corner. I'm very surprised that no one saw the refrigerator, but There we are.
I'm so surprised that Miscook was able to get that forward spawn.
Sorry, they just left the bot there. Guys, no, it's still guys.
The objective.
The objective, guys, please.
The objective.
We are finally pushing it.
I mean, Miscook is coming into this with just 3, 4 ults almost online, almost 5, and then Florida Gayhem just. I mean, they're matching them almost, but I think Miscook just has the edge here, especially with Kitsu and Cage coming up really fast.
Yep. That being said, they are going to be using the Kitsune Rush in, responded with the Override Protocol, and they are just going to be kiting the Kitsune Rush and being able to take out Karma in the fight of it. And Mauga, now Yatsubu stuck in the middle of the entirety of Florida Gayhem, is able to use that charge to get out, but this is now a 5v4. Karma not going to be in the fight for quite a while. Daniel Mix does get killed by Semi-Confused as well, and they're just doing this so well, capitalizing off the misplacements. Any tiny mistake that these DPS are making, they are instantly wiping them out. Oh my god, Kitsune Rush instantly used from Semi-Confused. I'm not really too sure. Maybe they just really want to confirm this forward spawn. Cage Fight is going to be used to take out Virtue, though, as Mauga Subu is going to be pushing in. He does not want to allow them to get this forward spawn. They are going to be using the Wu Yang ultimate to get a little bit of damage onto the Mauga, but it's not going to be enough. They do finally take him out, but not before the rest of Misclicks wipe out Florida Gayhem.
Wow, I mean, I think that Kitsune is exactly what we'd be wanting to see from Florida Gayhem. We want to see them control that momentum and that tempo. We want to see them snowball their advantage, but I don't know. The Mauga just runs in and he survives. It just doesn't matter. So I think it's the right thing to do. They just need an answer for this Mauga. He's just living way too long.
What do you think Hot Bluefus should switch on to instead?
I think you could match the Mauga. I mean, is D.Va open? If D.Va's open, I think you kind of have to go for that. D.Va's banned? Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to match, if anything.
I mean,
Maybe an
Daniel
Arista.
Mix just showing how good he is at this Emery. Going to be getting quite a few kills, but Hot Blufa out of nowhere manages to find 2, and suddenly the picks that Daniel Mix managed to get for Mythic aren't actually going to mean too much, as the rest of Florida Gayhem gather back up and are finally going to get it. They need to get these staggers though, but the rest of Misclicks are sitting behind Yotsuba. They know that they can take this fight very quickly. They can take the push. Yotsuba is going to get scarily low though, and Harpluva is forced out. A missed pulse bomb onto the monkey is going to mean that there's no ult for Karma for quite a while, and they are just behind them right now. I think both teams have just flipped the map. They're playing to their advantage. Kitsune Rush is going to be coming out. Again, Vanity with the Override Protocol, but Misclicks were wary of it this time and instantly take him out. Although Mini Carter, though, manages to find Daniel Mix, and that is both of them dead, as I don't really know what Kamaking was trying to do there. Very, very low. Fox just kind of sitting in the open. Same with Semi-Confused. I mean, both the Kirikos seem to just be sitting in the open on low health, and ultimately it spells the end of the fight for Florida Gayhem.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so unlucky that Mauga just living behind them. I mean, they're pushing the point, but the Mauga just stalking them. And we see Harp Luther swap over to Sigma. I think it's a good swap, but I don't think it's going to be enough in time. I don't think they're going to be able to really have the pushing power that they really need to get past the Mauga. I think it's going to be really, really difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's better than the monkey, right? Just for now. As, he is going to
For
be instantly pushing, going to be using that cage fight straight on to Hot Lufa's face. That is a trapped and dead Sigma fish in the barrel for the picking of Miss Click. And now we have Karma just getting so much damage off. And the Gayhem, only a tiny bit of the map left. It's kind of make or break right now.
I mean, I really think they need to swap onto the Orisa. I think it would be enough momentum for them to get past. I think Sigma just plays far too slow, and they've got the Tracer, and I don't think it's working together.
Yep, they do manage to get the recall out of Karma. That is a fly that's not going to be as annoying until that cooldown is back. They're going to be using the Semi-Confused Kitsune Rush to try and get a little bit of damage off, but Yotsuba is still alive. This Mauga does not die, even with both of his supports dead. He is still just dancing around in the backline. How do you kill this thing? It seems like it's impossible.
Wow, I mean, that's just the name of the game right there. The Mauga just lives forever, and you don't have enough damage. I mean, you've got the Wu Yang, you've got the Emery, but at the end of the day, it can't out-damage the Mauga healing. He's just far too beefy. And I don't know if we're gonna see Florida Gayhem making the swaps necessary to be able to win this in time.
Yeah, I feel like just allowing this Mauga to do whatever they want is such a huge mistake, especially when there's only a little bit left. Looks like Daniel Mix is going to be going in the air, see if he can get the same value as he did before with this Emery ultimate. Oh my god, he does, as Yotsuba takes down half Lufa. Daniel gets 2 again with this override protocol. He is just so good at using this ult, so good at getting hits with it, and as soon as Florida Gayhem had a slight advantage. Oh my god, wait, they're still pushing it. Okay, you know what? I rate that from Mini Carter and Vanity. They knew the fight was lost, they knew it was over, so they just needed to get it back as far as possible.
I do like that, but I mean, we still saw the Mauga in their backline, and so they did push it as far as they could, but they didn't get it to the checkpoint. If they had gotten it to the checkpoint, I think it would have been more than worth it. But now they're just super staggered. They're not playing together. Harp Luther might be getting killed here. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Sigma is just such a stationary tank. He doesn't really have the kind of movement that Monkey and Mauga does, but an early pick might spell the win for this. Never mind, Daniel Mix gets a pick straight back onto Vanity as Harp Luther is going to fall Virtue. Does manage to finally find Harp Luther, and Yotsuba is still alive though. This Mauga is living it forever with the help of Gale. Is going to be using that cage fight. Mini Carter is going to be able to find a Gale. Semi-confused, falls a victim of the cage fight, and the Mauga is still alive. In fact, he's at full health pretty much, as him and Karma are just wreaking havoc onto the Tracer. Mini Carter Virtue is going to be taken out by Yotsuba, and now he's finally going to die. Finally, Yotsuba is out of the fight. No longer the unkillable Demon King is finally going to fall. And I feel like Florida Gayhem need to use this to their advantage. He is so far behind them all, but they're just so split. I'm not really too sure why Mini Carter and Vanity were just trying to 2v4 there. The rest of their team could have helped them. They could have had a 5v4, and they could have just win it right there, right then.
I mean, that's exactly what we've been seeing for the rest of the series. They had this advantage, and they just split up. I mean, the Mauga was gone. Your threat was down, and they just weren't able to press the attack and play together for their advantage, and it's just spelling disaster for them.
It is indeed. I mean, they need to make something happen fast, as there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. Please, no caster curses still. I need Florida Gayhem to win this. I need to go to a map 3 as the Kitsune Rush is going to be doing something, but it's not enough as Yotsu finds 2 yet again. The sound barrier is going to be keeping them up and alive. They do have to use the sound barrier in return, as Mini Carter is able to take out Daniel Mix, but not before Yotsuba finds both of the supports for Florida Gayhem. There's only 3 seconds left on the clock, and it's all over, Stella. It's done. It's going to be Misclicks moving on to Grand Finals.
Wow, I mean, and they totally deserve it. I mean, just the aggression, the Mauga in the backline every single fight. I mean, Florida Gayhem just didn't have an answer for it. I mean, we saw glimmers. We saw those moments where they would kill the Mauga, you know, they would get their advantage, but they just weren't able to press it properly. I think Misclick was just able to play the tempo a lot better. And I think it's looking really good for them going into Grand Finals against OK State.
Yeah, and I feel like I know exactly who I want my MVP to be. I don't know about you, but Yotsuba just put on a tank masterclass.
Absolutely. I mean, seeing him on the Mauga, I mean, honestly, say what you will about Mauga, boring hero, but I think Yotsuba put on quite the show with Mauga. I think it was very entertaining to watch the way he was playing.
He was playing a dive Mauga, not frontline Mauga, not stand back Mauga, dive Mauga.
It absolutely was a dive Mauga angle, so I'm happy we got to see some sort of variance for that hero.
Yeah, but that is me signing off. That was my last cast, as we're going to be handing it over to Tiny, Shiny, and Stella for the Grand Finals, which will be happening in about 25 minutes. But thank you so much, Stella, for the opportunity. This has been so fun. I've been getting back into Overwatch. I learned so much over this tournament, and I really hope you'll have me on again next time. But for now, bye-bye!
Bye-bye!
Try to be honest, I'm not good at letting down my guard. I really want it. Before you, I was running in the dark. When you said this was goodbye, that's when I realized I can't live without you. I want you and only you. I got got nothing left to lose. Oh, so I'll keep waiting for you. It's the only thing that I can do to keep my composure. Oh, I need you closer, you and only you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
where our top two teams look to face it off for that cash prize of $250. I'm Tiny Shiny, and I am joined by the wonderful Stella on the opposite side. You get a great looking hamster over there, Stella. You seem like super ready for these grand finals.
I'm so ready. I'm watching from the moon, my little mech, my moon base. I'm so excited to see Misclick and OK State go against each other. These teams have been very strong in the past few matches.
Yeah, Oklahoma State coming in from the upper bracket. They have had a flawless run entirely through the tournament, which will give them a huge advantage here in our grand finals, as we do have a bracket reset should Misclick end up taking it away. But we'll have to see when we get there, because we are in our longer games. For real this time. It is a best of 5 for now. So first team to win those 3 maps will come out on top, as we already have our first map pick in. I would say it's one of the teams that did it, but it was actually me this time. So I decided, let's play Samoa. That sounds really fun. So hopefully still the teams like that one too.
I mean, I hope so. We've seen a lot of Lijiang Tower these past few matches. We've seen a lot of Lijiang, lots on Ilias. I think it's time for a nice little beach time stroll, nice little Samoa. I think this will be very good for both teams.
Absolutely, and we do have our 2 bands as well. It was a Ramatra band by Misclick and then a Farah from Oklahoma State. I mean, Ramatra I think makes a lot of sense, a very brawl front-heavy tank, but that Farah, especially with a lot of the changes that she's had lately still, I have a feeling we'll see a lot more attention given over to her in both bands and picks.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see what they go for. Looks like they're pretty much just taking poke out of the equation entirely, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of Diva here, maybe some Monkey, lots of dive for sure.
You didn't mention Wrecking Ball. I'm kind of shocked. You don't think we're going to see any Wrecking Ball?
We've seen a little bit of Wrecking Ball. So I actually, it is one of my guilty pleasures. I do hope we see some Wrecking Ball, but more realistically, I think it'll be a Diva.
You know, you're probably right. I mean, for argument's sake, Diva, on paper, the better hero. So let's see what these two teams are feeling as we head into our very first part of the map. It'll be Oklahoma State on the left and Misclick on the right, by the looks of it, and Volcano. So unlike the 2 other objectives for Samoa, this one tends to be more brawl favored with how close quarters is.
Yeah, so honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see like an Orisa, maybe. Oh, but it looks like we're starting on a Zarya and a Diva. Okay, so we were right with the Diva. Zarya, very interesting. I think they have done their scouting. They know that Walk likes to rock out on this Diva. So I'm intrigued.
Me as well. I think that when we look at these 2 compositions, it's for Walk to You really not going to want to stand in front of Yotsuba at all. It's not going to be a good time. You're going to be put through the microwave by Diva Mech. So how can that space be bought? Ideally for Otto's Tail on this M rank to get that extra poke. So these 2 teams, both on the same Lucio Kiriko support comp. We shouldn't see too much variance up throughout the course of today. Eyes need to be on how are these bubbles being used, how to Walk to You, start the setup, open the door, and connect with Wides or the Sombra. Pistol already out though from Otto's Tail. Better positioning though for Oklahoma State as they got to the high ground a little bit faster. Z Karma looks to go in, and he'll be the first body down in J-Lo, so little healing available. Great setup from Z Karma with Yotsuba by most of the attention in the front line, forcing to clean up to get first cap.
Yeah, I think Misclick was just really good about surrounding OK State. I mean, OK State was kind of just standing there and letting it happen to them, you know? There just wasn't a lot of pushback from them.
No, and I think it makes sense to see Walk to You make that swap to Hazard. Now, I think you're going to have a hard time as the Diva, especially with so little verticality to work off of on this specific point. See how Oklahoma State decide to reapproach this for the next dive, as Odyssey also over to the Cassidy here to put a bit of a damper on Z Karma. There isn't a tracer on the other side, and it's already off to a much better start. Joking Lizard sends Gale reeling off the map, even gets a knuckle punch over to Daniel Mix. So a very fast return. The Walk to Use front line Hazard much more stable.
Yeah, I think they really just played their cycles really well there. The Hazard just able to stay in a lot longer than he was on Diva. So I mean, it's just looking a lot better into this Zarya. I think all they really need to do is just break down these bubbles, and then they get to go in for free.
A lot of choke damage though, protecting Suzu already out. That's a big tool down, and perhaps the green light for Misclick. They look on their next approach, but it's again Gale who falls first. This time, Cal finding him between the eyeballs on the Cassidy. Without that extra speed to get the Zarya into the fight, it's just not a battle Misclick want to take.
Yeah, and that's their fight already over. I mean, they just get that one pick and then it's it.
It's efficiency at its finest. You want to get the one and get out, but the staggers are being forced, and in fact, a bit of an overextension from Oklahoma State, losing both Vibes and Joking Lizard. You both need PSLs online for Misclick should they need it, but it's only Walk to you. They're kind of hovering around this objective and not having a great time doing so. Low on health and not a ton of team to back him up. Instead, Artificial was coming back from the grade, comes up with a double kill alongside the support of J-Lo. Eventually, as that point blank map over, you kind of want to wait this one out. Vibes is off the map, and you're still waiting for your tank.
I mean, this is just looking really good for OK State. I mean, this is textbook for them. They're able to play their cycles really well. They're just playing this out really slow. I mean, they lost the point flip, but they're up on hero trades here, so it's looking good for them.
Yeah, and this is where we see Gamori King. He's going to lay down this Kitsune rush in an attempt to keep that point control up, knowing so many players got staggered out by Artificial later on. This down barrier, though, from Gale, but it won't be enough to save Gamori King. If this fight's going to be won, it has to be done here off the Graviton Scourge. If these trades remain relatively even, EMP on live, Vibes will lead it only on to Yotsuba, but he's going to hang on to life. He's so far away from the rest of the fight. Nobody from Oklahoma State can get there. It's only Walk to you. Finally snags the final blow. They'll hopefully get this point flipped back over for Oklahoma State.
I'm kind of eating my words here. Misclick held on to that point really, really long time, so, I mean, it looks really good for them here. They're walking in only with Emery ult, but OK State doesn't really have anything to play with here. So all they really need is a couple picks with Emery, and then they can be back in here and be within one fight of winning the round.
Yeah, an expensive commitment from Oklahoma State in the previous fight, and it should have been a free override protocol, but no! Daniel Nick sniped out of the sky. In fact, flew too low to the ground. The hazard and Walk to you, doing all the damage. They'll continue to light it up in the kill feed. 4K for him. With that team kill still, I don't think anyone can even get back to the point from this play.
That's really best case scenario for OK State here. All they really need to do was just get that Emery out of ult. I mean, wow, what a way to win the point. I mean, that's just so unlucky for Misclick here.
Yeah, I think Misclick, they did a really good job of kiting out when they had the ult advantage. You saw Oklahoma State arguably overinvest in the previous fight with the EMP, but even then, still just were losing player after player to this Cassidy right here, who's been a massive thorn in the side for this Misclick roster, and it's only to get worse as we are now on Beach. This is kind of the high ground central. If you can get him set up behind these canoes still, it's gonna be trouble for Misclick.
I mean, we see Misclick swapping over to that Mauga. We saw last map that Mauga was just living forever, so it's gonna be on OK State having to deal with the Mauga, you know. Oh, right back onto the D.Va. They faked us out.
Baited! Come on, Yotsuba. I mean, honestly,
Baited.
If we're gonna bait something, I hate casting Mauga. So thank you, Yotsuba. You're a tank of the people over here.
Hey, they made it look really good last game. I won't lie.
Okay, so we'll put a pin on it for maybe like a flashpoint or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. For, again, how open this map is, I think it makes sense to have better access to the high ground. Not as worried about the Zarya either, since Walk hasn't played it. In fact, he's just dead. Walked over into a corner, he just shoved him in a locker and said, you can stay there and go back to spawn. And yeah, that'll be a great first start from Misclick, not allowing Otter's tail to get set up.
Honestly, I think Misclick just played that really, really well. They just swarmed that Hazard as soon as he went in. Like, it just didn't matter. He's going to have a really tough time getting in and getting those picks, especially against this D.Va. He really needs to play slow against this and go for more off angles, I think.
Hazard's all about the staging and kind of running around this jagged wall cooldown. Both, I think, isolating a target, but also protecting yourself. Back to the other way around this time. An overextension from Yotsuba will cost him his mech. A bit of a back and forth over on the side. A scrappy one, but the health pack grabs Otter's tail in a lot of trouble. Let's walk to you. Who was able to come up, didn't have the D.Va to hunt him down as much as the previous fight. So as messy as it is, the dust settles. I only see a Gale on the board, and in fact, it's not just a Jail. It is a Joking Lizard. A Lucio 1v1 is how we end that fight still.
Wow, what a scrappy fight from both sides. I mean, we were left with one person standing, and then those respawns just came in and were able to take the point. I mean, this is exactly what we've seen from OK State the entire time. Is just being able to survive these scrappy fights.
Survive and shut down. I think Z Karma also lost the pulse bomb in that unfortunate exchange. We've all been there. I'm a trace player myself. It sucks when it happens to you, but it's pulse bomb. You'll get it back eventually and be able to regroup with the rest of the team here shortly. But shiny buttons start to come online for both of these teams. Big ones being Gamora King and JLo. Kitsune Rush, such a valuable ultimate to get into this fight. I want to see how she'll opt to use that tool. Down the staircase, just onto the objective, but that's not where the battle's happening, guys. Vibe drive straight on top of her. Little healing available, in fact, none at all. Skill will fall right after. It's a great use of the counter Kitsune Rush from JLo to counteract the space that would have originally been taken. That'll be a continued capture for Oklahoma State.
I mean, we only have 2 ultimates used by Oklahoma State, but that's still looking kind of bad in this trade. I mean, they've got the MP, they've got Hazard, they've got Beat coming up, but I mean, Misclicks just has that Imri. They've got Bomb to survive, they've got Beat coming up online, so it's gonna be a trade of who can use their ult the smartest way.
Yeah, I think the big one's the EMP, because Gale doesn't have sound barrier up yet. So even if he gets caught in it, there's little that can happen. Does LV walk to you? Pops out the round 4, and I believe that caught many people, maybe Daniel Nix, but it didn't say trap, so we'll put a pin in that. For now, it is final fight territory for Oklahoma State. EMP still held on to. Gale, yes, has the sound barrier in tow, but will he manage to get out of the sights of Vibes? That is the one WinCon can bank for, but no, he is caught instantly, annihilated. Vibes knew what the WinCon is, ripped it out from underneath Misclick, and that might just do it here on map number 1. The kill feed shining yellow for the time being. It'll be a final beach vacation for this Oklahoma State roster. This is flawless so far throughout the tournament. Looks like they're going to keep that record up for match number 1 of the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of aggression that we've been seeing from OK State all tourney long. They're just able to get that advantage and keep pressing it and keep pressing the other team until there's just nobody left standing. They're winning these scrappy fights and they're just playing it really smart. So I think this is very deserved map 1 win for OK State, but I'm really excited to see how Misclick is going to respond to this.
It does seem that Misclick, outside of a couple of moments here, seemed to have decent fight planning. They knew how to get into the fight, but it was just that guy right there. Odyssey Tail, I think, was just on another level throughout both of those rounds. Did get a lot more attention from the enemy team on Beach, but I think that is something that we will have to watch and rather be in the back of the minds of the Misclick roster going on ahead. They are the ones in the driver's seat since they did lose map number 1. They get to pick that next map and decide what that is.
Yeah, so we're gonna see a little bit of a shakeup here. Since we are in a best of 5 rules, we will see our very first escort map of the series. There have been only control, pushes, and flashpoints. We finally get to see an escort. Oh my gosh, which escort do you think we're going to, Tiny? We've got Rialto, we've got Shambhala, we've got Junkertown. What do you think we're going to?
Man, I gotta say, I really hope it's not Junkertown, and just for the reason of I don't think it's gonna end well for Misclick with how well Odyssey Tail is playing. Escort is kind of the hit scans playground for the most part. I think this is a rough map type to have for the second part. It feels to me that the best option would be Shambali if you want to play more of that Zarya. That kind of worked out better in round number 1 of Samoa. That would be the best place for it. And you can even slap a ban on either that Cassidy or likely the Emre going on ahead if there needs to be more attention to it. That's what I'm feeling. I feel it. I can. That's what I'm feeling today.
Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see a Rialto. Maybe like a Diva Rialto with some Pharah. We've got that Pharah ban out of the way, so I think we'll be seeing a lot of Pharah.
That's true. And we do have the Rialto pick confirmed now, from what I can tell. So with that coming through, I think you're onto something here. So Pharah is now available for Misclick, and now you casted Misclick's last series. Was this kind of a strategy that they were relying on before?
Ooh, I would say so. I think Misclick really needs to find a stride they really favor the Mauga. That's what I've seen. So I'm interested to see if they want to run it on Rialto.
Wait a minute. If we favor Mauga, we're going to Rialto over Shambhali's Monastery. You know, I'm a little surprised by that. I feel like Shambhali, out of all of those maps, was the kind of brawl point, you know? Get up close and personal, hug a lot of these corners. That's what the Mauga is really good at, but perhaps
But you have
they
to
either
remember, Tiny, Walk is a ram one trick.
Walk is a ram one trick. Okay, so that could be a little tricky. But doesn't, like, Mauga just throw ram in a dumpster and then set it on fire? Like, I don't know. That feels like it was one of those matchups that I feel like can go back and forth. But I can see the vision. Rialto, not always the best place for a Ramatra. I think it can work very well. I just need to see how Misclick can make these coordinated approaches without losing people to poke before these fights start, because it seemed to be a bit of a common trend in the latter part of Samoa.
Yeah, I agree. I think Misclick just needs to slow it down just a touch, just a little bit. Find an answer for this tank that's just getting a ton of value and living all of these fights.
That was, they did do a good job of blowing up Walk to You, especially on the Diva, a little bit on the Hazard, if they were able to isolate him. So, we'll see how they end up kind of approaching that. It's always different on these types of longer range maps, because you're actually in more set defensive versus offensive positioning, for a lot of those spots. And Rialto, especially this first point, I feel like it's very common that we see a full hold on this map, because of how challenging that kind of that second section around that main statue with that large open area can be if you're not kind of all on the same page, slowing it down as you were talking about before.
You know what? This is the classic Wrecking Ball map. We call this Ribalto.
Yes!
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if we see a little bit of ball on the Ribalto map. We've got a Hazard ban in play. I think it's totally possible to see a little bit of Wrecking Ball here.
Still though, I'll call you out here for a second. I remember last time we played this map in Scrim specifically. There's a specific rollout that was being attempted.
Yes.
On this first bridge. It's very brutal.
Yes.
Now, would you like to tell the people what happened on that specific play?
I booped 5 of them off of the map.
Did you now?
Yes, I have the clip to prove it. Do you have a clip proving otherwise, Tiny Shiny?
It feels like you falling in the river after them gave you a little bit of brain damage there. I don't know. We seem to have very different recollections of how that initial boop went.
My mech is not waterlogged. I don't know what you're talking about.
Waterlogged back. Okay, do you think somebody would actually go for it? And if so, how many do you think they could get on an environmental in a grand finals game?
I think 2 is a safe estimate. I think 2 is a good, safe amount.
I can see that. What did we get? We got an environmental on Volcano, but it was lava, not water. I feel like that should count for more damage, you know? Because at least water, you could attempt
some
to
burning damage, yeah.
Burning
if
damage.
If you fall in the water, you just take drowning damage over time.
Yeah, you just become a crispy human. I don't know. There's just not much you could do in lava unless you have some sort of, like, I don't know, bathe in sunscreen. Would that, I don't know, would that do anything? Before you jump in lava, bathe in sunscreen, everybody.
Maybe if you have Weeyang Ring.
Yeah, actually, that would make sense. Lore accurate information, everybody.
Lore accurate. Looks like we're gonna be seeing the Lucio ban as well, so I think these teams kind of want to slow down here. I mean, even if they swap to the Juno, I think they're still opting to play a little bit slower because you only have that speed ring every, what, 10 seconds? Maybe 12?
Somewhere around that, you ballpark it. I wonder if this was a, this was a, I was thinking maybe this is a Gale enthused ban. I feel like Gale and Joking Lizard were going at it quite a bit, and it seems like the 3 times we did happen to catch it, it was Joking Lizard on the winning end of that, but no, it was in fact the Lucio being taken away from them. So perhaps some double flex support action, I'm honestly wondering, just because this is a very long-range, poke-oriented map, so your Wuyongs, your Yardis of the world that we don't get to see on a lot of other map types, I feel like we could get in a bit of an appearance here.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see it, especially knowing Walk favoring that Ram could be really good with those double flex supports.
Well, Overwatch without speed feels a little taboo to me. Like, it should be an illegal combination. I guess you kind of have some movement ability. I mean, you're a tank player here. You would know.
I mean, I feel like you could make it work, but it doesn't matter because we're seeing a diva on both sides. And do you think the cat is a genuine pick here, or are they faking us out?
I don't know. Joking Lizard, despite the name, I don't know how much joking actually goes on in his little cat brain.
We
there.
actually have seen Joking Lizard on some cat in previous matches. Actually, Joking Lizard received MVP for the last OK State match because of their cat gameplay. So I wouldn't doubt that we see some cat actually coming out here. I'm expecting very aggressive plays from Joking Lizard on this cat.
I love that for him, honestly. And because we see vibes, we saw nothing. It's okay. Oh, God, we saw it. I was watching. There we go. Great headshot.
We were watching the whole time.
Yeah. You gotta make up for the blunder by hitting a nice shot like that. And I was gonna say, hey, this is where that Pharah comes into play. Such a good hero. We haven't gotten to see any of it. In fact, we're done with it. Karma decided one shot into the face was enough. Swaps over the Echo, while Vibes gets punished for his crime on the opposite end. So, a bit of a chaotic start to our game of Rialto. The Lizard also is gonna go down here. I do wonder how long the cat is actually going to stick. Just because this first point can be pretty anti-cat unless you're kind of attached to autos and tails.
I mean, I don't hate the cat here. I think they just got a little bit silly after that Widow pick. I think they tried to get a little aggressive, but I mean, Misclick just has a really strong hold on this high ground here, and OK State needs to find a way to break it open. That's all we need to see here.
Oh, let's do that. I mean, Daniel Mix stayed on the high ground for quite some time, but a risky drop down. Leaves him sub 50 HP, but thanks to the kind work of Komori King and Gale, he'll be okay to fight another day. But this is kind of where, if you're on the attacking side for Oklahoma State, you gotta start taking angles, getting control of that high ground. Walks you. He's been doing in baby steps. Also the self-destruct online, which I'm assuming we're going to see some sort of aggressive push, but not anytime soon. These trades that are starting to come out, and with JLo falling, it's going to be even more difficult for these attackers to keep that energy up. Misclick had a great showing so far on this defense. Self-destruct out from Walk to You. Will get the mech back, but how long is that really going to last? It bought a ton of space for the team, but everyone's still respawning up to the backside.
I mean, I think this is looking really good for OK State. I mean, they've got 4 ults coming online here. Misclick is matching, but I mean, OK State just needs to get the jump here.
Yeah, I'd say that they need to get the jump. Well, they're as high as they possibly can. If you are Auto Tail, with the override protocol, it doesn't get a lot on the kill feed. In fact, he's gonna end up going down. We talked about how he was kind of this star player from map number 1. Instead, it's been Daniel Nick on the opposite side for Misclick, who's been lighting it up. These fights have been far from clean, and they are going to favor the defenders at this point in the map. Only 90 seconds left to go. Options starting to run low.
I mean, OK State just really needs to get a really good engage with this EMP here. I don't think Misclick has really anything for it. They've used the rally. They don't have much defense unless this Echo can copy the Brig and use it defensively.
A catnap first though on the Yotsuba, dumped into the lake. Ooh. And bye-bye Diva. That mech is definitely waterlogged, you can hear for our earlier conversation. Yeah, no tank here. That's gonna be a big for the side of Misclick. EMP, not even needed right now for Vibes. Is gonna save it for this last second to detect. Walks you. Wants to get a cleanup on these last 2 players on high ground, but Komori King getting all the healing into Daniel Mix. He'll be fine. They need to find some sort of trade-off. Zuzu is out. That should be the ghost line for Vibes. Walking to the back on EMP onto 4. Override protocol from Daniel Mix will keep him at safe. But no, there's a cat in the sky. Jumping Lizard takes him out, puts him back down to earth. But it's this classic thing of Rialto that we see. These last couple of meters are the hardest of the first point, and it's another aggressive shooting rush that is coming up for Komori King. such a powerful ultimate in this low time scenario where you have to be on the objective. Self-destruct out for Walk to You. Won't get any elims. It's instead Daniel Mix who continues to light it up in this kill feed and is going to lead Misclick straight to a full hold. Stelbell, there was not a single full reset in the entirety of that attacking round, and Misclick could not be happier about it.
Wow, I mean, you hate to see it. OK State, all they needed to do was just re-engage and, you know, reset together as a team, but they couldn't do it. And we haven't really seen this from them before. They've usually been like calm, collected, able to get back together and push together as a team, but this map, I don't know what happened. They just couldn't get it back together. Maybe they were thinking it was like Samoa where they could just win out these scrappy fights, but they just couldn't.
And it was a lot of those kind of scrappy engages that we saw Daniel Mix start to come to life and find a lot of those longer range things. We talk about Escort, the hit scans playground. If you can get either of these players set up at a strong angle, it's really difficult to start to dislodge them. As we start to flip sides, again, for Misclick, they're really happy about this outcome. All you need to do is win maybe 2.5 fights to get through it, and you have 4 minutes to get it done. Is this an interesting defensive setup, though? Do we have a Cat Bastion strat?
You're new here, so it's okay. But we have seen OK State pull this out before multiple times. This is an OK State classic. We've seen this on Esperanza, we've seen this on Ilios. This is something they're very, very comfortable with. It may look like a Frankenstein comp, but this is like their bread and butter.
Okay, well now I'm like really excited. So, honestly, Tail, if you don't do anything, I'm gonna be really, really disappointed in you. Stelbell has hyped you up now. We'll be the Pharah though for Z Karma, which I guess can give the Bastion a hard time in a way, but we're not really seeing any of those aggressive pushes. The Widowmaker was there for Daniel Mix, so respecting that at the start, but already around this first corner, that's where we'll see the payload. You want to rely on these short hallways for the Ramatra to work with. Great start for Vibes, though. It's Komori King from the backline, and there's that Sky Bastion that we were talking about. Both supports down, and a successful start to the defense for OK State.
Yes, I mean, the Diva just walked in, and it just felt like the whole team was just swarmed around her. I mean, that Sombra pick at the start was very clutch for OK State to, you know, get in there and surround them. So I'm so happy to see this Cat Bastion working well.
You know, I like the Cat Bastion. Mauga, not a fan, but Yotsuba, correct decision from Yotsuba to pull this out. It's gonna mean Walk to You just can't stand here for free in the front line, and with a comp like this, gotta make it work. But we're kind of running back into that same issue we did on Samoa, where you're not taking a full fight. Vibes, that's the second time in a row now we've seen him just get a solo kill onto one of these Misclick players before a full fight can start.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really scary for this Mauga. I mean, he can run in there and live forever and you know, shoot, get his picks, but who's he going to run on? He's going to run on Ram. And Ram has formed. He's got the Bastion directly behind him. I mean, it's just not looking good for this Mauga, especially with this window open.
Yeah, Carver wish that window closed. I guarantee you that. A great play from JLo. It's hard to get valuable timing out of that, but couldn't have asked for better. And just like that, half the time bank already gone.
Yeah, I mean, this Cat Bastion is really, really looking impressive, but especially JLo, able to, like, just live any kind of dive that comes his way. And we've seen it a lot in past series especially. He's just been able to win his 1v1s and survive long enough to keep up his Bastion.
Oh, doesn't get some high ground, though, on his stealth. Now there's a little bit of panic, but Yotsuba, even more, couldn't quite get this door away. Forgot how that works. Okay, happens to the best of us, and in fact, it's better. Get to bait, Walk to You into further. Annihilation is out, and he's not getting any value out of it other than the extra survivability, and he's gonna need even more than that. But no, they baited them in too long. Komori King, she saw the window, she knew what the vision was, but they weren't prepared for this Bastion to rain down hell from above. And just like that, the best chance that we've seen to break past this first choke, completely gone.
And that's Kitsune as well. That's Kitsune, that's Pharah. I mean, now they're on the Tracer, so I really don't know how they're going to win this. I mean, we've seen JLo win against Tracer, but... Oh, no.
Well,
This
you get
cat,
fucking
this,
lizard.
this cat is oppressive. I mean, all they really need is just to play slow here and play this corner, and then their cat is back. I mean, I just don't see a way that they're able to win this, but they've got Cage, so maybe they can make something happen here.
They have Cage, but 5's his EMP, and that just shuts that down. Like, realistically, I think it's gotta be on Daniel Mix. For this override protocol, tumbling it with Cage is gonna be rough, because I think you're expecting the counterplay. Here goes Vibes, knocks it out, but Daniel Mix can stay up in the air, grabs the one, looking for Joking Lizard to disguise. You know what, that's a little hard. Let's the big guy on the floor, blows up, walks to you, and that's helpful, but guess what? There's still Alpha Threat 1 here up on the high ground with JLo just vibing. No one has been able to deal with this Bastion eventually, so get the wraparound to take him out of the fight. But it's gonna be one more battle, and Walk to You will return.
That stagger onto the Bastion is just, it might spell disaster for OK State here. They just need to hope that they can last long enough here to get a full fight against the other team. Like, oh, is that a C9?
C9, they C9s. They
Is
C9
that a C9 from OK State?
in the grand final.
In grand finals?
The worst thing you could have possibly done there is not take the fight. Yeah, your odds weren't great, but they weren't 0 by the time you don't touch the payload. That is heartbreaking.
Wow,
Well,
I
they
mean,
stayed- yeah, all right, cool.
well, they just wanted to give Misclick they just want to give them a chance, you know?
Yeah, okay.
They wanted to make this go 3-2. They want to make this go to a map 5. This gotta last as long as possible, you know? They gotta give us a show.
Well, they've certainly done that. We've seen strategies that I did not think were possible. Well, I did, but I haven't seen them until today. It's very fun to watch that unfold, and getting that map on the board, I think, is a huge momentum shift for Misclick, even if it was a bit of an accident. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But, yeah, I think for Misclick, you have Daniel Mix firing on all cylinders. You figured out that, you know, this Malco comp can work. I still worry a little bit going ahead with just overall how rushed they seem to be to take a lot of these fights. But for the most part, I think it's showing that they can contend for these grand finals in our best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested. We're going to Flashpoint now. Both of these teams are looking very, very strong on their respective comps. I mean, all we need to see is OK State to not C9 here.
Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it, the Castler Curse. Castler Curse.
Clip it now when it happens. You'll know exactly who to blame later.
Yeah, we see OK State, they hit the hit the C9 map 5. You know, it looks like we're going to Atlas here, which I mean, I don't think looks that bad for a Ramatra player. What do you think, Tiny?
I'm thinking I bet they wish they saved that Malka ban. Yeah, this is as good as this is for Ramatra. It's just as good, if not a little better, for Malka. Good luck. I think I do think that when we're looking at this OK State roster, though, they seem to be very confident in more of these front-to-back situations, especially if they continue to run that Bastion. It's going to make having any sort of aggressive runs forward from Yotsuba all the more difficult. But instead, it will be the ban onto the Tracer that we got a little bit from Karma earlier on in the day. So it not only does it do that, it protects the Sombra and it protects that Bastion should OK State decide to pull that again.
I mean, I would doubt a Bastion, especially if they do end up going onto that Ramatra and Misclick goes onto that Mauga. I mean, Bastion is just a must. And I think the ban onto the Tracer is very wise to keep that open because I think Misclick was having a tough time with it last round. I mean, even though they won, the Bastion was still a problem. So I think they are definitely up here protecting that Bastion ban.
As they should be. I think it makes a lot of sense. And the Tracer, as we got to see from Samoa, can work if Karma is in position when Yotsuba is engaging. So, and it's just a lot of sideline pressure that you don't want to deal with. And with the D.Va going away too, it seems like Misclick pretty much are locking themselves into that Malga. We haven't seen much else from them throughout the series. Again, best map that you can have in the entirety of Overwatch to hold this strat out. So, without knowing that this last map was an Oklahoma State loss, I would have almost guessed that this is a Misclick map pick.
Yeah, I mean, Diva ban, out. Tracer ban, out. I mean, what do we run here? We've got Mauga, we've got Ram. I think this is going to be kind of slow fights for the teams here. I mean, we've got, you know, Bastion's open. Do you think we'll see... I mean, I don't think we've seen it all series long, but what do you think, Rock Muncher? Do you think we'll see any Rock gaming here?
That would make my Rock Muncher heart very happy, but knowing
Would
this
it
two
rock your world?
teams, probably it would rock my world. Oh my god. Hey, Mauga and Venture, pretty classic combo. Although we're not seeing it teased from Karma at the moment.
Emery
They could,
too
maybe.
good.
I know.
Emery
Well,
too good.
maybe Karma TPs everybody out of spawn, then swaps to Venture. Now that would be the correct answer.
That would be the correct answer. And then the Mauga swaps over to Wrecking Ball, and then
Oh,
it would
yeah,
just be perfect.
yeah. Oh man, it's starting to sound a lot like another team I know. You ever heard of Starburst?
I mean, I don't think I have.
Oh, fun days. But no, it will be back to the Genji for Karma. So a very balanced comp. Little surprised, Gamori King isn't sticking on that Juno. I feel like that's a more common pick with the Rig and just with Naga. I think having that speed 4 engages. But either way, you're going to win a frontline battle 9 times out of 10 if Walksu decides to face check. So misclick. Just going to look to win the game of around the rosy for the time being.
I mean, I'm more surprised that we're coming out on the Hazard here. I mean, you know that Misclick wants to run this Mauga, but here we are on the Hazard. I mean, even though we get point flipped here, I mean, how long can this Hazard really stay up in these fights against Mauga?
You don't. You don't take those fights. It's not going to end well for you. You need to look for one of these squishies that gets separated. I am noticing how passive, though, Misclick are playing this. They haven't really taken any major rotations. It's like they're trying to catch somebody off guard. And there you go. That's the player you're looking for. Vibes, caught with his pants down. Karma, get the final blow there. How can they snowball that into more? Again, point presence is the strongest trait of this composition. You need to take advantage of it, because now they waited a little too long to get onto the point. We lost Gamori King, Walksu had time to set up that dive, Yosuba's health bar is suffering. They only have one support, and that is a bridge to keep you up and healthy. Let's have a nice stomp into the backline. I'd like to see the synergy between Karma and Yotsuba, but a fight that should have easily gone the way of Misclick is slipping through their fingers.
Wow, I mean, I can't believe we see OK State pull this out here. I mean, the Mauga just lived for so long, but Walk just seemed to live even longer, and especially the Emery just able to toe tap point. I mean, it's just all going wrong for Misclick here.
The first point now over to OK State, and on the point that I would have least expected their composition to do well. So a good sign for them recovering from the previous C9 monstrosity that was Rivaldo. But also are coming up here for Misclick still.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's looking pretty good for them. I mean, they've got Kitsu coming up, they've got Cage, Emery. I mean, this Blade Kitsu could spell really well for them.
Yeah, but they gotta get through this override protocol first, which I'm to tell. See the Gamori King again. I mean, Karma's been doing God's work out there. We're seeing a ton throughout this map. It just hasn't been enough. The consistent poke of this OK State roster has been great, but finally Yotsuba gets to put his old Mauga foot down, and it will be first cap for Misclick.
I mean, I think they just played that really well. I mean, all they really needed to use was beat. They used beat, right? Or did they not use anything? They just win outright against OK State? Wow. I mean, it's just looking really well for them. OK State really needs to hit a nice EMP here. Oh.
Well, you know, I don't know. Can we count that as a caster curse?
I mean,
nice EMP gets rolled out on by Gale. Yeah, that guy's in the pancake somewhere in Atlas. And there's the Dragon Blade from Karma. Not kind of what he's doing after the cage fight. A great second alternative. He'll take 2 slice and dice to go. And it'll be 60% and counting. One final fight for this point.
I mean, OK State kind of just rolling over here. Their Sombra is getting scouted really, really early in these fights, not able to find the value that they're hoping for.
Karma just saw his life flash before his eyes there. And we'll be okay to get out. Yotsuba, on the other hand, not so much. Doesn't have the overcharge, and the Suzu from Tabori won't land before the spikes hit. It is a 2 for 2, and there is somebody from OK State on the objective. This is going to be scrappy down to the finish. Only Karma and Danielix still on their feet, and it sees Danielix opting to hold on to that override protocol for now and let the opponents get a little point capture.
This is looking actually not bad for OK State. Sure, they're 99 and really low percentage here, but their ults are looking pretty good. They've got beat for defense against this Emery ult. So, I mean, as long as they can live against this Mauga engage, I think it's looking pretty good for OK State.
And they already got through part 1 of that. And again, it's that EMP. Not to jinx it this time. Still though.
Not to jinx it. Not to jinx it.
No, you're good, you're good. And Vibes getting a little frisky, trying to keep opponents on their toes. It'll be a battle of override protocols instead, both of which have a sound barrier behind them. So, what's a big chunk of your Pilly over health? Well, that is the go button. Or Vibes finally will give his life for the cause. 5-player EMP. And it'll be continued capture for OK State. I don't think you get a good contest here.
Yeah, I think they played that really, really well. I mean, they played slow against the Mauga engage and then immediately re-engaged after he was down his cycle. So I think they played that really well, especially with their ultimates. All they've got is Kitsune here, but I mean, Misclick doesn't really have anything to answer it.
No, they do get a touch on the objective. Again, how are you dealing with an opening? You're just in the scrappy fight. You're hoping for something to be fed your way, and it's already going down the drain. That's 2 over for the Odyssey tail. With little else come through in response from Misclick. They had a great start to this objective. They do actually end up getting the flip over. It'll be very short-lived, but yeah, good start, but they never got that ultimate rotation back up to take the fight they want. It'll be 2-0 now on Flashpoint.
It's kind of funny. I mean, every fight we see Walk to you, almost every fight we see Walk go down, and his team is just able to outlast a Mauga. I mean, how does that even happen here?
Rotating, right? Using the speed to get away as much as you can. It's mainly been Karma that I think we're seeing at the kill feed for that exact reason, because he has the ability to catch up to some of these faster targets. But yeah, again, Vibes, Odyssey Tail in particular, doing a great job of taking advantage of their supports acting as bait. Cage fight did come out, so if nobody in the cage fight dies, Vibes eventually will lose his life at a little overextension on the far end of Flanken. And you'll take that if you're Misclick. 1 ult for a fight win.
I mean, yeah, that's just textbook right there. All you really need is that cage, and boom, you're done. I mean, it's looking good for OK State coming in. I mean, they've got almost 5 ults online, whereas Misclick only has the 3, but they've got Blade. And OK State doesn't quite have their beat up yet, so it's a question of, can they get beat up first?
Be the downpour for some Walk to you. Doesn't land on much. In fact, so too about that lands on him. Karma just played out of the sheet. There we go. One final blow onto Walk to you. Nice little one piece for him, and decently efficient. All things considered, he even got that Kitsune Rush out of J-Lo.
This little 4K for Daniel makes there. I mean, he's looking pretty good on this Emery. It's just a question of, can OK State come in, force those Mauga cooldowns that they need to get out, and survive all the while. I mean, it's really hard to do on attack here.
Not the positioning that you really want to tank, but somebody's gotta blast this door open. That's what Odyssey Tail hoped to do. Forky is burnt to his crisp in midair. Although neither team has an M right to work with. It's that classic walk he just cannot escape. But Supa getting so much work done on this Mauga. He's sick of the one having to chase after people. It's like, you know what? You stay right here. I'm gonna stomp on you. Give Karma a couple of assists. We're gonna keep this Flashpoint map going.
I mean, OK State is up 2, but I feel like Misclick is just looking really strong on this Mauga. They've got a good little cycle going now. They've seemed to have found their flow. I think it's going to be really hard for OK State to break this open. But they do have this EMP online, and we have seen that it could be very strong for them. Not cursing, hopefully.
I don't, they can all get through this override protocol first. And they check the weather. No explosive projectiles in their forecast. Soundberry on their hand. That is a tempo beat. I'm joking, Lizard. I don't like tempo beats for this exact reason. Gale can now just pop his for free, walking with the rest of the team. But you forgot about the EMP factor, and that is a huge issue. You have to know that Vibes has built it up now, and perhaps a bit of a misplay there from Misclick on their own ult tracking. Get that one flipped around. It was going so well. Oh,
yeah, it was looking so good with that cage, with the swing B. I mean, and all they needed was that EMP. All they needed was the beat to match and the EMP to shut down that cage. And I mean, that's just detrimental for Misclick. You hate to see that. OK State has a really strong ultimate lead here, and so they can just pick up this point as long as they want and play as slow as they need because they have that control.
Because of how expensive that last fight was for Misclick. They're really not going to have anything until the tail end of this battle, which is something that Malga comp don't really enjoy, taking these long, drawn-out engages. Waktito, well below half HP, senses danger, like, I'm gonna nose on out of that. Tries to drop down, but everybody is pouncing on top of the hazard. No way for him to escape. Nice little pick from on his tail to keep it somewhat contestable. You just don't have a tank, though, to actually get a lot of this value. As long as Yotuba lives, nobody else left to do the damage that's needed to take this Malga down.
I mean, you just hate to see it. I mean, everything that OK State needed to succeed was in place, and Walk dies. And yet they're able to take it back. It's just that simple. I mean, it's so back and forth here. I mean, we're in last fight territory here, but Misclick has that Kitsune Blade. All they really need to get is a couple picks here. But if OK State can just play as fast as they need, I mean, they can win.
I mean, the Kitsune Rush here will be mirrored on both teams. Again, it's on to Karma. Can he be the hero for this Misclick roster? He's already got the one. Looking for J-Lo. That's a second. Off to a great start for Misclick and keeping their hopes alive in taking away their map pick of Atlas. It seems that did enough to open the window for Komori King and the rest of the team. Squig in, get this point flipped.
I mean, that's a clean little Kitsune Blade right there. That is exactly the win condition that they needed. But now they've got the Malga, the Emery ult, and the beat. So this is just going to be a repeat of our fight a couple fights ago at the start of this point. So, I mean, they've got EMP online to respond, but is Misclick going to learn from their previous mistake here?
Well, this time, this is not what you can do, though. The sound barrier is out. Vibe's actually opting to hold on to the EMP for now, thinking that his team can survive the storm, which they absolutely can. Yotuba and Karma in such a small room for this roster. The EMP is still available for Vibes. He'll throw it out just out of the kill for good measure. No sound barrier coming in to help Daniel Mix with all 4 players jumping on top of him. And made a nice little showing of it. But at the end of the day, it is OK State who come on top. The best Malga map in the game won't be enough to stop them and this hazard play style from going up to match point.
I mean, OK State just played that perfectly, holding on to that EMP, just betting that they could live and hold on in that cage with that beat, and then saving the EMP for after. I mean, it was the perfect tempo swing. They were able to make that a fight won rather than a fight lost in that cage. So I'm very impressed with their play there and their discipline.
I think overall, it was definitely a better showing. In fact, I think it's the best showing that we've seen from this specific Misclick roster with the map type. If it wasn't for Sombra existing, these EMPs, some miscalculations on how they were using their own tools in fights, not accounting for the Sombra as a factor, I seriously think we could still be playing that Flashpoint map right about now. And I do wonder if that's going to get some attention as we look ahead to the next map and what could very well be the last map. Misclick, they'll have the pick of their hybrid choice coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a King's Row. I mean, it's a classic. We call it Scrim's Row. So many teams have practice on this map, but it would kind of feed into OK State's Ramatra comfort. So I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, we are going King's Row. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Ramatra ban here.
Yeah, well, they already used that map one, if I'm not mistaken. They
did they? They did.
Yes, they did.
You are
so we will not have a
wise.
Ramatra ban. Sombra ban, I'm kind of feeling, but yeah, we will see. Is it no? Okay, wait. Is it King's Row or Blizzard World? I'm confused.
I'm confused.
You don't get to pick two. You get to pick one. Like, if we could, like, chop them in half and mesh them together, I'd do that. I hate Third Point King's Row. Let's stick Third Point Blizzard World on there instead. You know?
I mean, those feel the same. I hate Third Point Blizzard World.
It's because you can't play Wrecking Ball there.
True. You know what? All right. Fair.
Yeah. Now that I'm like picturing them in my head, I'm like, wait, they're actually kind of structurally very similar with similar health pack locations as well. Yeah, there you go. It will, in fact, be Blizzard World for surezies this time. So
All
not
right, no
at Brawl
scrims
Stars.
row, I guess.
I know. You just had to talk it all up, and
It's the caster's curse, man. It's the caster's
well, now you can
curse.
talk about Blizzard World because this was a very it's a map of all time. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, you
Pretty
definitely
excellent.
can play Wrecking Ball here, so let's hope we see some Wrecking Ball. This could look good for a Pharah pick.
Yep.
I mean, we could run that Echo. Emery wouldn't look bad. I mean, that Jetpack Cat Bastion, I wouldn't doubt any of that.
Oh, Jetpack Cat Bastion, running it back. 2.0. No C9s.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
No C9s, no C9s. Surely.
None of that. We're good.
Though
We've
I
had
think
enough of that.
you may have been the one to curse that one, Tiny Shiny, saying
How did
it's
I
really
curse it?
easy to hold first point on Rialto.
I mean, am I wrong? I mean, it's just...
I mean, apparently it was hard to hold first point on Rialto. It's kind of hard
They
to
held
hold when
first
you
point
don't.
in Rialto. What do you mean?
They missed the point. They
But
couldn't.
they...
On the side of OK State. On the side of OK State, they couldn't hold because they weren't on point. So I mean, I think you may have cursed it.
I don't know. This smells like another sailboat rage bait to me. I'm getting better at kind of sniffing these out.
No.
Before-
I don't rage
before
bait.
this
I'm not
time.
known for rage baiting.
No, you don't do that. Really?
No, I don't. No.
Okay. Well. Yeah. Well,
I've never even heard
I'll
rage
let you
baiting.
chat. Yeah. See that right there is a red flag. What's not a red flag is Angel Ray has read my mind. We are in fact banning that Sombra. That is an absolute must, I think, in that game. The biggest reason I feel like that map went awry for Atlas was because the Sombra, either the first picks that we were seeing from Vibes, the EMPs, shutting down these major win con ultimates, huge issue. So we get to see Vibes on something that's not Sombra for the first time in this series. OK State, on the other hand, what they're gonna ban. I feel like they could just do something silly and move on with their day. I do not know if there's a specific hero that is giving them much grief unless they have a counter strat in mind.
I mean, it's looking like a Brig. I mean, it seems like Brig has been giving them grief, especially in those last two maps. We saw
It
no
did
Brig,
happen.
but I mean,
Okay.
the threat of the Brig was always there. Threat of Brig was always there.
It does seem that Gale doesn't prefer to play a Lucio if he has the option. Has tried to do Brig anytime it's not, but it's just such a good hero. The AoE speed and healing effects and the boop for safety against these dives is kind of a good thing. So you still have that, at least in similarity with the Brig that will no longer be played. But if you're OK State right now, I think you're feeling good about heading into this map. This is a great spot for Walk to You to continue playing this Hazard. The hit scan is ever as oppressive. Supports have been going together. I just want to know what Vibes is going to end up pulling up.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be really scary. I mean, we're expecting that Mauga. We might see it, we might not, but I mean, the Sombra's gone. So, what are you gonna do against the Mauga? I mean, we could run the Bastion. I think Bastion isn't that bad. That's more of a tail angle. So, Vibes, I mean, I think we'll see them on the Tracer.
Ooh, Tracer. And that Tracer's a very safe option, I think. You can play pretty much Tracer pretty much anywhere and be okay with it. I would love to see some Venture, but I don't know. I don't know if Vibes
Maybe
is
someday.
that chill.
Maybe someday.
One day. I'll have to settle for the imaginary Venture that's currently living
the
rent-free in my
Widow.
head. Yes, the Widow. But on the defensive side of things, since that is more confirmed, this is a complete 180 from what we have been seeing out of Misclick so far. The Domina for Yotsuba and a Gale Iardi to start.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of poke from this team. I mean, we've seen a lot of Mauga, we've seen a lot of that Brawl, but we haven't really seen this Domina. And it's a lot more pokey than I think we've seen. I mean, especially in the past few games, I feel like all teams have been more brawly, more divey. There hasn't been a ton of poke.
No, not really. And I think that if you are going to run poke, this is the map to do it. It's kind of the Blizzard World's been the one place we have seen Domina get consistent playtime on. And we'll see how that goes based on the approach. Oh my god, Vibes read my mind. Vibes? Vibes knew what I was thinking. We have a Venture here.
We have a
and
muncher.
Real. A rock muncher spotted, people. Get your cameras out. This is history in the making. But I seriously do think this is a great pick, especially for this first point. Vibes, look at that. Clear the high ground for free. You just live in this little room, you poke your head in and out, try not to become a whack-a-mole, and you're A-okay. To keep moving about your day. The Yochuba, not so much, is in a world of hurt, and in fact, just 180s on the vibes there. Slams him into the wall, and, well, there goes the venture. So you did get whackable at the end. Still the positioning, if you're okay state, I don't think this is something Yochuba necessarily wants to push into.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really looking good for them. I mean, you got that classic venture engage, immediately just thrown it to the wall and cast aside as soon as they don't have dig, you know? And so we're seeing that swap over to the Mei, which hopefully they're gonna be able to get some walls up off of this dominant.
I mean, they're finally back in the fight, which helps, but you don't have J-Lo, and you can already see how OK State's health bars are suffering because of that. You need to clean this fight up super fast, if that is the case, but a nice jagged wall from Walk to You will do the job. So, point will be capped for OK State. I think Yotsuba got some great value out of the Domina. You can't be sitting in small rooms like that forever.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good for OK State. I mean, they capped the point, but Misclick has them beat on ultimate and this high ground. So they're probably going to be coming into this fight with their Sojold. They've got the Domina shield thingy, crystals, you know what I mean? So, I mean, it's looking pretty rough for OK State having to push into this.
Yeah, getting to this high ground will be a task and a half. I think putting pressure on the payload for now will be the way to work, and then maybe push through the high ground with J-Lo's Kitsune Rush, especially since Mori King, she doesn't have hers up quite yet. Just having that bit of advantage would be huge. Will be a downpour though, immediately responded to by that Panopticon, so that's going to deny pretty much any push that would have come from it, and to even get the final blow on the Vibe. So all things considered with that trade, you take it. If you are a misclick, you can stay on this high ground and have the overclock to fall back on should you really need it.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a win for Misclick. All they needed was that one ultimate, and Wok used that hazard ult, but it's like they didn't get a lot out of it. I mean, they're still fighting for this high ground. I mean, they're Kitsuning across, but is it going to work out?
Now it will force Daniel Nick back, which is a huge part of this threat the Sojourn has been. The Suzu out early though. As soon as that bell went off, Otta knew it was time to go in. Will be sniped out of the sky, but he has done his job. His team is pretty good about their positioning. It's only Karma that's slowing down the payload progress for the time being. It is a nice pick on the Joking Lizard though. Without that sound barrier to help this fight go further, there is a chance for Gale to come back on the Captive Sun once the blizzard clears, but you actually need to get through that piece of it, and getting a little too scrappy, all things considered. Captive Sun only lands with Walk to You. That is all that is needed. Will be some defense continued here on the second phase.
Yeah, very, very expensive fight from both sides, really. I mean, we're only really walking into this with B online, maybe Panopticon coming up mid-fight, but it's only that, I mean, it's only a couple meters away. So I really think OK State just needs to find some angles here, and then they're going to be able to push in here and find some picks.
Boy, hard to tell. Almost touched the prep shot for a little small there. Let's see if drop that down. Walk to You though, far from okay. Decides standing in front of a Domina for more than 5 seconds is not a fun situation to be in. Will not be making that same mistake again, one can hope. And I think it's best case scenario right now. If you are misclick, that is essentially a free fight win.
Yeah, I mean, that's textbook right there. You just burn down the tank, he's gone. You know what? They can't push anymore. So I think this actually works out in OK State's favor. They've got a lot of ults coming up online now. They've got their Kiri, they've got Mei coming up, they've got Hazard ult coming up. All they really need to do is get some angles here, which, I mean, they're attacking this high ground really well here and surrounding this Domina.
Well, they were.
The cast
and Walk to You.
stickers.
Yeah. No, you're on a roll with these. I know this is, yeah.
You know what? Maybe I shouldn't speak. Maybe I shouldn't.
You're doing all the caster cursing, so I can just sit here and watch. Usually it's me that does the caster cursing, so it's really fun to be on the opposite side of this, so thank you for that.
You passed it off onto me. Oh
Thank
no.
Sharing is caring. I have to share with all of the parts of being a caster with you, you know?
You know what? I'm gonna try and reverse engineer this. I don't think any Wrecking Ball will be played at all.
Alright, well, we'll have to check back in later and see if that works. Good Suzu. My goodness, that could have been other demolition there. In this dive room, I'm feeling like a Nocton in our future. I have to land on the 4. Won't do all that much damage because the sound barrier was out, but it's enough. The 4-stoking lizard back. Domina working out incredibly for Yotspa this far. In our map number 4, as we are down to under a minute remaining. With Walk You Dead once again, it seems that what used to be a small bump in the road is now turned into a brick wall that this OK State team has been ramming their heads into for the time being. But Selbo, it appears your reverse engineering has worked after all.
Let's go! What are the odds? We got a Venture in this round, we got a Wrecking Ball. I mean, I know Walk, I think he's pretty strong and pretty comfortable on this Wrecking Ball. We just need to see a touch here. That's all he needs to be focusing on. We've got the cat as well. I mean, can they make it work?
It's not the touch I'm so much worried about for OK State. It's what comes after. You're already down J-Lo. Still 2 ults available. There's the one from Gamori King. Show the blue carpet out from the high ground. Artillery strike now from Odyssey Tail, attempting to buy further space for the stall. There's just so much visual traffic going on the screen and big old rail shots out of Daniel next to shut this attack down. Great recovery from Misclick after an initial fumble on that first point. They set themselves a pretty decent win condition, all things considered.
I believe that was 5 or 6 ultimates that came out that last round, or that last fight. Oh, man. I mean, OK State got the touch, but you were right. I mean, it's just, it comes after. Like, what do you even do after that? Your team isn't together. You're kind of on this mishmash, like Frankenstein comp, now that you've swapped the ball and the cat. Like, what do you do from there? You don't have a lot of ultimates. You're walking into a team that has high ground control. They've got ultimate advantage. I mean, it's really hard walking into. And we did see some glimmers of hope with them taking high ground from that bottom right side and pressing out from that small angle, but the Domina is just able to hold it. And with the Sojourn behind her, I mean, you need to find some more angles here.
Yeah, and that's going to be kind of the mission going ahead. I think is a lot harder to attack than defend on this map, and I think where most of the struggles is what I've seen is, well, we can see some super solid defense start going for this Misclick roster. Once they go on attack, they either get caught off guard on their rotations, have a hard time with that initial exchange of information on who's getting caught in what spots, and going against a Symmetra Bastion Jetpack Cat defense. Wow, that's gonna be a headache.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting comp for sure, but it's kind of meta mixed with what we've seen OK State is very comfortable with. So I'm very, very intrigued about how this is going to work out for them.
I mean, Yotspa does sneak into the staircase. That will work, and with Karma being on the Tracer, there can even be some pressure onto this objective. Although, I don't know if he's going to win a battle against a Joking Lizard Jetpack Cat, so taking some necessary precaution to avoid getting all scratched up over there, as is with you picking up any normal cat. I wouldn't want to get scratched either. Yotspa was successful in his own mission with the attention that was drawn by Karma. So overall, that synergy seems to be working out, but this is where the challenge is really going to start for this roster. They get the turret form out of Odyssey Tail, but you lose out on Gale. And without the main form of mobility, in fact, the only way that your Domina can move around effectively, how can you get to this high ground? Well, it's get the Karma up there, get some flank action going, pressure onto the supports, but he just can't get out. I mean, he'll get out with his life. The rest of his team, well, walked to you, saw this would happen, and walked on the rest of the front line.
I mean, we see Karma in that backline, and he's just, nobody's turning for him. You know, like, they just don't care. And this is really important for Misclick to try and get space here. They need someone to care about that Tracer. We see the swap over onto the Pharah. Hopefully it's turn more heads, be a little bit more vicious, but I don't know if this is going to work out against the Bastion, and the BAP especially.
It's like going from using like a water spray bottle to like a BB gun. That's what we're doing now. I'm like, you can't try to ignore me now. Well, you can. Now, gets a couple rockets to the face and did not sit very well with him, so he's heading back to spawn. And they high ground makes it a little bit harder for Yotsuba and the rest of Misclick to push forward. But once also the players leave, they're free to walk on up. As JLL will get airlifted out to safety. Point captured now for Misclick because they're keeping themselves in it.
I mean, this is all Misclick needed was someone to just look at, you know, someone else besides their main core. I mean, that's exactly what the Pharah is for. They're either gonna look at the Pharah and ignore the rest of the team, or they're gonna look at the rest of the team and ignore the Pharah. You know, so this is working out in Misclick's favor. We need to see OK State find an answer for this.
Ajax with the Panopticon from Yotsuba, though a great center sonic repulsors from Walk2. Not only shuts down his tank counterpart, but set up an ultimate of his own for Joking Lizard to follow up on. And I think if you're Yotsuba, you're not too happy about this, because look at the angle OK State have to hold with now.
Yes, but I'm very excited to see this cat ult, honestly. I want to see, you know, this Domina airlifted and dropped off the edge of the map into that water. That's what I'm hoping to see.
They might not use it now since they already have Daniel listed. It's just another threat Joking Lizard can dangle over Yotsuba's head, knowing that it is there if he should overstep. Alright, now you might want to pull the trigger. No Bastion, that's a lot of damage. In fact, the vast majority of it is gone, and Mori King goes on in Dune Rush is there. Walk2 will eventually get burned through. No Catnapper to be seen, Stelbell. You should have reverse engineered that again.
My bad. I mean, we saw OK State playing so close to Misclick. I mean, they need to play a little bit further back. I mean, I just don't know what they're doing, just standing directly in front of Misclick. They've got to play their distance.
Yeah, and I think this is the problem, I think, with the Domina, especially without the speed to get you around in those types of situations. You're a sitting duck, as Vibes taking a glimpse at some feet. There we go. Hey, there's the Catnapper. Although it's not going off the map, Joking Lizard knows it won't take them that far, so that just opts to dangle them in front of the team for them to take out. But 0.1 meters left! Has happened
is that another C9?
Time. The two maps that Misclick have managed to win today, Stelbell, both have been off the back of a C9, and that is the only reason we are continuing this series onwards into a map 5.
Who predicted the map 5? Who's got the bingo card?
Map 5 with a bracket reset, mind you. Oh boy.
Yes, indeed. If Misclick wins this map, we will be seeing a bracket reset, and that will be another best of 5 series to watch.
Yeah, it would be. If you're OK State, I think it's just pure silence in those comms right now. It's like, did that just happen again? Really? You gotta touch the payload, people! Oh, that's the most important part of the game. I know it's fun to get kills or slap people around, sure, but if you don't touch the cart, well, you can't do that anymore either. Okay, well, there you go. At least for this time, it is gonna be a lot harder to C9, I guess, with... Oh,
we
never
hope.
mind, it's pushed.
That's Caster Curse. Alright, let's check back in about 10 minutes.
Well, you know, I guess benefits from Blizzard World. I can now say Vibes is my favorite player. Did play Venture. I'm a huge fan of that. There you go, Vibes. You've won me over with that. Got a little bit of Wrecking Ball in.
Gotta say, I'm more of a Walk fan myself.
Yeah. What was that? Educate the people.
Walk played Wrecking Ball.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I knew that. Yep, nope, I have brain cells left over. No, this is great. You know, I feel like every time I see a C9 in a broadcast, which you'd be surprised with how much it happens at specific levels of gameplay.
I'm sure.
I feel like a little bit of me just dies inside, you know? Like, we're still here. We're still here. But, I mean, we're gonna go to a new location. We'll be going to Portugal for Esperanza, map number 5. I will say the nice part is, for OK State, you now have the Sombra back. I don't think Vibes is necessarily doing bad. Just seems a lot more comfortable with the Sombra and how central it is to their overall idea of how this team operates. That'll be a huge thing to have on back.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen OK State here before. They've got everything they need to be open. I mean, their classic here is just the classic Jetpack Cat, Bastion, Sombra. I mean, that's what we've seen from them multiple series in a row. I mean, I don't see a reason for them to change it here.
We'll fix it, right? I mean, if it's gotten them almost every map win, except for the 2 that they just didn't touch the payload on, which is a little rough. But yeah, we go ahead and see, are we gonna get an Overwatch bracket reset? In my 5 years of casting Overwatch, this could be, granted, not many Overwatch tournaments have a bracket reset, but this could be the very first time in 5 years of casting Overwatch that I have a bracket reset.
You seem very ready
Coming
for a
in.
bracket reset, Tiny. I think
Yeah,
you
I'm
are
so
very
ready.
ready
Yeah.
for another best of 5.
I'm so ready right now. I'm so awake. I'm so I mean, I do love watching these teams play. It has been a great showing for the Championship League, seeing all these teams come out. It's awesome, but at the same time, these teams have been playing so long. Like, I feel like if we go any further, like, the level of gameplay that we start to watch, that fatigue is going to start to kick in a little bit, and we go from seeing 2 C9s to, like, 5 per map. I don't know. It's just, that's the kind of energy I'm feeling from these teams, so... whether
I mean,
that
at
actually
some
happens.
point, I wonder if they're just gonna say, let's split the winners pool.
Yep, there you go. There you go. You get 125, you get 125. Everybody's happy. It will be great. But yeah, this is an even bigger map if you think about it like that. $250 on the line now if you are OK State. I mean, otherwise, you're going to have to play potentially another 5 maps afterwards. Should that not go your way. But they have saved up for this exact moment. The Malga ban has finally come on in. I'm a little surprised, just because it almost seems like they've solved that riddle for Misclick. But no, they don't want to take that risk and force as much discomfort as possible. I'll be responsive in Emre from Misclick, which, again, Daniel Mix been the highlight of that roster for any time that I've seen this team doing well. It's mostly been off of that, other than when Karma's been on the Genji. So, no Emre. There's Sojourn? Question mark? Sojourn? Aiming?
Honestly, yeah, I think it might be just Sojourn 1v1 on the side of the map and let the rest of your team handle the rest of it, you know? I mean, we've seen a few Emery bans this tournament, and it has just evolved into Sojourn v Sojourn. But, I mean, OK State doesn't seem to prefer that Sojourn. I don't think we've seen them play it very much, have we?
We saw a little bit of it from... It was Daniel Mix, though, right? No. Yeah, it was Daniel Mix. We haven't seen that from Odyssey Tail, which, I mean, it could honestly not have an impact. Because as you were saying before, it was a Jetpack Cat Bastion situation for OK State on this map. It could be just a null ban for that team, but it will limit the option to either the Sojourn or maybe back over to the Cassidy that we saw a bit on Samoa. I just don't think the range is as good as compared to something with a Sojourn, with how Esperanza is structured. But we're gonna momentarily, we are loading into either the 5th and final map or the kickoff of at least 3 more.
I mean, I'm super excited. I'm expecting to see the OK State Classic here. The Ramatra, the Jetpack Cat, the Bastion, but Sojourn is on the board. So, no Malga, but we have Sojourn. So I'm wondering, what will Misclick play here? Will they opt for a Zarya? We saw a little bit of Zarya earlier. I mean, what else? An Orisa?
We should just, like, play every single tank in the game so that we could just check them all off. But no, we're just gonna play the OP Thanos tank in D.Va for now.
The double D.Va.
Double D.Va. And this is the map to play D.Va. It is the most divey out of all of the push maps that you're going to see. And if you're going to partner it up with a Jetpack Cat Bastion, I don't hate it per se. Although on paper, I am liking the approach from Misclick. Just a little bit more, so much more consistent. You have ways to survive the dive, whereas JLo and Odyssey Tail, much more vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, we see half of the Classic. We see the Bastion, we see the Sombra, we've got that Baptiste in the back line. But, I mean, I think it's up to the Sombra to kind of open this up and take attention from that Soj.
Yep, the Sojourn for Daniel Mix. I think is going to be the either the success point of Misclick or the weak point for Misclick. And yeah, success so far because it just whipped Vibe's head off of his shoulders. So yeah, no Sombra to really worry about, which is kind of what you're banking on if you are this OK State roster. To see how much structure Vibe has provided to this team comp when he is in the fight, not when he is dead. As you can see, that team is kind of crumbling with his absence, even if they got Daniel Nix on the opposite side. So it'll be a little bit of extra meterage going over to this one.
I mean, I still think this is a good omen for OK State. We saw the Tracer get in the backline, but immediately get shut down by that Baptiste. So that's one player just gonna be down each fight because we know that Baptiste is going to be able to support himself. So all I think we need is a quick reset here and a good couple of angles taken by Walk, by the Sombra, to be able to surround Misclick.
Catch somebody off guard, I think is the way to do it, which again, Vibe's been fantastic at helping set that up if the angles are there. And Yotsuba really low in the net, had to drop off the high ground, but again, Daniel Nix is 9 Vibes at every single turn he has tried to make, and start proving to be much more of an issue. As this is the part of Esperanza that is the most impressive. I mean, when Daniel Nix actually has help, can sit up there and fire away for free. Jalo mowed down in this front line, and it's, again, hard for this Baptiste to live if he has too much pressure on him. Jalo's still moving. Misclick will get forward. Spawns does not seem anyone on OK State is able to turn around to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Misclick is kind of just controlling the tempo here. They're just playing so fast. I mean, even now, we see this Kitsune come out, and OK State isn't even ready for it.
No, this is a great call from Mori King, snowballing this advantage further for Misclick and continuing to have this lead. Something's got to go, I think, if you are OK State. This is clearly not working right now, and changes need to be made. JLo over the Fury and Auto Cal to Sojourn, I think, is a fantastic start. Just have to use some destruct, unfortunately, to get full fight though.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really unfortunate force onto that bomb from the Walk. But, I mean, they're able to come back into this, and maybe they can snowball this.
Yeah, with Komori King down, unless Gale decides to tempo beat this, which I highly doubt he will, it should just be a slow burn of these both bars down. Of course, being on this attacking side, you want to see how much time you can stall, and rather prevent your opponent from reversing the progress, as these skills eventually do come on in for OK State. Next is there for Yotsuba, and with the payload being where it is at, you're happy with Misclick. You don't need to commit any other ultimates, you just need to make sure you make it as difficult as possible for OK State to turn this around.
Yeah, they do get some really solid push, but I think OK State is able to they're able to set up wherever they want. So I think they're coming into this fight looking pretty good with their EMP, with their beat. They've got beat to deny this Sojourn ult. We just need to see a big EMP come out from Vibes.
Which I don't think we've seen anything but big EMPs from Vibes. 100% win rate on OK State with this ultimate online, and see if it ends up staying that way. Vibes, and why does every time we talk about EMP, he just dies? You can't keep having this happen. It's like,
I was holding my breath waiting for that to happen.
Oh, you knew. I mean, you did. You were the one who cast a curse at that time, so I'll take the blame there.
Yeah. But yeah, we don't see EMP being used, but we do see Beat and Sojourn come out from the side of Misclick. So really, we just get a free EMP here. They just need to go for this EMP. They're just giving space.
There's nothing else that you can work with right now. Vibe has to find a way to initiate on it. Goes invisible. You can tell, but again, it gets scouted. Like, yeah, that's just not. You can't do the EMP there. He'll get held back and perhaps go for another swing around the corner, but you're already down on his tail. Yeah, you get the trade. Karma, that's just not fantastic. You're still not in a position for this fight to be winnable. You're just hemorrhaging and doing your best to stop the bleeding or make it look like you're not bleeding at all. Walks you, throws the self-destruct towards the point, not only get a fresh remix, but actually ends up hitting Komori King, of all people. EMP is back in the fight. Vibes clearly does not want to pull it, knows there aren't enough numbers to help actually follow up on it. Will be just more progress gained for this one.
I mean, it's impossible to engage with EMP if you just keep getting scouted. Like, it's just impossible. And we just keep seeing Vibes getting scouted by the Sojourn. We need him to get in that backline and find some value from it. And it's just not happening.
Daniel, and that's okay. Well, that I was gonna say, get Daniel and live. That's great. No, that's not so great. Don't know EMP. Okay, we'll walk out of down. Give Vibes time to regroup there. Beautiful shot from Karma too. Flipping around to grab that. Finally, something will go the way of OK State. And they have 4 minutes to work with, but at a 110-meter deficit.
We're right back where we started about two or so minutes ago. We really just need to see OK State take a little bit of space here so that Misclick doesn't have as easy a time setting up and coming in. If they're coming in with this EMP, they need to dump it. They've been holding it for what, 4 minutes now?
That sounds really familiar. All right, Vibes. We believe in you. This is your moment. It's time to shine. Go up. There we go. Straight on to 2 people, I guess. You gave your life for it. It seems like it was a little too early, and because you didn't actually focus down the loose shield, you have the sound barrier available for Yotsuba and the rest of Misclick to come back in and flip this point on its head. There's 3 minutes left to go, and still, we're looking straight in the face of a bracket loser.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost regretting putting the rule in. I mean, this is looking dire for OK State. I mean, you can already see the exhaustion. And then Vibes swapping over to that Sojourn just can't make it work on the Sombra. I mean, what can they do to turn this around? Misclick is already coming in with ult advantage.
Yeah, and Misclick in the mech there, so they're kind of okay. Especially with Honest Cal losing his head again. Animix doing incredible work here on this point. Walk to you. Also gets denied the remake, and I think they're just looking better and better for this Misclick team as time goes on. Is they're gonna go for a full completion.
I mean, it's getting really, really close here, and OK State is running out of answers. They've got this Kitsune online, but can they hold off for 2 more minutes and be able to push it all the way back into Misclick's spawn?
Beautiful pulse bomb though from Karma. That's Ondu's Tracer counterpart. Daniel next unleashes the overclock. We might be looking at the bracket reset right here, right now for the King's Cup at the 3rd for Daniel next on the overclock play. The defender spawn advantage will be helpful, but is it enough to keep this roster afloat? Kunai between Odyssey Tail's eyeballs, and that may just be the death sentence if Walk to You and not work a miracle right now. 3v1 buying time for his team to get back into the fight, which it will be long enough. It is not going to be over just yet, pending a C9. These teams go at it for the next 90 seconds. How hefty of a lead that was built up from Misclick. I just don't see a way in which they can drop the pasta so hard that they somehow manage to drop it a second time for that much of a comeback to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good for OK State to get a hold on here, but it's gonna be really hard for them to push ahead. I mean, Misclick is still holding on here. Oh my god, Daniel Mix with the pick on the Vibes. Oh my god, it's such a scrappy fight.
Daniel Mix shutting it down with the Sojourn play, and that Emre ban coming up huge now. He has the flexibility for these multiple hit scan heroes that we just have not seen from OK State. It was a great pick from them, and it's paying off in dividends right now. 35 seconds left on this point, and finally there's some yellow in this kill feed, but we still have not moved at all in terms of this robot. This is so much time this clip wasted.
Yeah, I think this almost just needs to be a reset from this clip, but they are so far in the lead. This is working out in their favor. I mean, they lose nothing by doing this. The Yotsuba is getting staggered so much. I mean, this is brutal.
You need that though. If you are OK State, I'd say, sure, there's a chance now. Not a good one, but there's a chance. Now, more staggered is much more concerning, but no, Walk. You blink and you miss it. He is exploded into bajillion pieces. It's overtime. You are not going to have a tank for this last fight. It is all Joking Lizard now. The time, the sound barrier. Ideally for what Komori King drops her Kitsune Rush to keep this fight going. It'll be JLo though to start. This is every win condition piled onto one, which is going to help you with this fight. fight, but it's going to set you up so terribly going ahead. And even this current battle isn't going your way. Daniel Mix has had Vibe's number this entire map so far. Yotsuba has the self-destruct, hits JLo while D-Mix, and gets a fresh new suit to be able to work with, and it's just gonna be Victor lap here on Esperanza. By the way, things are turning out. Overclock for Daniel Mix. One last highlight reel for this guy before we have officially found ourselves in the King's Cup bracket reset.
Yes, we have. Oh my goodness. Going into another best of 5. I mean, both of these teams are so strong. I mean, I just don't know who's gonna win this, to be honest. It's looking very close.
I think it was close until last round. You know, we look at this series as kind of it felt like OK State was in the driver's seat for the majority of it, and then you move on to, you know, that game of Blizzard World, or they had a rough go around. Same thing that we go for this last part on Esperanza, not even remotely close. That was an absolute stomp of a first push. You fall down the mountain so far that you cannot find a way to climb back up. And for Misclick, that momentum carrying on forwards is going to be incredibly helpful for this team.
Yes, indeed. And I think we're going to have to go into a very small 5-minute break while we just sort out the semantics of our bracket reset match. But yeah, stay tuned. This is going to be one very fun, exciting match.
the Championships League's Cup, yet here we are. Bracket reset in order. It was Misclick who pulled off the win in map 5 to force it to another best of 3 to decide who will take home the inaugural Overwatch tournament's $250 prize pool. And we're gonna go back to Old Faithful Stelbell. We're starting this one off on Lijiang Tower.
Yes, we all love seeing the Lijiang Tower. I love seeing it 10 times in a row. Every single starting map is Lijiang Tower. It's the classic. I'm excited for this one. We've got a Pharah ban and a Hazard ban. And if you will remember, for a bracket reset, we are also resetting the bans. So anything is on the table.
Yep, well, except Pharah and, well, Hazard for this specific map. But in general, was banned last series. It does not apply now. And it is a best of 3. And we'll have the map pool reopen again, if I'm not mistaken, too, for what can be played. Although we'll touch on that when we get there, just to double check. But for now, Lijiang Tower, the good old classic of our control maps. It tends to lean a little bit more dive heavy, with the exception of Control Center. With the Hazard being banned, I'm expecting more Diva everywhere except here. Of course, it is Control Center that we're going to start with, just to prove my point wrong. Hazard has been, or not Hazard, excuse me, Mauga has been the go-to for Yotsuba and Misclick on a lot of these more brawly points, where Walk to You has supposedly been a Ramontra player. We've only really seen it once, though, throughout this series, which is kind of surprising, all things considered. So we'll see if that is in the cards for that roster. Again, still favor the Mauga in this specific matchup. But it depends on how these teams are feeling. We are on map number 6, technically, between these two rosters, not even counting however many more they've played today already.
Yes, and you were exactly right, Tiny Shiny. We will be seeing the Mauga on the side of Misclick. Oh, never mind. Perhaps the Domina and the Ramontra on the side of OK State. So back to classics, back to comforts. I don't know how comfortable Misclick is on this Domina, but we have seen it quite a bit in this series already. So it's going to be a sim TP from both sides. So let's see who gets first.
Yeah, Yotsuba absolutely can play this Domina. I just think the one counter into this Domina has been the Ramontra. Mitigate the shield, you can't walk away, and he is in a corner of all time. It would be the ultimate timeout corner, you could say, he's time out fight. And between the Symmetra and Bastion, I have a feeling we'll be seeing a swap out of him almost instantly, unless the rest of the team just backs off and decides to give this one more shot.
Yes, and it looks like this Imri is, well, kind of successful, maybe 50% so. OK State pulls out the win here, which isn't so surprising. I mean, they've got this Bastion. This Symmetra can just blaze through the shield from the side of the Domina. So, I mean, it's looking pretty good for OK State.
And what's even better is you were on even footing before. Now you have a set up Bastion extended. The only thing you had to do was not overextend, and well, Walk to You did just that, unfortunately, for OK State. So you can see Odyssey Tail and Joking Lizard booking it the heck out of there to get that flip on over.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's been happening so much this series. Is we see OK State get in a place where they have an advantage, and Walk just walks in and gets blown up. I mean, even there, it was J-Lo. I mean, there's just always someone on the side of OK State that's just out of position when they have that advantage.
Yeah, and because you lost J-Lo as late as you did too, it slows down these pushes even further. Vibes hasn't had the success on the teleporters that we think he would like, and just because how poorly his first card's gone. Yotsuba already has the Panopticon built up. It's easy for Komori and Daniel Mix to push on up, help support with the additional damage there, and a very clean fight win for Misclick.
Yeah, I mean, that was just Staggers 101. I mean, they lost one, and then they just stayed in. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking. They just allowed the Domina to build up her ult. But now they've got this window and this Bastional to win with. So I have to hope that they don't get a pulse here.
Pulse
barely live.
Yeah, you got the immortality field down there for J-Lo, which, I mean, while he's alive, he's not exactly in the healthiest of places. So you can't really say it's the same for Yotsuba. Without a tank, it's really hard for Misclick to stay on this point, which is why we're going to see it flip over as soon as it does. There's just not any stall potential for that team. They're going to be opting for a quicker reset.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid for OK State. All we need is for them to cycle their ultimates well and not overextend. That's all we need here. It looks like Misclick is gonna be on the back foot here, but I mean, just to break this through, they just need to, you know, take time to force these ultimates.
Well, a couple on out here. In fact, more than a couple. That's what, 3, 4 that we're seeing right now, including the one from Dynamix. But I love this play from Gale. Has this down berry to not only re-engage with, but also make sure that Yotsuba doesn't get in too much trouble by himself, although it doesn't do all that much good for Karma. Overstate is welcome while fighting J-Lo on that attempted flank angle, and it's going to end up costing them that lane and the fight right along with it.
I mean, that's a fight win for OK State, but I mean, look how expensive it was. That was 4 ultimates used on their side. And Misclick, I mean, not too much better, but they've got the Panopticon. They can come in here and section off a couple players of OK State if it's timed properly. We just need to see them play it smart.
One more chance now for OK State to shut this one down, and Yotsuba annihilated with a Bastion behind the amplification matrix, and I might just do it here for round number 1. A bit of a 180 out of Yotsuba picking up this Domina for this roster, and a rather rough matchup for it. Swapped back to the Malga at the end, but far too little too late.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's just a preemptive swap. I wonder if we're going to be seeing that Malga coming into this next round. I wouldn't doubt it, especially on this Garden.
Gardens, you can go either one of 2 ways with this. You can either try to match the brawl that Walk to You and OK State seem to want to continue, or you could swap over to that D.Va that we've gotten a really good look at for a part of the series. D.Va's great here at taking those kind of fast little jabs in and out, but it seems for now, we're going to continue to brawl this one out. It's still gonna be hard for Yotsuba against the likes of Vibes and Autozatail and their respective heroes, but surely better than the Dominant.
Yes, and we see this Malga. This is their bread and butter. I mean, this is the thing that is giving OK State like a run for their money. So, I mean, they just need an answer for it. They just need to play slow.
Yeah, and they do get that boot onto Autotail at the end there. I think that, honestly, the Malga has been a bit of a struggle for this team. That was the one composition that it seems OK State had figured out. Yeah, I'm thinking back to Atlas Warmax in the previous part of the series. Perhaps that's why they wanted to go back to the Domino at the start, but realizing that maybe good old Faithful might be worth a shot, especially if they're not running the Sombra and Autozatail just sits in front of Dynamix for far too long.
Yeah, I mean, I think Misclick just played that really well with their cooldowns. They were able to swarm around that Ramatra. I mean, we just need to see Vibes and Tail get some kind of angle and just burn down this Malga. That's all we need to see. We need someone to deal with Dynamix on this angle over here. He's just opening it up, and all they can really do is just take it.
He already basically has this override protocol online, which is shocking considering how hard that can be to build up. A lot of cooldowns burn in the front line to break the team into the fight. Hell yeah, I'll send out to the back. Dynamix has that override protocol you were alluding to earlier. Everybody booking it out of there, not wanting to mess. A great slam onto Autozatail in the back line. Sets us up perfectly for Misclick to collapse on. Seems that they'll be continuing their presence on this point.
I mean, a very good ult from Dynamix there. I mean, it just forced everything that it needed to force. It pushed apart OK State. They weren't able to play together anymore. And Misclick is looking really, really good here. I mean, they're coming up on 4 ultimates here. I mean, I don't know how they lose this. As long as this Malga doesn't get picked off early.
He'll be okay. It doesn't have the point though, which is kind of the hard part with the symmetric comp. You can always have that an eyeball turned in that direction, but it just won't matter here. You think that the cage fight would be so disrupted by the photon barrier? Not at all. Kitsune Rush is still that good of an ultimate. It'll be final fight territory now for Misclick.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on OK State really has a touch. Oh, unless Joking Lizard, maybe? Oh, they've got the TP. They do have the TP.
They'll be okay to get the touch, and Gale comes up with 2 now. He was camping the spot. He knew that somebody had to touch the point, knew the teleporter would be there, and what a way to put this round to a watery end. We're gonna finish this one off in Night Market.
Wow, I mean, setting up for that TP, I mean, it's not looking great for OK State. This is definitely going to be a test of their will. Are they going to come into this and be able to find an answer for Daniel Mix? I mean, he's the one causing a lot of these issues, opening up these angles, while Yotsuba just stomps in there. And while they're preoccupied with trying to force the Mauga shout, trying to force the Mauga out, Daniel Mix is on that off angle all the while getting that ult charge.
It's a great set play for Misclick. I think you know with Gardens, there's only so many ways that you can approach that objective, and it can be suffocating. I fear you might meet a similar fate on this map of Night Market if we don't see these teams set up well. It'll be a easy TP for Karma just to get the team to the objective faster, knowing that the Symmetra still an option for Vibe. Yotsuba already set for players like, nope, I'm not dealing with that. Just gonna let the early positioning go over to OK State.
Yeah, OK State's got early control of this.
Whoa!
Oh, wow, and the Mauga run through gets the Bastion. The Lucio boop comes through.
Buddy's
What
off
is
the
going
map.
on?
There's a graveyard, apparently, off the cliff of Lijiang Tower. If you go and stand on the edge and take a peek, and yeah. And despite having all of that, teleporting, early positioning, everything you could have wanted for, just pile of bodies fell off a cliff, and Misclick still get the first half.
Yeah, Vibe swaps over to that Reaper. Honestly, I don't hate it, especially going into this Mauga. Maybe to close the distance onto Daniel Mix, onto the Emery. I don't hate the Reaper swap. They just need to make sure they time it properly with their Bastion and Ramattra engaged.
Yotsuba, though, in no man's land to a degree. Komori comes in and does the illegal TP Suzu maneuver to keep him alive, and there won't be any punish for it, just because the rest of the team was still trying to push through the small room. You're just in a Mauga sandwich, and that is the last place you want to be. Yotsuba is like, bet, I'll fight you in a small room, see how that works out, and, well, newsflash, it did not. Misclick. Oh, hold on.
Oh, and we see the forbidden walk swap onto Mauga. We get the hold right click strat from both tanks. Oh,
Man.
I'm flabbergasted.
That thing in 1v1 of Mauga's. But hey, that was a great pulse bomb cage combo. I'll give you that. The immortality field stopped it from being the thing in the kill feed, but set up the play very nicely, and we didn't have to see two Maugas just stand still and stare at each other for 5 seconds. So that works.
But I'm sure you will get it for this round right here.
Oh, yes.
Yep,
This is
classic.
exhilarating gameplay. My goodness, great deal. So, yeah, you just have such an ultimate advantage if you are Misclick. That is a Bastion through an Ant Matrix. You might be Mauga, but you don't have 50,000 HP. Last time I checked. And that might cost Yotsuba and Misclick a full cap on this objective. That's a little too much dip on his chip there. There'll be a bit of a reset in order for this roster. You end up getting Vibes on the way out. Yotsuba is back. So the soft reset certainly helps this team. And with Daniel Mix in the sky and the overhealth wearing away, Override Protocol is going to hit like a bus if you are not hiding for cover. And while it didn't get any final blows itself, the damage has been done for everyone else to follow up. Misclick back in control. One last member of Joking Lizard to take care of. He's kaput. And Misclick will take map number 1 of our best of 3. One more. And they will complete the ultimate sweep through the bracket reset.
Wow, OK State was able to get that point flip in that last fight, but they couldn't hold on to it for long. They were just forced out. I mean, we didn't even get to see much of that walk Mauga. Kind of disappointing, I won't lie.
Yeah, you're disappointed we get Mauga being on the game first, really?
I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to see stand still, hold mouse. You know,
yeah.
It's an unsavory taste in my mouth.
Well, we might get it going ahead. Or perhaps not, because Mauga ban is still technically on.
Mauga ban is imminent.
It is imminent. Imminent. Why is that word so hard to say? Yeah, yes, that one. Thank you. Hazard will be available again, and if you are OK State, this is a rather dire position to be in. You run through the entirety of this tournament, not dropping a single series, lose technically in the grand finals, and now have to do a bracket reset. And are down against a match point in that too. This is tough. This is a real tough spot to be in. You do get your pick of push map. Hazard is a guarantee should you want to pull it out, and I think you're going to lean in that direction anyways. It's been their best look so far when they can play a little bit faster and kind of pull apart this more core 5-man team that Misclick has opted towards.
Ooh, I'm a little bit surprised. We see OK State taking us to Runasapi. We've seen them in the past prefer Esperanza, but they're changing it up. I wonder if they see something in the horizon. Maybe they feel this will be better for the Ramatra pick. Maybe their Bastion Cat combo, or something new entirely. I mean, we saw Walk swap to that Mauga in the very last moments of Lijiang, so could there be something else up their sleeve?
Well, I'm thinking this is the core reason for not going to Esperanza is you just kind of got your butts kicked on that map. I cannot imagine it left a savory taste in their mouth on that. So I'm glad we're not repeating that. Runasapi, I guess, plays the most similar. It has the most flexibility out of a lot of these push maps that you can have. It has the room for the brawl. You can do the dive. Really, really wanted, you could try to do some poke, although we haven't seen any Sigma type of compositions so far today. So it depends. I'm feeling the Hazard, potentially the Sombra return for this roster. What used to be like a lot of these strong overall team play moments here have dissipated in the last couple of maps. And I seriously do think that fatigue is hitting for these players at this point in time. They're going to ban away the Tracer, which has been a thorn in the side for them having to deal with Z Karma, and it protects the Sombra, but you do leave any tanks that are available that aren't the Hazard. So I'd imagine they're either pretty confident in playing that pick, or they don't think that they can be counter-swapped, should that be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that we'll see maybe a Hazard. Of course we're gonna see that Mauga. I mean, I don't think Misclick is going to ban that Mauga. I think
there's no way.
I wouldn't doubt it if we see two Maugas standing and staring at each other this round. There's the Van, Ramatra, bye-bye. So, I mean, what do we think we're gonna see? I mean, D.Va? I mean, you said Hazard,
Yeah.
but I can't imagine at this stage in the game you're really gonna, pin everything on Hazard.
But you can. I just don't. I don't think you're going to win a frontline battle against Misclick. I think trying to match them head on is a recipe for disaster for this roster. And the one time we did see that composition be dismantled was when you're able to take angles and you're able to set up on the Sombra. Those were the two things that worked super duper well. Granted, since that point, Vibes just did not have a good time on Esperanza, if you remember. He tried it for the first half of that map, got completely shut down by Daniel Mix on the Sojourn and whatever other hit scans he's decided to pull out. Has not touched it since. I do think that if you are a team that has built your identity around the Sombra, trying to change that now is going to be incredibly difficult for them to have to recover from, as we do have a pause in order before we head into our next map of Bush.
Looks like some technical difficulties, maybe? There's
Question mark here? We got, they crashed. Oh, but he's back. Oh, wait, he's no, he's back. It says, all good.
He's back,
come
he's
back.
back.
We're good. All right.
We're good.
Welcome back, Yotsuba. We're all good.
That means we don't have to wait any longer to see who wins Runasapi.
You know what we should have done? If this ends here, we should have just said it was a best of 7. You know? It could be. But then I guess at this point, you've already won 4 maps. It's currently 4-2 in maps order.
If Misclick wins this and they end up winning the series, we should say, okay guys, get ready for map 3 of your best of 7. Lock in.
But it's not a best of 7. It's a first to... We should do a best of 9 at this point. I think we're approaching best of 9 territory.
We should tell them that this series is the best of 12.
Oh my god. How do you even do a best of 12? It's an even number.
Fine, best of 13.
Yeah, there we go.
And Tiny Shiny gets to cast all of it.
Oh yes, sign me up. I'm so down. Okay, we finally know what's happening, and I would think it's opposite day on Runasapi, because that is a walk to you, Mauga. and Yotsuba Zarya that we're looking at.
Indeed, I'm actually really surprised. Walking out on this Mauga. We did kind of predict a little bit of Mauga, but I didn't think it would be coming out on the side of OK State. I think the Mauga blows up the Zarya. I do not think this is looking good. Just looking at the comps for Misclick.
Oh, I agree. Unless you have supreme bubble management from Yotsuba, regardless of that fact, your life is going to be harder.
Or Karma's just the goat.
To just be the animal that he is and dash through 4 players. All right, you know, that's pretty chill too. Who cares about the tanks when Karma can just play Genji?
I mean, I don't think any of us were expecting that. Walker kind of just standing still and letting the Genji do whatever he wants to him. Genji's already at 50% ult charge, which is kind of spelling disaster for OK State here. We see Walk swap over to that Hazard, but honestly, they need to just get these bubbles out in order to win this fight.
Yotsuba was already off the high ground, by the way. BT's not there to really assist with this, and his attempt to flip the map so far successful, grabbing Kamori King. The majority of the healing gone, and without that stability, we're seeing the rest of Misclick dominoes fall on over to the robot and get reset around the midpoint.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good swing from OK State, but we still see Misclick looking pretty solid on their ultimates. I mean, we've got this Sombra back with EMP, but how long do you think it'll take for us to use it, you know?
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Oh my goodness. And to be fair,
We're
Vibes
getting
did...
awesome EMP, 5-man EMP.
Yes. Vibes, it wasn't lack of effort, we'll say that. He wanted to do EMP, just was not allowed to, thanks to Daniel Mixes. It has not died yet this game. Instead, Karma that goes down. And if you get picks like this, that is the situation that I'm okay if you don't use an EMP. You get the lead here, you're getting a ton of great staggers onto the likes of Yotsuba and Mori King. This is great. Your forward spawns also should be capped at this point with how late these players are falling.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a really good fight to build some ultimates on the side of OK State. Misclick has some online as well, but I mean, OK State, they get the jump here. I mean, if you get your Sombra set up here, instead of getting scouted really early, I mean, you just have all the control in the world. I really just want to see Vibes set up and get a huge EMP here.
Daniel makes the strike first. You see how quickly everybody on the side of OK State tried to back off. The Halo, it's on. Gale's just a speed demon on the Lucio. Definitely broke a couple traffic logs to get all the way up to that Elim, and no EMP yet. That's not great.
It's really disappointing. They had all the control in the world for OK State. They had the forward spawns. They had all the ultimates they needed. They had the time to set up, and they just didn't go.
Out though on the front and the combo, Deadeye entirely. The Deadeye is a great zoning tool for that Graviton Surge. Yeah, get lost forward spawns, but you'll get them right about now. And with 2 great tools down.
They used 3 ultimates for it though, you know? Versus what they could have done just using this EMP. I mean, it's looking good for them, but Misclick is coming back on the Mauga now.
Dragon Blade out! Goes for the Invisible Supernovas! Gets chased down, Karma. Gets him out of invisibility. And yeah, no EMP this fight either. It's been very good ultimate. You gotta add the DPS duo of a Misclick. And just win both of those fights off the back of one of them.
Yeah, now we're just looking at a beat and an EMP on the side of OK State, whereas Misclick only really has his beat to work with. So I wonder, here's the EMP.
That's onto everybody. No sound barrier response from Gale. Those are the type of plays that you see for Vibes when he is not caught out. And very nice to get the turnaround. Barely got the robot back to the barrier.
And that's textbook. I mean, if they could have done this a couple of fights ago, I think they could be much further. But both sides have got a beat to work with. I mean, it really just comes down to these DPS. I mean, who's going to pick off the other first? That's all it really comes down to here.
It's been a lot of Karma, I think, to start these fights. Well, when he was on the Genji, you actually get the Echo back out of him for this specific spot. And you kind of need it. You got to drop down to be that damage threat to zone you away from Yotsuba, which, well, that does the job. You kind of get your life for it. And doesn't do much to prevent Yotsuba from backing off at the end. Radiant, or not Radiant, Sound Barrier out of Joking Lizard, keep this tempo up and give that much needed space to OK State, denying the high ground.
I mean, this is looking really good for OK State, and here they go, controlling this tempo with this high noon. I mean, they could just snowball this advantage and push it straight into Misclick spawn. I mean, this is looking really, really strong for them.
That's exactly what they're gonna do. I think that mid-map identity crisis that seems to be hitting this Misclick team right now. And Karma back over to the Genji. Yes, you're gonna have ultimates to pull out here, but it's gotta be successful. We're getting flashbacks of each bronze that where one team pushed up, the other spawn for like the next 4 minutes. OK State though, they're playing very cautious. In fact, they're gonna back off completely and just opt to fight more towards this open area. I think that's gonna work out great for JLo, and knowing you are at an ultimate deficit. Mori, the first one to pull the trigger, does have the cage fight for Yotsuba, but it's delayed because of the manual hack and doesn't catch as many players as the student wanted. But the ults are still limited. All things considered, the return to Tuna Rush from JLo covers a great amount of space. Yotsuba cannot fight into it by himself. Needs the assistance of Gil's Sound Barrier to keep the battle going and eventually turn it around with what to be a simple commitment of the ultimate cage fight combo. Turn to a much more expensive one with both support ults being chucked in.
I mean, yeah, that's such an expensive fight for both sides. But we've got these DPS ults online. I mean, it's just up to Vibes. It's up to Daniel Mix. Who's going to make the mark here? And we've seen Daniel Mix. He's very strong on this Emery. I think he can get a couple really, really good picks here. But if Vibes can just set up and look for that early EMP before Daniel can even make a move, I mean, it could just be curtains.
Or you could just do a manual hack and Mori and delete her from existence. That works too. Whether it's the manual or the EMP, it's the same type of disruption. Walk to you does go on a nice trip off of a long cliff, unfortunately. Robot will still deny before it spawns though, and you will have to take back in time for the next fight.
Yep, no ultimates on either side it's looking like, but OK State is able to pull that one out. I mean, we really need to see an EMP here. I mean, I keep saying it, but I would love to just see a really aggressive EMP instead of getting started early.
Well, I mean, he does face check Daniel Mix and loses, so no EMP at all, actually.
I mean, I feel bad. I feel like every time we go to his POV, he's setting up for EMP and then gets scouted while we're talking about
We just need to, like, not watch him. Like, maybe it's performance anxiety.
Maybe not.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, it's the anxiety. But we've got two DPS ultimates with 3 more coming online for Misclick. I mean, OK State looking not great here, but they've got a lot of time to work with. So they've got time to turn this back around and get their advantage back.
Yeah, it's out of all of the push maps, I think that's what something Runasafi does very well is it's not over until it's over, and this is a much more winnable margin than what we had seen before. Override protocol from Daniel Mix, snipe Joking Lizard off the wall, gets him at the tail end of it, and took good damage on the walk to you go before landing right into his clutches. Well, that might not have been the best choice. This team is okay with that. You'll get enough with the trade, as scrappy as it might be. We'll guarantee the forward spawns will be unlocked for them when they get it. I can't tell if they got it or not. That was so close. But it honestly depends so much on how this next fight will go.
Totally. I mean, Misclick is coming in here. They've got a huge advantage on OK State. I mean, it's looking really good. They've been really good about pushing their advantage and playing really, really fast. We've got to see an early Kitsu here. Oh,
early Kitsu. The sound barrier's there, but just not in time. Dodge tail to stay alive. I am hoping this time we don't see an EMP until cage fight comes out. I'm okay if you hold EMP now. Oh, never mind. He's dead. That's awkward. Daniel Mix is right away again on this Ember. We've seen this banned by the likes of Misclick because he's been so oppressive on this. It was like a fluke almost, that map 1 that we saw where Tail was running the lobby. It has been all Daniel Mix on that roll from there on out. 20 seconds left to go. Cage fight officially EMP'd, and along with it, the win condition. They still had that sound barrier from Gale. He didn't get tagged by that EMP, and that's gonna come back to bite OK State unless they can come up big right now. Deadeye is out. Only this Mauga remaining in Yotsuba. He'll be shut down as Stelbel. We're gonna keep this map, or not this map, this series going. As OK State tie us up, leaving it to a map 8 decider.
Wow. I mean, they're just taking this the whole entire way. What is this? Map 8, you said?
Yep.
Wow. I mean, both of these teams are looking very, very strong. I mean, we've seen some fights where one of them is a little lacking, fights where one of them is looking really, really strong. I mean, they've just been so back and forth. I'm really excited to see who is able to just press forward this last map.
One more to do it. Ball in the court of Misclick with that map pick
Ball?
and first ban. I said the ball where it's like it's like a sleeper agent, you know. Mine is to do with rock, and yours is ball. Hamster. I don't know. But along those lines. All right, Delbel, predictions right now. Map 8, who takes it?
I'm gonna say we're going to Atlas, and oh, you're asking me to predict who wins $250? I mean, OK State has been very, very strong this entire tournament, but tonight, I mean, Misclick is really giving them a run for their money. I mean, Misclick has been looking very, very, very strong tonight. So honestly, I think Misclick might clinch it here. What do you think, Tiny?
Okay, you know what? I can see it. I can see the vision. Although Stelbel caster curse, so OK State takes it.
True.
That's where I'm at.
But what's stronger, the Tiny Shiny caster curse or the Stelbel caster curse? It's the curse v curse.
Well, if I look back on my notes today, my little scorecard that I've got going on for a caster curse, I believe we're 3-1 with you leading the charge in that. So I'm gonna say the Stelbel caster curse is a little stronger.
No, I think you're gonna catch up. I think you might catch up with your curses.
Yeah, so I got one map to do 4 curses, 3 curses,
Yep.
2 curses. I don't know, something. Numbers, math. Yay.
Numbers.
Numbers! Woo! Man, it will be flashpoints, and Suravasa will actually be the pickup instead of Atlas this time. I guess that makes sense. If you wanted to run the Mauga, I think I'd lean a little more towards New Jug City. Suravasa is... There's so many compositions that you can run here. It tends to be a bit faster paced, and if anything, it's a little better for that hazard composition to be run on. So if you're walk to you, you're pretty okay with this one.
I mean, I think it's gotta be... What, do we still have... No, we don't. We need a Mauga ban here. I think this is what they've been waiting for. They've been waiting for this exact map. They've got to get rid of that Mauga. I mean, if Misclick doesn't protect ban tank, I think that might just be curtains for Mauga. I think they've got to protect ban that.
Huge asterisk on the if for that. Yeah, the Mauga is a pain in the butt. So you gotta figure out whether that's gonna be the priority. But no, it will be the Sombra. That's not good. If you are an OK State fan, this team has looked the best where they have had vibes on the Sombra. Even if he's had a rough couple of last maps there, he's still been a highlight for this team with the EMPs, the timing. If the set plays can happen, he's often the one to orchestrate it. So with that piece of the puzzle now removed, it does leave the door open for the Mauga ban if you want to do it. But I think it leaves OK State with a much bigger wound instead.
I mean, I don't hate OK State without this Sombra. I think they've been just as strong with that Tracer instead of the Sombra. They just need Tail to kind of pick up the slack, so to speak, of the frontline damage. They just need that Bastion, you know? That large amount of just burst heavy damage to make up for the fact that there will be no hack. That there's nothing to keep the other team out of your backline.
Yeah, so they're gonna try to flip that around. I don't know, it's been a 0% win rate on the day when Sombra has not been played for this team. So I'm a little skeptical of how OK State will manage to handle this. It will be a Diva ban out of vibes. So well, they want to stick with Hazard, and they're okay with the Mauga, is what I'm learning. So I guess they don't see that as nearly a threat as we anticipated it to be. Again, taking a frontline battle on a non-Mauga is always a big risk for this team. But if you are not running the Sombra, you do have the opportunity to play something that is a lot more burst heavy, or I guess a frontline deterrent in a way for either of these players. So, and get an idea what they are gonna do here shortly. As map bait, it physically cannot go longer than this. We will have one team taking home the title of the first Championship League's Kings Cup and a nice $250 cash prize.
I mean, it's a shame. I was looking forward to making these guys play an extra like 2 or 3 more hours. It's a shame it's gotta end here. This is it. This is for all of the marbles. I mean, they ban this D.Va when they know that there's going to be a Mauga on the table. I mean, what else are you going to use to counter that other than another Mauga?
You can avoid the Mauga like the plague strategy. That's always an option.
That is a good option. That is a good option, but that does require avoiding the Mauga.
Yeah, and even on Atlas, where I feel like that strategy was employed the best, it wasn't flawless. Walk to You was dead almost every single fight because he was getting locked down by that or just overextended a little too far out of the rotation from his teammates. But it's going to be a double hit scan approach on the Cassidy vibes on the Sojourn. It's the first time we're going to be seeing that in our team today.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting. I don't think we've seen Tail on the cast very much at all. Even today, I think it's been mostly that Bastion. Yeah, so this is... Yeah, even without the Emery, I mean, there's no Emery.
Yep. I don't have that to worry about, so... Let's see, you gotta play the range game here if you are... Excuse me, if you are this OK State roster. But they're not doing that, especially as Gale punched Otto in the face, so... I gotta be in melee range to do that. Vibe does get a nice return pick. In fact, a better one. I'd take a dead Kiriko over my dead DPS any day of the week. He'll walk to antsy to get back in, but he has to stay alive first. Vibe, though, kind of making us eat our words so far. Has had a rough turnaround, not on the Sombra, but picks off both supports. Got 25% on the board before OK State to start to move back in.
Yeah, I think the Sojourn is honestly really, really strong. You've got that range against the Mauga. You don't have to play up in his face. I mean, there's no scouting involved. I mean, you're just aiming down main. And Mauga, very big target, very big old battery. So I think this Sojourn's working out.
Yeah, I mean, it was until Yotsuba got full health back to the fight before Kings was able to shoot him through the wall there. They did end up like flip-flopping that point a few times while that conversation was going on. I just feel OK State that is in control for now, which is great for them. It just seems like it's going to be short-lived, especially losing out on Vibe, been that main person to get the final blow so far.
Wow, that Kiriko TP unfortunately getting canceled by the Mauga Stomp. That's so unlucky. But OK State looking pretty solid here on ultimates. I mean, they can easily just come in here, down 4, you get free aim trainer, Sojourn ult on the entire team. It's just a matter of hitting it. So I think this can be good for OK State if they can come in, play their angles very smartly, don't face that Mauga too early, or else they're going to be faced with, you know, Mauga.
Yeah, well, I mean, they do have the cage fight up, though. I don't know if they're going to have a choice but to face the Mauga. Honestly, Yotsuba has done a really solid job of engaging and finding good value out of the cage fight. And with there's no EMP to shut it down, I think you're feeling pretty good. Walk to You stuck between Mauga and the hard side of the wall, I guess. 99% and counting up for this Misclick team. They're starting off Suravasa on a high note. Market going their way.
Wow, all they needed to use was that cage and that Kitsu. I mean, OK State only had to use 2, but they lost the fight. I mean, the cage is just too strong, especially when you pair it with that Kitsune. I mean, what do you come in with here? Your Kitsune High Noon? I mean, I just don't see a Mauga dropping to that anytime soon. They've really got to play their angles very smart and play slow. They need to force out this Mauga shot before they can do anything.
That's what Tail's gonna hope to do on this Deadeye. The wall is large enough to cover Yotsuba for the most part. He'll just run right back to his speed. That is over. And JLo decides that's the best time for the Kitsune rush. While I agree, Daniel has a great counter towards it. Lights it up with the good old explosives. You need the sound barrier a lot less useful in this fight. We do have to commit it for Gale. Picked up the Mori King. Already hits the deck. But it does certify the first cap at a minimum.
Yep, and then, I mean, there's not a lot of ults on either side. They're just playing for straight picks. I mean, at this point, I really don't see Amalga losing. I don't see Amalga losing when it's just for picks here. Without any ultimates, it's kind of dire.
You don't really have the burst damage. You need to take the components away from the Amalga, or have Yotsuba overextend terribly, and neither of which has really happened, especially with how Gardens is structured. It's so hard for Vibes and Tail to find these angles to work off of. And that won't be contested by Karma, who's just been all over this top part of the map. Even there, wins the 1v1 against Tail, dodging that flash nade. It's final fight territory on this point, and you're gonna have to do it down a player.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, we see Tail swap over to that Soldier, just trying to play a little more range against this Mauga, but I mean, I just don't think they have the touch necessary for this point. I mean, sure, they're gonna get a toe tap, but are they going to have their team ready and available to really do something with it?
You do have players, but as you said, Phil, it's a cage fight that I'm really worried about. There's just no answer. You can't use the mobility of the hazard to dodge out of that one. Karma and Yotsuba together, holding down every angle of this map. One more flashpoint is all it takes for Misclick to get the ultimate upset.
Yeah, it looks like this Soldier really wants to play for these really far off angles, kind of behind Misclick entirely, away from OK State, but it's just not turning any heads. The Mauga, all he has to do is press shift and run in. He's got nothing to worry about with this Soldier. It's just not a threat.
No, Soldier 76 got a little bit of a buff with just the reload happening, but even then, it's still not a super strong hero. You can be obnoxious, you can poke in and out. It just doesn't solve any of the immediate concerns. You're relying on a lot of these larger fights to make the difference in the macro. You see what he rushed from Komori King. Nobody wanted to fight in it. I think that was a very good choice for OK State. That is not a battle you will win. And now you have the opportunity to pave the way yourself. JLo's own Kitsune rush. You don't have Vibes to sit in it. I know you really wanted to couple up the Kitsune with that overclock. That is no longer an option. You have to find some other tool, and Walk to You has had a successful dive thus far, and kind of helping to turn this one around. Actually got through with the jagged spike, but everybody in his backpack for this battle on the Palace, knowing what to lie.
I mean, I think that was textbook from OK State. This is exactly how they need to win this matchup. Misclick makes an engage, it doesn't work, OK State backs out, and then they re-engage with their own ultimate. I mean, it just needs to be that ebb and flow, that in and out. This is exactly what they need to do to win.
Override protocol from Danimix in the sky, but he's not too all that concerned about it unless there was aimbot right below him that he didn't see until it was way too late to do anything about it. A great counterplay. You gotta give credit over to OK State for it. Just an expensive one. It was 3 ults for 2 at the end of it. With that being the sound barrier, you have to be happy with the value you got.
I mean, you've got this downpour, but there's just nothing that is really scary about it. I mean, you don't have anything to pair with it. All you've got is the downpour. All it's going to really do is slow down Misclick. I mean, I'm not sure this will be enough to win the fight, unless they get another pick with it.
Even we just saw there, Yotsuba peeked his head around the corners like, yeah, that's Yotsuba's high ground now. Not messing with that, because you see what happens when you stay too long. JLo had used every single cooldown. Yotsuba does need the cage defensively, and I think that will kind of help sustain this, but all it does is make sure the tank lives, and everybody else on Misclick can surround him and pick off these flies that have been OK State. JLo getting staggered, gonna force this to be only one last fight.
Yeah, Misclick looking really good here. They've got their Mauga and their Tracer playing up really far, trying to force this into very, very last fight territory. I mean, they're playing with the Kitsune. They've got the Pulse. OK State really need to get a good angle on this point to be able to have a chance at winning this.
Karma lurking in the background. Pulse bomb in the pocket. One more fight. All Misclick need. $250 could just be theirs. Kitsune rush from Komori King, and it's off to a great start. Joking Lizard is down. They just don't have the sustain. He'll finally build up the Kitsune. to their name.
Wow, and that is a win by Miss Click. Who predicted that? I mean, it was a
I'll give it to
great
you. I'll give it.
match. It was a great match on both sides. I mean, there was so much learning, and I mean, we'd never seen this soldier before, pulling things out of the pocket that we had never seen before. It was an exciting match for sure. I mean, all of these twists and turns. It was a great watch, despite being an 8-map watch. Or 9 maps?
8 maps. Yeah, final
8
score
maps.
on the day was it 8 maps? It was 8 maps. What, 6-2 was the final score of all of our maps that we watched. So, hey, gotta hand it to Miss Click. Even though they came from the lower bracket, they managed to pull it all through and make it count. So, congratulations to them for the resilience and honestly endurance that they showed throughout both of today's series, plus the one that they played before this in the lower finals.
Yes, I mean, this was a really good match. I mean, there was so much on both sides. I mean, we saw Cat and Bastion, we saw Malga v Malga, we saw some soldier angle gameplay. I mean, what more can you ask for?
I don't know. I think I was pretty solid. And when you're coming into an Overwatch match that you're like, oh, we could do a bracket reset. You don't hear that every day. And then suddenly you're just gotta throw it in. You're there and you have to make the most of the situation. I know Miss Click weren't exactly expecting that to be the specific circumstance, but they made it work and here we are. They get the victory of the first ever Championship League Overwatch tournament that is run being the King's Cup and the first of many we hope to see.
Yes, of course. And now we get to interview Miss Click. I believe we will be getting their manager. Let me see.
Perhaps a manager interview is in order. We are going to find out momentarily. We will keep going, I think, while we wait to get all of our people in the chat. But hey, in the meantime, make sure that you are following the Championship League's Twitch channel and all other socials. There's a bunch of fun stuff that goes on within the tournament and some really great people that are behind it as well. So thank you to all of those super awesome people. As I hear my Discord getting kidnapped. I don't know if it is me specifically that has been moved or it is just other things. Nope, I have been kidnapped. Hello, new people.
Yes, we have Miss Click joining us, the winning team. Say hello, guys.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Oh, I think it's only me, I think.
Oh,
It's only you. Hello.
Feel
That's
free to
fine,
introduce
hello.
yourself.
Oh, I was mute. My bad.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah,
We're
so,
doing well.
Well, I'm the manager from Miss Click. My name is Gladius. Well, we are really happy to win, actually. We're really happy to win this tournament. I hope you can invite us on next editions, or if you got any other tournaments like this. Like, it was really beautiful and awesome to see my team won something. So I don't know, I'm very proud of them.
As it should be. That was a long 8-map adventure of a grand finals. Not to mention, you had another game right before this. At any point, do you think that there was ever a concern, like everyone kind of running out of steam, or was it just kind of we're so close that it kind of just kept you going on adrenaline?
Yeah, I think we handled the pressure, and well, actually my players are really tired right now, so I don't know.
We are
so
really
proud.
tired. We are
Yeah.
playing like a almost 12 hours.
Ow!
Yeah.
It was worth it. You got the result in the end there, and I wanna kind of hear from you guys, because again, you've played 12 hours. I only saw like the last 3 hours of it. If you had to, as a manager, name an MVP from your team for this tournament, who would it be? I'm putting you on the spot. You got to pick a favorite.
MVP. Okay,
I
okay.
mean,
Let me.
I mean, for our team, I don't know. Oh, hello. I'm Angel Ray. I'm the coach from Miss Click, and I'm really proud of my players. They played really well. Um, if we need to choose one for MVP, I don't know. Mm,
It can
what do you
be
think, Gladius?
Gale, or it can be Daniel Mix or Yotsu. I don't know.
Oh,
They play
it is
really,
for
really
me.
good this matches, though.
I think it's Jatsuba for this match. For this
Yeah,
specific
yeah.
match, it's Jatsuba. For the
Can be
entire
Yotsuba, yeah.
tournament, I mean, I it is for the whole tournament. I think it's Zeta Karma, but it is for this specific match, Jatsuba.
I think there was, in your defense, I think every player had at least one moment to shine throughout the day
Yeah.
today. It was
Yeah.
a very long, and again, over 12 hours of gameplay. I think at some point someone's gonna pop off, so I can understand. So thank you for humoring me for a little bit. So now you've won the $250. What's next for Miss Clicks? Do you keep your roster the same? Or are you guys gonna keep looking to compete as the same team in future events?
Well, that is the
Uh,
idea, actually, to play with the same theme for the future. Obviously, we can bring somebody else. That's not going to be any problem. Like if we find someone that is really good at this game, or if we need someone for a specific moment, we will consider it, or we really think to bring someone else. But for the moments, we good with the team right now, so yeah.
Hey, if it isn't broke, no point in trying to fix it. And it seems that everybody has some great synergy that has been building behind the scenes. So excited to see that keep developing in the future. And then finally, because I don't want to keep you guys too long. I know it's been a real long day. I want to give you two the floor for a second. Do you have any shout outs, words that you'd like to say to the stream while you're here on broadcast?
I don't know. I never been in a situation like this. It's my first time, to be honest. So,
I know, I'm putting you on the spot. I'm making sure. You got people you gotta represent.
well, like, thank you for seeing us. You can see more of Mythclick in the future. I think we're going to keep up with this good level. So
you are going to see more of Miss Click in the future,
mhm.
and thank you for the opportunity.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for taking a second to join us here on broadcast and give us a little bit of insight on what's been going on behind the scenes at Miss Click. We look forward to seeing you all at the next Overwatch event in the near future TM. So thanks again, and I hope you two have a great evening.
Yes,
You
thank you
too.
guys so
Thank you,
much.
guys. Thank you for the invitation as well. Hope you have a lovely
You too. Thank you.
afternoon,
Of
good
course.
night, good morning.
Congratulations.
So
Fair enough.
Wherever.
All right.
take care, guys.
Yep. Bye-bye.
See you.
That's awesome. And it does take a community behind a team, so I'm really glad we got the talk to both the coach and manager for Miss Click, and it sounds like it will be far from the last that we see from them.
Yes, of course. What kind people? I mean, both teams just coming in, playing. I mean, all of our teams, all of the teams that came in, played for this chance at a $250 cash prize. I mean, it was a great, eventful weekend. We saw so many amazing teams, and I'm really excited at the prospect of seeing them again another time, maybe in a couple of months, if you guys stay tuned.
Wink, wink. There you go. Pay
Wink,
attention,
wink.
people. I said that because I cannot wink. Fun fact.
Really?
But yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing that you
Nope.
had to be able to do.
I just have never been able to do it. I'll practice it, so maybe next time I'll figure it out. I gotta like train the island muscles, you know. But
Yeah.
Bilbo, I gotta say, I'm very happy I got to cast with you. This was a blast. Championship Leagues put on one heck of a tournament.
Yes, thank you so much, Tiny Shiny. Thank you to all of our wonderful casters who came up. We had Junior, we had Bill TF2, we had Red Luna. all weekend coming out, 6 hours a day casting. Our wonderful production, Robin stepping up, Phoenix Gamers stepping up, all of these people who came together to make the rules, Kiss for putting together the org, thank you so much. Everybody at Championship Leagues, everyone here is wonderful. I'd like to thank USS Esports for providing a lot of the broadcast.
Alright, grab me, I'm ready.
Signed
Ben,
up.
Ben, I'm right
All
beneath
the
you.
players
Ben, I'm right
played.
beneath you.
I mean, it was a wonderful, wonderful weekend. All of the sponsors who are sponsoring championship leagues at the moment. I mean, we've just got such a wonderful team, a wonderful community, and I appreciate everyone who's watching currently.
Absolutely. Thank you all for coming out, to all of our players and teams for participating, the fantastic people behind the scenes for making the event happen, and to those of you coming in and supporting from home. And that's going to do it after a wonderful weekend of gameplay. Congratulations again to Miss Clicks on being the King's Cup champions. Have a great rest of your night, everybody, and we'll see you around for the next Championship Leagues event.
Yes, expect more.
Alright, grab me, I'm ready. Ben, I'm right beneath you. Benjamin.
I don't even know yet.
I'm right beneath you! What part of I'm directly below you? Okay, I'm gonna multi all over their faces, okay. I don't have alt doesn't transfer over rounds! I forgot!
Meow.
I'm gonna molten core! Why did you drop me, you?
You ran into the wall.
You're an actual white Benjamin. You dropped me! I was expecting to be like a 150 dropping napalm on, and then you dropped me!
I ran into the wall. That was my bad. I'm sorry.
We got like one attempt at doing this and you fucked me. Okay, I'm ready for the molten core. This is gonna be like a palm strike. Let's do this.
Where are they?
I'm ready.
Spawn?
On point. In point. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Bam!